Jake Morrison stared at the red warning lights flashing across his control panel. Smoke filled the small cockpit of his cargo ship, the Wanderer. The engine had died with a loud bang 20 minutes ago, and now he was falling toward the brown planet below. "Come on, you piece of junk," Jake said as he pulled hard on the controls. The ship shook and groaned but kept falling. He could see the rocky surface getting closer through the front window. Jake had been flying cargo runs for 5 years. He moved food, tools, and supplies between the outer colonies. It was not exciting work, but it paid enough to keep his old ship running. At least it had until today. The planet below was Kepler 442b. Jake knew the name from the pilot warnings that came over the radio. Every spacer in this part of the galaxy knew about Kepler 442b. It was where ships went to disappear. It was home, to the Vorthak. The Wanderer hit the ground hard. Jake's head snapped forward and pain shot through his neck. Sparks flew from broken control panels. The ship slid across the rocky ground for what felt like forever, before it finally stopped. Jake sat still for a moment, checking if anything was broken. His head hurt, and his left shoulder was sore, but he could move everything. He was lucky to be alive. He opened the ship's door and stepped outside. The air was thin but breathable. The sky was orange, and 2 small suns hung low on the horizon. All around him were the ruins of old mining equipment, rusty towers and broken machines, stretched as far as he could see. This place had been a mining colony once. The companies had dug deep into the planet, pulling out rare metals for 20 years. Then the Vorthak had come, and everything changed. The miners ran. The colony died. Now only the beast remained. Jake walked around his ship, looking at the ore damage. The main engine was cracked open like an egg. Black fluid leaked from twisted metal. He would need new parts to fix it, and he would need tools he did not have. The mining ruins might have what he needed. Jake grabbed his tool bag and emergency rations from the ship. He had enough food bars and water for 3 days. After that, he would have to hope someone came looking for him. The first building Jake checked was empty except for sand and broken glass. The second had old computer parts that were too damaged to use. In the third building, he found what looked like engine components. They were old, but they might work. Jake was pulling a heavy metal plate from under some debris when he heard the sound. It was low and deep like a machine starting up. But this was not a machine. Jake had heard that sound in the old warning videos they showed to new pilots. It was the hunting call of a Vorthak. He dropped the metal plate and reached for the plasma pistol on his belt. The weapon felt small and useless in his hand. A plasma pistol might stop a man or even a small alien. It would not stop a Vorthak. The creature appeared in the doorway like a shadow made real. It stood 12 feet tall on 2 powerful legs. Its skin was dark gray and covered in thick plates that looked like armor. 4 arms ended in claws as long as knives. Its head was massive with teeth that could bite through steel, but something was wrong. The Vorthak should have attacked by now. Instead, it stood there watching him. Jake could see that the creature was thin, too thin. Its armor plates did not fit right anymore. Its eyes were dull. Jake's father had been a veterinarian back on Earth. As a boy, Jake had helped treat sick animals. He knew what hunger looked like. This great beast, this terror of the galaxy, was starving. The Vorthak took a step forward. Jake raised his weapon, but his hand was shaking. The creature stopped and tilted its head. It made a different sound, now softer and sadder. Jake lowered his gun. This was probably the stupidest thing he had ever done. He reached into his pack and pulled out one of his protein bars. The wrapper crinkled as he tore it open. "You hungry, big guy?" Jake said. His voice cracked a little. He tossed the protein bar toward the creature. It landed on the floor between them. The Vorthak looked at the food, then at Jake, then back at the food. It moved forward slowly and picked up the bar with surprising care. The creature sniffed the protein bar. Then it bit into it, wrapper and all. Jake could hear it chewing. When it was done, the Vorthak looked at him again. This time its eyes seemed brighter. Jake pulled out another protein bar. "This is all I have for now," he said as he unwrapped it. "But I can share." He set the bar on the ground and stepped back. The Vorthak came forward and ate this one too. When it was finished, it made that soft sound again. Then it turned and walked away, disappearing into the ruins as quietly as it had come. Jake stood alone in the empty building, not sure what had just happened. He had given food to the galaxy's deadliest beast and it had let him live. More than that, it had almost seemed grateful. The orange suns were setting now. Jake gathered what useful parts he could carry and headed back to his ship. Tomorrow he would continue working on repairs. Tonight he would try to figure out why a starving monster had shown him mercy. As he walked back through the ruins, Jake felt like he was being watched. But for the first time since landing on this cursed planet, he was not afraid. Jake woke up to the sound of scratching metal. He grabbed his plasma pistol and crept to the ship's window. Outside, the Vorthak was back. It was dragging something across the rocky ground toward his ship. The creature had brought him a piece of machinery. It was part of an old mining drill, exactly the type of component Jake needed for his engine repairs. The Vorthak dropped the metal piece near the ship's ramp and stepped back. Jake opened the door slowly. "You brought this for me?" he asked. The creature made that soft rumbling sound he had heard the day before. It seemed to be waiting for something. Jake reached into his pack and pulled out another protein bar. He unwrapped it and tossed it to the Vorthak. The beast caught the food and ate it quickly. Then it turned and walked away, but not before looking back at Jake once. There was something different in its eyes now. Something that looked almost like hope. This became their morning routine. Each day, the Vorthak would bring Jake useful parts or tools it had found in the ruins. Each day, Jake would share some of his food. Slowly, the creature began to look healthier. Its armor plates started to fit better. Its movements became stronger and more fluid. On the third day, Jake decided to try something new. Instead of just tossing the food, he held out the protein bar in his hand. The Vorthak approached carefully. Its massive clawed hand reached out and gently took the bar from Jake's palm. The creature's touch was surprisingly gentle. "I'm going to call you Rex," Jake said. "You remind me of a dog I had when I was a kid. He was big and scary looking too, but he was really just a gentle giant." Rex tilted his head at the sound of his new name. He made a different noise now, almost like a purr. Jake smiled. This was definitely not how he had expected to spend his time on the galaxy's most dangerous planet. As the days passed, Jake learned more about Rex's behavior. The creature was incredibly smart. When Jake pointed at something he needed, Rex would understand and help him move it. When Jake was working on a difficult repair, Rex would watch carefully and sometimes hand him the right tool. Jake also began to understand why Rex had been so hungry. The mining operations had destroyed most of the planet's ecosystem. The companies had stripped away the vegetation and killed off the native animals to make room for their machines. Rex's natural food sources were gone. "No wonder you were attacking ships," Jake said to Rex one evening as they sat together outside the Wanderer. "You were just trying to survive." Rex had grown comfortable enough to sit close to Jake now. The massive creature would curl up near the ship like a giant guard dog. Jake felt safer with Rex around than he had ever felt alone. On the 6th day, Jake made a breakthrough with his repairs. He had managed to patch the main engine housing and replace most of the damaged components. The engine started with a rough cough but settled into a steady hum. The Wanderer was flight-ready again. Jake should have been happy, but instead he felt sad. He would have to leave Rex behind. The creature had shown him kindness and friendship when the whole galaxy expected only violence. How could he abandon the first being who had trusted him? When Jake powered up the ship's systems and activated the landing thrusters, Rex became agitated. The creature began pacing around the ship, making loud distress calls. When Jake tried to close the cargo ramp, Rex blocked his path. "I have to go, Rex," Jake said gently. "I have deliveries to make. People are counting on me." Rex would not move. The creature planted himself in front of the ship's engines and would not budge. Every time Jake tried to start the launch sequence, Rex would move to block him again. Jake sat down on the ramp and really looked at his friend. Rex was healthy now, but he was also completely alone. Jake was probably the first being to show Rex kindness in years, maybe ever. The galaxy saw Rex as a monster, but Jake knew better. Rex was just a lonely creature who had been trying to survive in a world that no longer had room for him. That night, Jake made a decision that would change everything. He spent hours modifying the Wanderer's cargo bay, removing storage containers, and installing basic life support systems. He reinforced the floor and walls to handle Rex's weight and size. When morning came, Jake opened the cargo bay doors wide. "Want to come with me, big guy?" he asked. Rex looked at the modified cargo bay, then at Jake. The creature seemed to understand what was being offered. He stepped carefully into the ship, moving slowly to avoid damaging anything. Jake sealed the bay and ran through his final pre-flight checks. The Wanderer lifted off smoothly from the surface of Kepler 442b. Through the cargo bay cameras, Jake could see Rex looking out at the planet falling away below them. "Just you and me now, Rex," Jake said over the intercom. Partners. As they left the planet's atmosphere and entered hyperspace, Jake wondered what the galaxy would think of a human cargo hauler traveling with a Vorthak. He supposed he would find out soon enough. Rex settled down in his new home, making that contented, purring sound. For the first time in his life, the galaxy's deadliest beast was not alone, and neither was Jake. Jake's first stop with Rex was the trading station at New Frontier. As the Wanderer docked, Jake could see other pilots and traders staring through the station windows. Word traveled fast in space, and somehow news of his unusual passenger had already spread. The docking officer's voice crackled over the radio. "Wanderer, this is station control. We need to verify your cargo manifest." "Just the usual supplies for the outer colonies," Jake replied. He did not mention Rex. That conversation could wait until later. Jake left Rex in the cargo bay with instructions to stay quiet. The creature understood and curled up in the corner like he was sleeping. Jake sealed the bay and headed into the station to find his contact. The trading post buzzed with nervous energy. Conversation stopped when Jake walked by. People pointed and whispered. Someone had clearly leaked information about the human who had tamed a Vorthak. Jake found his contact, a gruff trader named Pete Wilson, at the usual cantina. Pete's eyes were wide as Jake sat down. "Is it true?" Pete asked in a low voice. "Do you really have one of those things on your ship?" "Rex is not a thing," Jake said firmly. "He's my partner." Pete laughed, but it sounded forced. "Partner?" "Jake, those creatures have killed hundreds of people. They tear apart ships like paper. You can't trust something like that." Before Jake could answer, the cantina's lights flickered. Through the large viewing window, they could see the Wanderer in its docking bay. Rex had moved to the small porthole in the cargo bay and was looking out at the station. Several people in the cantina saw Rex and started backing away from the window. Someone screamed. Others reached for weapons they were not supposed to have. "On the station?" "He's just curious," Jake said, standing up quickly. "Rex won't hurt anyone unless they threaten him first." "You named it?" Pete shook his head. "Jake, you've lost your mind." Jake completed his business quickly and returned to his ship. Rex was agitated when he entered the cargo bay. The creature had heard the panic in the station and sensed the fear directed at him. "It's okay, boy," Jake said, placing his hand on Rex's massive arm. "They're just scared. They don't understand you like I do." Rex calmed down at Jake's touch, but Jake could see the sadness in his friend's eyes. Rex knew he was hated and feared throughout the galaxy. Their next stop was more successful. The mining colony on asteroid base 7 needed supplies desperately. When pirates had been raiding their shipments for months, no other traders would take the risk. But Jake had Rex now. The pirates tried to ambush the Wanderer as it approached the asteroid. 3 small fighter ships came out of hiding behind a large rock. They demanded that Jake surrender his cargo. "This is your only warning," the lead pirate said over the radio. "Drop your shields and prepare to be boarded." Jake smiled and opened the cargo bay doors. Rex floated out into space, his natural ability to survive in vacuum making him the perfect zero-gravity fighter. The sight of a Vorthak in open space sent the pirates into a panic. Rex disabled the first fighter by simply grabbing it and crushing its engines. The second ship tried to run, but Rex was faster. He caught it and carefully removed its weapons without killing the pilot inside. The third pirate ship surrendered immediately. "Please don't let that thing near us," the lead pirate begged over the radio. "Rex is not a thing," Jake said calmly, "and if you promise to leave these miners alone, we'll let you go with a warning." The pirates agreed quickly and fled the system. Rex returned to the cargo bay, and Jake completed his delivery, without any more trouble. The miners paid double the usual rate and begged Jake to come back soon. Word of the successful delivery spread even faster than the first rumors. Soon Jake was getting requests for runs that other traders would not touch. Dangerous routes through pirate space, deliveries to colonies under siege, high-risk contracts that paid enormous amounts of money. Jake's reputation grew, and so did his bank account. The Wanderer got upgrades and better equipment. Rex got better food and a more comfortable living space in the expanded cargo bay. But the real change came when Dr. Lisa Grant contacted Jake. She was a scientist from the Terran Research Institute, and she wanted to study Rex. "What you've accomplished is impossible according to everything we know about Vorthak behavior," she told Jake over video call. "I'd like permission to observe your partnership." Jake was suspicious at first. "You're not going to take Rex away for experiments, are you?" "Nothing like that," Dr. Grant assured him. "I want to learn how this bond formed. It could change how we interact with other dangerous species." Jake agreed to let Dr. Grant join them for one cargo run. She arrived at the next station with a small team and portable research equipment. Rex was nervous around the new people at first, but he trusted Jake's judgment. Dr. Grant spent a week observing Rex and Jake together. She ran tests and took notes constantly. What she discovered amazed her. "Vorthaks are highly intelligent and deeply emotional creatures," she explained to Jake. "They form strong social bonds and have complex communication patterns. Everything we thought we knew about them was wrong." "You mean they're not just mindless killers?" Jake asked. "Far from it. Rex shows signs of advanced problem-solving skills and emotional intelligence. The attacks on ships were acts of desperation, not aggression. Your act of kindness triggered a trust response that we didn't know existed in their species." Dr. Grant's research was published throughout the galaxy. Scientists and government officials began to see Vorthaks differently. Some even suggested that peaceful contact might be possible with other members of the species. Jake and Rex continued their cargo runs, but now they carried a new responsibility. They were proof that humans and Vorthaks could work together. They were the beginning of something that could change the galaxy forever. 3 months after Dr. Grant published her research, Jake received a message that changed everything. The sender was Admiral Connor Blake from the Earth Defense Fleet. The message was short and direct. "Report to Fleet Command immediately. Jake." Read the message twice while Rex watched from his corner of the cargo bay. The creature seemed to sense Jake's worry and made a low questioning sound. "We might be in trouble, Rex," Jake said. "The military wants to see us." Jake had no choice but to comply. He set course for Fleet Command Station orbiting Earth. During the 3-day journey, he tried to prepare Rex for what might happen. The military had a way of taking useful things and turning them into weapons. Fleet Command Station was massive. Hundreds of warships docked around the central hub. Jake had never seen so much firepower in one place. The sight made him nervous. Admiral Blake met them at the docking bay with a full security escort. He was a tall man with gray hair and cold blue eyes. He looked at the Wanderer like it was a bomb that might explode. "Mr. Morrison," the Admiral said, "I need to see this creature of yours." Jake opened the cargo bay doors. Rex emerged slowly, clearly uncomfortable with all the armed soldiers pointing weapons at him. The creature stayed close to Jake's side. Several soldiers stepped back when they saw Rex up close. One dropped his rifle. Another made a choking sound. Admiral Blake, however, seemed more interested than afraid. "Remarkable," the Admiral said, walking around Rex in a circle. "The reports don't do it justice. How much can it lift? How fast can it move? What kind of damage can those claws do?" Rex is not a weapon, Jake said firmly. He's my friend and partner. Admiral Blake smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Everything is a weapon if you use it right, Mr. Morrison. Your friend here could end the war with the Kithvar Empire. The Kithvar were a hostile alien race that had been attacking human colonies for 2 years. Their technology was advanced, and their ships were heavily armored. The war was not going well for humanity. I won't let you turn Rex into a soldier, Jake said. You don't have a choice, Admiral Blake replied. Under emergency war powers, I can conscript both you and your creature for military service. Before Jake could respond, another voice interrupted them. Actually, Admiral, you cannot do that. Dr. Helen Ward, the Galactic Council's chief scientist, stepped out from behind the security team. She was a small woman with sharp eyes and a confident manner. Dr. Ward, Admiral Blake said with obvious displeasure. This is a military matter. This is a diplomatic matter, Dr. Ward corrected. The Vorthak is technically a citizen of no nation and has committed no crimes. You cannot force it into military service. Admiral Blake's face turned red. That thing could save human lives. That being has a name, Dr. Ward said, and forcing Rex to fight would violate dozens of galactic treaties. While the two officials argued, Jake noticed something troubling on the station's alert screens. Kethvar ships had been detected near the outer colonies. A large fleet was moving toward New Austin, one of humanity's newest settlements. Admiral, one of his officers called out. Priority message from New Austin colony. They're under attack. Admiral Blake turned to the screen. The image showed Kethvar warships bombarding the colony's defenses. People were evacuating, but they would not all make it out in time. All available ships set course for New Austin, Admiral Blake ordered. Maximum speed. Jake felt Rex tense beside him. The creature was looking at the screen, watching the destruction. Rex made a sound Jake had never heard before, something between a growl and a whimper. Rex wants to help, Jake realized. Admiral Blake spun around. What? He understands what's happening, Jake explained. Rex has bonded with humans. He sees the colony under attack and he wants to protect them. Dr. Ward looked surprised. The emotional intelligence is even more advanced than we thought. Jake made a decision that scared him. We'll go to New Austin, but Rex fights as my partner, not as your weapon. And after this is over, we go back to our regular cargo runs. Admiral Blake wanted to argue, but another report came in. The Kethvar fleet was larger than first thought. They needed every advantage they could get. Agreed, Admiral Blake said, but I want military observers on your ship. The journey to New Austin took 18 hours at maximum speed. Jake used the time to prepare. Rex for real combat. The creature had fought pirates before, but this would be different. The Kethvar were heavily armed and would not hesitate to kill them both. When they arrived at New Austin, the battle was already raging. 6 Kethvar destroyers were attacking the colony's orbital platform. Human fighters buzzed around the alien, ships like angry insects, but they were badly outgunned. Wanderer, this is Admiral Blake on the flagship Defiance. Take your creature and hit their command ship. We'll provide cover. Jake opened the cargo bay. Rex floated out into space, but this time he moved with deadly purpose. The creature had seen the burning colony below and the human ships being destroyed. His protective instincts were fully awakened. Rex reached the Kethvar command ship in seconds. The alien vessel's weapons tried to target him, but he was too fast and too small. Rex landed on the ship's hull and began tearing through the armor with his claws. The Kethvar tried everything to stop him. They rolled their ship, fired missiles, even tried to ram nearby asteroids. Nothing worked. Rex punched through the hull and disappeared inside the ship. Lights flickered on the Kethvar vessel. Systems failed. The ship's weapons stopped firing. Within minutes, the massive destroyer was dead in space. Rex emerged from the wreckage and moved to the next ship. The other Kethvar vessels, seeing their flagship disabled, began to retreat. But Rex was faster than their engines. One by one, he disabled their ships without killing the crews inside. The battle was over in less than an hour. New Austin was saved and the Kethvar fleet was captured. Jake watched through his ship's cameras as Rex floated back to the Wanderer. looking tired but satisfied. "Incredible," Admiral Blake said over the radio. "One creature just won a battle that should have taken our entire fleet." But Jake was not thinking about military victories. He was thinking about what this meant for Rex and for their future together. The galaxy had just seen what a Vorthak could do when properly motivated. Now everyone would want one. News of the victory at New Austin spread across the galaxy in days. The story was simple but shocking. One human and one Vorthak had defeated an entire Kethvar battle fleet. Suddenly, everyone wanted to know more about Jake Morrison and his unlikely partner. Jake found himself famous in a way he had never wanted. News reporters tried to interview him at every space station. Government officials offered him huge amounts of money for exclusive contracts. Military commanders begged him to join their fleets. But the most surprising visitors came 2 weeks after the battle. Jake was refueling at Titan Station when his sensors detected something impossible. 3 Vorthaks were approaching his ship. "Rex," Jake called over the intercom. "You need to see this." Rex came to the cargo bay window and saw his own kind for the first time since Jake had found him. The 3 Vorthaks moved slowly, making the same soft sounds that Rex used when he was calm. Jake opened the cargo bay, but stayed close to the controls. Rex floated out to meet the other creatures. There was a long moment where Jake worried about what might happen. Then Rex began making complex sounds, almost like he was talking. The other Vorthaks responded with their own calls. Jake watched, as Rex seemed to explain what had happened to him, how he had been starving and alone, how a human had shared food with him, how they had become partners. One of the new Vorthaks approached the Wanderer carefully. It looked at Jake through the window and made a questioning sound. Rex answered, and the creature relaxed. Over the next few hours, more Vorthaks arrived. Word had somehow spread through their species that one of their kind had found safety with humans. They came hoping for the same chance. Jake realized he had a problem. He could not take care of dozens of Vorthaks on his small cargo ship. But he also could not turn them away. These creatures had traveled across the galaxy looking for hope. That night, Jake made a call to Dr. Helen Ward. She listened to his problem and made a suggestion that changed everything. "There's an uninhabited moon in the Kepler system," she said. "The Galactic Council could terraform it as a Vorthak sanctuary, a place where they could live safely while we learn more about peaceful contact." The project took 6 months to complete. Jake used his new fame and the money from high-paying cargo runs to fund much of the work. The moon was transformed into a green world with forests, lakes, and plenty of native animals for the Vorthaks to hunt. Rex helped design the sanctuary. He understood what his people needed better than any human scientist. The settlement had areas for hunting, spaces for the complex social groups that Vorthaks formed, and even a small spaceport for visitors. Captain Amanda Cole of the exploration ship Horizon became Jake's partner in finding more Vorthaks throughout the galaxy. Her ship was equipped with advanced sensors that could detect the creatures even on remote planets. "We've found 17 more," Amanda reported during one of their searches. "They're living in the ruins of an old mining operation, just like Rex was." Each rescue mission followed the same pattern. Jake would approach alone with food and patience. The starving Vorthaks would eventually trust him, just as Rex had. Then they would be brought to the sanctuary to heal and rebuild their lives. Dr. Lisa Grant continued her research, now with dozens of Vorthaks to study. Her findings revolutionized how the galaxy understood these creatures. "They're not just intelligent," she explained to the Galactic Council. "They're highly empathetic. They form emotional bonds not just with their own species, but with any being that shows them kindness." What Jake did was not lucky. It was the natural result of treating them with compassion. The compassion doctrine that grew from her research became the new standard for first contact with unknown species. Instead of approaching with weapons and fear, exploration teams now carried food, medical supplies, and translators. The approach worked. 3 new species joined the Galactic Council in the following year. Wars between older species began to end as diplomats used compassion instead of threats. But the biggest change came when other Vorthaks began choosing human partners. They followed Rex's example, bonding with cargo haulers, explorers, and even some military personnel. The galaxy's deadliest predators became its most loyal protectors. Jake found himself appointed as the first human Vorthak ambassador. It was not a job he had wanted, but it was one that needed doing. Someone had to speak for the growing partnership between the two species. The ceremony took place on Earth, in the Great Hall of the Galactic Council. Representatives from dozens of worlds attended. Jake wore his best clothes, which still looked shabby compared to the formal robes of the other ambassadors. Rex stood beside him as he always did. The great creature had learned to wear a simple translation device that turned his complex sounds into words other species could understand. Members of the Galactic Council, Jake began his speech. A year ago, I was just a cargo hauler trying to fix my broken ship. I shared some food with a hungry creature, and that simple act changed everything. He looked at Rex, who made his contented purring sound. The translation device rendered it as gratitude and friendship. We learned that the galaxy's most feared predator was never really a monster, Jake continued. He was just lonely and hungry and misunderstood. Sometimes the scariest things become the most beautiful when you show them a little kindness. The audience was silent as Jake finished his speech. Then one delegate began to clap. Then another. Soon the entire hall was applauding, not just for Jake, but for the new future he and Rex had made possible. After the ceremony, Jake and Rex returned to the Wanderer. They had cargo to deliver and more Vorthaks to find. The galaxy was a big place, and there were still lonely creatures out there who needed a friend. As they lifted off from Earth, Rex settled into his favorite spot in the cargo bay. He was no longer the galaxy's deadliest beast. He was Jake's partner, and Jake was his. Together, they had shown the universe that sometimes the best solutions come from the simplest acts of kindness.
The morning alarm buzzed through the corridors of Nexus Prime Station at exactly 0800 hours, just like every other day. Jake Sullivan rolled out of his narrow bunk and stretched, looking out the small porthole at the swirling nebula beyond. 3 months into his exchange program at the Galactic Diplomatic Academy, and he still couldn't get used to waking up in space. He grabbed his uniform from the wall hook and pulled it on. The Academy issued standard gray jumpsuits to all students, regardless of species. Jake had to roll up the sleeves since the outfit was designed for beings with longer arms than humans typically had. Most Academy equipment seemed built for the tall, willowy Altarians who made up the largest portion of the student body. The hallways buzzed with activity as Jake made his way to breakfast. A group of crystalline Resonari students chimed soft, musical notes to each other as they glided past. Their bodies caught the artificial sunlight streaming through the station's massive windows, throwing rainbow patterns across the metal walls. Near the food dispensers, several Veilthari clustered together, their translucent skin flickering with pale blue and green lights as they shared the morning gossip. Jake grabbed a nutrition pack labeled Human Compatible and found an empty table. The food tasted like cardboard, but it kept him alive. He had learned not to complain after watching a methane-breathing Zorbian student absorb his breakfast through skin pores. Everything was relative in space. "Mind if I sit here?" Jake looked, up to see Lyraneth, one of the few Veilthari who bothered talking to him. Her bioluminescent patches pulsed a warm yellow, which he had learned meant friendliness. "Sure," Jake said, gesturing to the chair across from him. Lyraneth settled gracefully into her seat, her ethereal form seeming to float rather than sit. "Are you ready for Professor Zelthis' class today? I heard we're getting a special guest lecturer." "Any idea who?" Jake asked, taking another bite of his flavorless breakfast. Her light patterns shifted to curious orange spirals. "Nobody knows. The professor just said it would be educational and that security protocols would be in place." She paused, studying Jake's face. "Doesn't that concern you?" Jake shrugged. "Not really. How dangerous can a guest lecturer be?" Lyraneth's patterns flickered with what might have been amusement. "You humans really are strange. Most species would be worried about increased security measures." "Most species didn't evolve on Earth," Jake replied with a grin. They finished breakfast and headed to the xenobiology classroom together. The room was larger than most, with seats arranged in curved tiers that could accommodate the wide variety of body types represented in the student body. Tall perches for the bird-like scarians lined one wall, while shallow pools allowed the aquatic nereids to attend class in comfort. Professor Zelthis glided into the room precisely on time, his 8 arms moving in practiced coordination as he arranged his teaching materials. The elderly cephalopod had been at the academy for over 40 years and commanded respect from every species. His skin rippled with the dark blue patterns that indicated serious concentration. "Students, please take your assigned seats quickly," he announced, his translator converting his native color speech into audible words. "Today's lesson will require your complete attention and absolute silence." The usual chatter died immediately. Jake had never heard the professor sound so formal. Even the normally boisterous Hiveketh collective settled into perfect stillness, their compound eyes focused on the front of the classroom. Professor Zelthis activated the room's security system with a gesture. Thick metal shutters slammed down over the windows with a loud clang. Emergency barriers rose from the floor, creating a secondary containment field around the classroom. The lights dimmed to a soft red glow. "What we are about to witness," the professor began, "is part of the Academy's new cultural exchange initiative. We have been granted a rare opportunity to observe and interact with a representative of one of the galaxy's most misunderstood species." Jake felt the tension in the room spike. Several students activated personal defense fields, filling the air with barely visible energy barriers. The Resonari students' usual melodic humming dropped to worried minor chords. "I must stress that there is no danger," Professor Zelthis continued, though his own skin patterns betrayed his nervousness. "However, I ask that you remain calm and avoid sudden movements." The main door to the classroom began to iris open with a low mechanical whine. The opening was larger than usual, Jake noticed, built to accommodate beings much bigger than the typical academy student. Whatever was coming through that door needed serious space. Heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor beyond, each impact reverberating through the metal floor. Slow, deliberate, powerful steps that spoke of immense weight and controlled movement. Jake found himself leaning forward in his seat, curious rather than concerned. The first thing through the door was a massive clawed hand, easily the size of Jake's entire torso. Black chitin gleamed in the red emergency lighting and razor-sharp. Talons scraped against the door frame as the being carefully maneuvered through the entrance. Then the full form emerged, and the classroom erupted in panic. The creature stood nearly 9 feet tall, its body covered in overlapping plates of dark armor that seemed to absorb light. 6 limbs moved with predatory grace, each ending in claws that could easily slice through steel. Its head was elongated and angular, dominated by multifaceted compound eyes that swept across the room like targeting systems. This was a Kythera, one of the apex predators that had terrorized the galaxy for centuries. Stories of their raids filled the nightmares of every civilized species. They were living weapons, perfectly evolved killing machines that showed no mercy and took no prisoners. Students scrambled for cover behind their desks. The Scarians took flight, their wings beating frantically as they tried to reach the highest perches. Several Veilthari simply vanished, using their natural camouflage abilities to blend with their surroundings. The Nereids dove deep into their pools, creating huge splashes. Through all the chaos, Jake Sullivan did something that nobody expected. He smiled and raised his hand in a casual wave, as if he were greeting a neighbor on a peaceful morning back on Earth. The silence that followed Jake's casual greeting was deafening. Every eye in the classroom turned to stare at him in complete shock. The Kythera warrior froze in the doorway, his massive head tilting slightly as if he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Professor Zelthus nearly dropped his teaching tablet, his 8 arms flailing in surprise. His skin flashed rapid patterns of orange and red that Jake's translator couldn't even process fast enough to convert into words. Around the room, students remained hidden behind desks and barriers, too terrified to move. Lyra Neth materialized, next to Jake's desk, her bioluminescent patterns cycling through confused yellows and alarmed purples. "Jake," she whispered urgently. "What are you doing? That's a Kythera. They're killers." "I can see that," Jake replied calmly, still looking toward the massive alien at the front of the room. "Looks like he's here to teach us something." The Kythera took another step into the classroom, his compound eyes scanning the cowering students before settling on Jake. For a long moment, predator and human simply looked at each other. The alien's head moved slightly, and Jake could swear he detected curiosity in those multifaceted eyes. Professor Zelthus finally recovered enough to speak. "Students, please return to your seats. I assure you we are perfectly safe." His voice carried less confidence than his words suggested. "Allow me to introduce Karves the Render, a distinguished warrior of the Kythera hunting clans." More panicked chittering filled the room. The Render was not a title that inspired confidence in any galactic species. It typically meant someone who had torn apart countless enemies with their bare claws. Karves stepped fully into the classroom, and Jake noticed how carefully the massive being moved. Despite his size and obvious power, he placed each step with deliberate precision, avoiding the smaller desks and making sure his claws didn't scrape against anything. It was the movement of someone who was very aware of his own strength. "Karves has agreed to participate in our new Cultural Understanding program," Professor Zelthus continued, his patterns slowly returning to normal colors. "The recent peace treaty between the Kythera clans and the Galactic Council has opened new opportunities for learning." Jake raised his hand again. Several students gasped at his boldness. Yes, Mr. Sullivan? The professor asked, sounding both curious and concerned. I'd like to know more about Kithara hunting techniques, Jake said simply. From what I've read, they're incredibly efficient predators. The classroom fell silent again. Even Karaves seemed surprised by the question. When he spoke, his voice was a deep rumble that seemed to come from somewhere in his chest cavity. You have studied my people, small one? Karaves asked. His galactic standard was perfect, though heavily accented, with clicking consonants. Some, Jake admitted. Human military intelligence keeps files on all major galactic species. Your people are particularly interesting from a tactical perspective. A Resonari student named Cord Mass emitted a worried harmonic sequence that, roughly translated to, "Is the human having a mental breakdown?" Professor Zelthis decided to use this unexpected development as a teaching opportunity. Mr. Sullivan, perhaps you could share what you know about the Kithara with the class? Jake stood up, completely at ease, despite being in the presence of a legendary killer. Sure. The Kithara evolved on Kethvar, a world with gravity nearly twice Earth standard and some of the most dangerous wildlife in the galaxy. They're pack hunters who developed advanced cooperative tactics to take down prey much larger than themselves. Carves's eyes never left Jake as he spoke. The massive alien remained perfectly still, but Jake could sense his attention like a physical weight. Their clan structure is built around hunting units, Jake continued. Usually 5 to 7 individuals, with specialized roles. They use persistence hunting like humans do, but they add coordinated ambush tactics and something called fear herding, where they drive prey toward prepared kill zones. Several students were now staring at Jake as if he had lost his mind. Lyraneth's patterns flickered with worry, while the Hive-Keth collective buzzed anxiously among themselves. They're also incredibly honorable, Jake added. Kithara warriors. Follow strict codes about worthy opponents and fair combat. They don't hunt children or non-combatants, and they respect enemies who fight back effectively. Carvis made a sound that might have been surprise. You speak truth, human. But how do you know these things? Like I said, we study everyone. Jake replied with a grin. Humans are curious about other predator species. We like to understand how different worlds shaped different hunting strategies. Other predator species, Carves repeated slowly. Jake nodded. Earth is what we call a Class 12 death world. Humans are persistence predators. We evolved by chasing prey across open grasslands until it collapsed from exhaustion. Takes patience, but it works. The term death world sent another wave of panic through the non-human students. Most galactic species came from gentle garden worlds where the biggest danger was bad weather. The concept of evolving on a planet actively trying to kill you was foreign to them. But Carves reacted differently. His massive frame shifted slightly, and his head tilted in what Jake recognized as increased interest. Your world tried to kill you, Carves stated rather than asked. Every day, Jake confirmed cheerfully. Ice ages, asteroid impacts, supervolcanic eruptions, plague, famine, massive predators. Humans got good at surviving things that should have wiped us out. Fascinating, Carves rumbled. Perhaps we should speak more of this. Professor Zelthis looked like he was having second thoughts about the entire cultural exchange program, but he gestured for the conversation to continue. This was certainly educational, even if it wasn't going according to his lesson plan. I'd like that, Jake said. I've always wondered how Kithara tactical doctrine would adapt to different terrain types. Around the classroom, students slowly began to emerge from their hiding places, drawn by the impossible sight of a human casually discussing military strategy with one of the galaxy's most feared predators. Carves moved closer to Jake's desk, his massive form casting a shadow over the human student. Other students pressed themselves against the walls, but Jake remained relaxed in his chair, looking up at the towering predator with obvious interest. Tell me about persistence hunting, Carves said, settling into a crouch that still left him eye level with the standing human. This is not a method my people use. Jake's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. It's pretty simple in concept, but brutal in execution. Humans would pick a target animal and just start following it, not running, just walking steadily behind it. The prey would bolt ahead, thinking it had escaped, but humans would track it and catch up again. And then, Carves prompted. Repeat the process, Jake said. For hours, sometimes days. Humans have incredible endurance and we're excellent at tracking. Eventually, the prey animal would be too exhausted to run anymore. Then it was just a matter of walking up and finishing the job. Several students made disgusted sounds at this description. The Veilthari found the idea of prolonged pursuit particularly disturbing, their own species having evolved as peaceful grazers. Carves, however, made a deep rumbling sound that might have been approval. Efficient. Patient. Your species hunted. In groups for this? Usually, Jake nodded. Small teams, maybe 3 to 5 hunters. One person to track, others to maintain the pursuit if the first got tired. We'd take turns pushing the prey until something gave out. Persistence predators, Carves repeated thoughtfully. This explains much about human behavior that puzzles other species. Professor Zelthus had been watching this exchange with growing fascination and alarm. What do you mean by that? He asked. Carves turned his attention to the professor, his compound eyes reflecting the classroom lighting. Humans do not give up. Other species flee when faced with superior force. Humans adapt and continue fighting. Your military reports speak of human units that fought for days without rest, human colonies that survived disasters that should have killed everyone. We're stubborn, Jake agreed with a laugh. It's kept us alive so far. More than stubborn, Carves corrected. Relentless, like the hunt that never ends. He paused, studying Jake carefully. Your people interest my clans greatly. This statement sent a chill through every non-human in the room. When the Kithara found a species interesting, it usually meant they were planning to hunt them, but Jake just grinned wider. Really? That's cool. What specifically caught your attention? Carves made another rumbling sound. Your expansion patterns. Most species spread slowly through space, establishing safe colonies on worlds similar to their home planet. Humans settle anywhere. Desert worlds, ice worlds, high radiation environments. You adapt instead of seeking comfort. Earth taught us to be flexible, Jake said. If you can only survive in perfect conditions, you're not really surviving at all. Yes, Carves said with obvious approval. This is wisdom. Soft worlds make soft species. Cordmass, the Resonari student, emitted a sharp, discordant note of offense. His homeworld of Crystal Falls was admittedly quite peaceful, with weather, patterns as predictable as musical scales. Carves continued, seemingly oblivious to the insult he had just given to most of the class. Human military tactics also intrigue us. You use persistent strategy in warfare as well as hunting. Small units that strike and fade, wearing down larger forces over time. Guerrilla warfare. Jake nodded. Hit-and-run tactics, asymmetric engagement, making the enemy expend more resources than they can afford. We learned it fighting each other before we reached space. You fought your own species? Carves asked, leaning forward with renewed interest. All the time, Jake said casually. Humans have been at war with other humans for most of our recorded history. We got really good at killing each other. The classroom atmosphere shifted noticeably. This was not the kind of information that usually came up in diplomatic academy courses. Most civilized species had moved beyond internal conflict centuries before achieving space travel. Lyraneth's patterns flickered with confused orange spirals. But if you fought among yourselves, how did you ever develop enough cooperation to reach space? Competition drives innovation, Jake explained. The groups that survived were the ones that could adapt fastest, fight smartest, and build better technology. War pushed us to advance quickly. Carves made a sound that was definitely approval this time. My people understand this. Conflict shapes strength. Peace makes prey. Professor Zelthus looked like he was regretting every decision that had led to this moment. Perhaps we should focus on more peaceful aspects of cultural exchange, he suggested weakly. Why? Carves asked, bluntly. Truth is more valuable than comfort. This human speaks honestly about his species' nature. Jake nodded in agreement. No point in pretending we're something we're not. Humans are predators. We evolved as hunters and we're good at it. That doesn't make us evil, just dangerous when we need to be. Exactly, Carves rumbled. Dangerous. When necessary. This is the mark of a true predator species. The way he said true predator species made it clear this was a significant designation in Cathara culture. Around the room, students who had considered themselves enlightened and advanced suddenly felt like children playing at being adults. How do your people view other galactic species? Jake asked, his curiosity clearly genuine. Carves was quiet. For a long moment, his compound eyes scanning the other students. Most are prey, he said finally. Soft meat that evolved on easy worlds. They build ships and cities, but they have no real strength. When pressure comes, they break. The silence that followed this statement was absolute. Several students looked like they might faint. But humans are different? Jake prompted. Yes, Carves said simply. Humans are not prey. The weight of Carves's words settled over the classroom like a heavy blanket. Jake leaned back in his chair, processing what the Cathara warrior had just revealed. Around them, other students sat frozen, afraid to move or speak. Not prey, Jake repeated slowly. What does that make us then? Carves shifted his position, his claws scraping softly against the metal floor. That is what my clans debate. For 3 cycles we have watched human expansion. We have studied your wars, your survival methods, your refusal to surrender even when defeat seems certain. Professor Zelthus found his voice again, though it trembled slightly. The Cathara have been observing humanity? Of course, Carves replied matter-of-factly. We observe all species. Most we classify quickly. Prey, neutral, or threat. Humans were difficult to categorize. Jake grinned at this. I bet we were. We don't fit the normal patterns, do we? No, Carves agreed. Prey species flee from superior force. Humans attack it. Prey species seek safety in numbers. Humans send small groups into impossible situations. Prey species surrender when cornered. Humans fight harder. Lyra Neth's bioluminescent patterns pulsed with confused yellows. But surely, those are just survival instincts. Many species fight when cornered. Carves turned his compound eyes toward her, and she immediately dimmed her lights and shrank back. Not like humans fight. Other species fight until escape becomes possible, then they flee. Humans fight until they win or until they die. There is no middle ground. That's not entirely true, Jake protested mildly. We retreat when it makes tactical sense, only to attack again from a different angle, Carves pointed out. Human military doctrine calls this strategic withdrawal. But you always return to the fight. Jake had to admit the alien had a point. Human history was full of examples of forces that had regrouped after defeats and come back stronger. Your species does something else that puzzles us, Carves continued. You form bonds with other predators. Most species fear us completely. They negotiate from terror, make treaties from weakness. Humans study us like we are potential allies. Well, you are, Jake said simply, or could be. Any species that survives on a death world has to be tough and smart. Those are good qualities in a friend. The casual way Jake discussed potential friendship with the galaxy's most feared predator species made several students question his sanity. Cordmass emitted a low harmonic that roughly translated to, "Is he trying to get us all killed?" Carves made the rumbling sound again, louder this time. This is why the clans find humans fascinating. You see strength and think ally. Other species see strength and think threat to be avoided. Fear is a survival tool, Jake acknowledged, but it's not the only one. Sometimes the dangerous thing is dangerous to your enemies too. Exactly, Carvus said with obvious satisfaction. You understand pack dynamics. Most civilized species have forgotten such concepts. Professor Zelthis was taking careful notes, though his color patterns betrayed his nervousness. Are you saying the Kithara view humans as potential pack members? Pack implies subordination, Carvus corrected. The human word would be partners, equals who choose to hunt together rather than separately. The implications of this statement were staggering. If the Kithara saw humans as equals rather than prey or subordinates, it would completely reshape galactic politics. The two most dangerous predator species in known space, working together instead of against each other. Jake seemed to grasp this. Immediately. Is that why your people signed the peace treaty? Not because you were tired of fighting, but because you wanted to see what we could accomplish? Partially, Carvus admitted. War wastes the strength of both sides. Better to direct that strength toward common goals. What kind of common goals? Jake asked, his curiosity clearly genuine. Carvus was quiet for a long moment, considering. His words carefully. The galaxy is large. There are threats beyond what soft species can handle. Ancient ruins that speak of powers that once ruled here. Dark spaces between stars where things hunt that make both our peoples look like hatchlings. Several students shuddered at this description. The idea of things that could make humans and Kithara look weak was terrifying. You're talking about the deep dark, Jake said quietly. The regions beyond the galactic rim where exploration ships disappear. You know of this? Carvus asked sharply. Human scouts have lost contact with several exploration missions in those areas, Jake confirmed. We assumed it was equipment failure or navigation errors. It was not, Carvus said grimly. My people have sent hunting parties to investigate. Few returned. Those who did spoke of things that should not exist. Entities that feed on fear itself. Machines left by species that died before your son was born. The classroom had gone completely silent. Even Professor Zelthis had stopped taking notes, his attention focused entirely on Carvus's words. The soft species cannot face such threats. Carvus continued. They would break at the first contact, but humans and Kithara together might have the strength to push back whatever lurks in the deep. Jake sat forward in his chair, his eyes bright with interest rather than fear. You're talking about forming a real alliance, not just a peace treaty, but active cooperation. Perhaps, Carvus said carefully. If humans prove worthy of such trust. How would we do that? Jake asked. Carvus rose to his full height, towering over the human student. By showing that you understand what partnership between predators truly means. By proving that humans can hunt alongside Kithara without trying to dominate or submit. Jake stood as well, meeting the alien's compound gaze without flinching. I think we can manage that. Humans are pretty good at working with dangerous allies when the situation calls for it. Around the classroom, students watched this exchange, with a mixture of fascination and terror, realizing they were witnessing the beginning of something that would change the galaxy forever. The class period was nearly over, but nobody moved toward the door. The conversation between Jake and Carvus had revealed things that would reshape how everyone thought about galactic politics. Professor Zelthis checked his chronometer and realized they had been talking for nearly 2 hours. Before we conclude, the professor said carefully, I think the class would benefit from understanding something. Mr. Sullivan, when Carvus first entered this room, your reaction was quite unusual. While everyone else showed fear, you smiled and waved. Why? Jake looked around the classroom, taking in the faces of his fellow students. Some still looked terrified, others confused, but a few seemed genuinely curious about his answer. That's a good question, Jake said slowly. I guess I should explain what I was thinking in that moment. Carvis remained standing near Jake's desk, his attention focused completely on the human. Yes, I too would understand this reaction. In all my dealings with other species, none have greeted me with friendliness. Jake stood and walked to the center of the classroom, putting himself in easy view of everyone. When Carvis walked through that door, my first thought wasn't about danger or the need to hide. It was recognition. Recognition of what? Lyraneth asked, her patterns shifting to curious orange. Of someone like me, Jake replied simply. Not physically, obviously, but something deeper than that. He turned to face Carvis directly. When I looked at you, I saw the way you moved. Careful, controlled, aware of everything around you. That's how someone moves when they've spent their whole life in places where being careless means being dead. Carvis tilted his massive head slightly. You recognized me as a survivor. Exactly, Jake said. I saw the way your eyes scanned the room, cataloging exits and potential threats. I saw how you positioned yourself to have clear lines of movement. I saw someone who understood that safety is something you create, not something you're given. Several students exchanged glances. They were beginning to understand something they had never considered before. Most species in this room evolved on worlds where survival was guaranteed, Jake continued. Beautiful garden planets with stable weather, abundant food, and few natural predators. You could afford to be trusting and peaceful because your environment never forced you to be otherwise. Cordmass emitted a soft harmonic of acknowledgement. His homeworld truly was a paradise by most standards. But some of us come from places that tried to kill us every single day, Jake said. Places where the strong survived and the weak became food. Places where cooperation meant the difference between life and death, but so did knowing when to fight. Carvis made a sound of agreement. Death-worlders understand things that soft-world species cannot. We know that peace is precious because we have seen what happens without it. That's why I smiled, Jake explained. For the first time since coming to this academy, I was looking at someone who might actually understand what it's like to come from a world where survival isn't guaranteed. Someone who knew what it meant to be strong not because you chose to be, but because weakness meant extinction. Professor Zelthis was writing furiously, his color patterns cycling through fascinated purples. You felt kinship rather than fear. More than kinship, Jake said. I felt hope. Hope for what? The professor asked. Jake looked around the room. Again, his expression serious. Hope that maybe humans aren't as alone in this galaxy as we thought. Hope that maybe there are other species who understand that sometimes you have to be dangerous to protect the things you care about. He gestured toward his fellow students. Don't get me wrong, I like everyone here. You're good people with good intentions. But when something really bad happens, when the kind of threats Carvis mentioned come calling, most of you will try to negotiate or hide or call for help. And that's wrong? Lyraneth asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. It's not wrong, Jake said gently. It's just not always enough. Sometimes the only answer to violence is better violence. Sometimes the only way to protect the innocent is to be willing to do things that innocent people can't do. Carvis stepped closer to Jake, and for the first time, his posture seemed less threatening and more companionable. You understand the burden of strength. I understand that strength comes with responsibility, Jake replied. The responsibility to use it wisely, to protect those who can't protect themselves, and to know when mercy is possible and when it isn't. This is why humans interest my people, Carvis said, addressing the entire class now. You have the capacity for great violence, but you choose when to use it. You could dominate weaker species, but instead you try to protect them. This is the mark of a mature predator species. Jake grinned at that. We learned the hard way that the strongest pack is one where everyone has a role to play, even if some of us are better at the fighting parts than others. The two predators stood side by side now, human and Kithara, both relaxed in each other's presence. Around them, students who had spent the entire class period in terror were beginning to see something they had never expected: hope. So when classes end tomorrow, Jake said to Carves, "Want to grab dinner and talk more about those deep, dark threats? I have some ideas about joint tactical doctrines that might interest you." Carves made the rumbling sound that passed for Kithara laughter. "Yes, human Jake. I think we have much to discuss." As the security barriers retracted and the classroom returned to normal lighting, students began filing out in small groups, their conversations animated by what they had witnessed. For the first time in galactic history, the two most dangerous predator species had found common ground. And it had all started with a simple smile between survivors who recognized each other across the vast differences of biology and culture. The galaxy would never be quite the same.
The morning sun cast long shadows across the crystal towers of the Galactic Academy of Xenobiology. Students from dozens of worlds walked through the main courtyard, their various forms creating a rainbow of colors and shapes. Some floated on, delicate wings, others slithered across the polished stone paths, and a few rolled along on mechanical wheels they had grown as children. Jake Martinez walked among them with his backpack slung over one shoulder, looking perfectly ordinary by human standards but quite unusual here. His forward-facing eyes and upright posture made him stand out, though most aliens had grown used to his presence over the past few months. They knew him as the quiet exchange student who always shared his strange hot brown drink and helped anyone struggling with their coursework. The academy building rose before them like a mountain of glass and metal, its bioluminescent panels pulsing with soft blue light. Inside, Professor Vextan was preparing for what would become the most talked-about lecture in the Academy's 300-year history. Professor Vextan belonged to the Zenthari species, tall and thin with skin that shifted colors based on his mood. Right now, his skin showed the deep purple of excitement mixed with the orange streaks of nervousness. He had spent weeks preparing for this day, checking and double-checking every safety protocol. Students filed into the largest lecture hall, their voices creating a symphony of different languages and sounds. Jake found his usual seat near the back, next to Lisa Chen, a small blue-skinned Kepler native who had become his closest friend at the academy. Her large black eyes reflected her curious nature, and her forearms allowed her to take notes while eating her lunch at the same time. "Have you heard what today's lesson is about?" Lisa asked, her voice carrying the musical tone that all Kepler natives possessed. Jake shook his head and pulled out his notebook. "Professor Vextan has been very secretive about it. Just said it would be educational." The professor stepped up to the podium and the room fell silent. His skin had shifted to a confident green, though Jake noticed the nervous orange streaks were still there. "Students," Professor Vextan began, his voice carrying clearly through the hall's sound system. "Today marks a historic moment for our academy. For 3 centuries we have studied the peaceful species of our galaxy. We have learned about cooperation, symbiosis, and the beautiful harmony that exists between civilized worlds." The students listened with growing interest. Some leaned forward in their seats while others adjusted their various sensory organs to better focus on the professor's words. "However," the professor continued, "there exists in our galaxy a classification of species that we have never studied directly. Species that our ancestors learned to fear, to avoid, and to keep at a safe distance. Today that changes." A ripple of whispers spread through the hall. Jake noticed that several students had begun showing signs of stress. The Centauri exchange student's tentacles had curled up tight against her body, while the crystalline being from Vega Prime had shifted to a darker, more defensive color. Professor Vexitan activated the room's holographic display system. Images of various worlds appeared in the air above the students' heads. These were not the peaceful garden worlds that most of them called home. These landscapes showed red skies, jagged mountains, and storms that could swallow entire continents. "These are the predator worlds," the professor explained. "Planets where evolution took a different path, where survival meant hunting, killing, and consuming other living beings. where cooperation meant working together to bring down larger prey. Jake felt a strange sensation in his stomach. The images looked remarkably similar to some of the more dangerous regions of Earth, though he had never thought of his homeworld as particularly hostile. The Galactic Council has approved a special exchange program, Professor Vextan announced. For the first time in recorded history, we will host a student from one of these predator worlds, not as a prisoner or test subject, but as a participant in our academic community. The hall erupted in surprised chatter. Many students looked frightened, while others seemed fascinated by the prospect. Jake noticed that Lisa's skin had turned a pale white, a sure sign of fear among her people. This student comes from Blood Moon, home of the Vorthak hunters, the professor continued. The Vorthak are considered one of the most efficient predator species in known space. They possess natural weapons, enhanced senses, and hunting instincts that have been refined over millions of years of evolution. Jake found himself genuinely curious about this new student. He had always been interested in different cultures and ways of life, even the more dangerous ones. It never occurred to him that his interest might stem from something deeper than academic curiosity. The student's name is Krexhai, and he will arrive tomorrow morning, Professor Vextan said. I want to make it clear that extensive safety measures have been put in place. Krexhai will wear a neural inhibitor that prevents any aggressive actions, and he will be accompanied by security personnel at all times. Lisa leaned over to Jake, her voice barely a whisper. Are you not afraid? A real predator will be walking among us. Jake considered the question seriously. I suppose I should be, he said finally. But I'm more curious than afraid. I want to understand how his mind works, how his species survived on such a harsh world. Several students near them overheard this comment and looked at Jake with surprise. Most species would consider such curiosity about predators to be either very brave or very foolish. Professor Vextan continued his lecture, explaining the academic value of studying predator behavior in a controlled environment. He spoke about the potential insights into evolution, survival strategies, and the development of intelligence under extreme pressure. As the lecture continued, Jake found himself thinking about his own world. Earth had its share of dangerous animals and hostile environments, but humans had long since moved past the need to hunt for survival. They had developed agriculture, industry, and eventually, space travel. Yet something in the professor's description of predator worlds felt familiar. The class ended with Professor Vextan assigning reading material about interspecies psychology and the history of predator-prey relationships in galactic civilization. Students filed out of the hall in small groups, their conversations focused entirely on the upcoming arrival of their dangerous new classmate. Jake walked with Lisa toward the cafeteria, noting how many students seemed genuinely terrified by the prospect of sharing their learning space with a predator. He found their fear somewhat puzzling. After all, if the Vorthak student was being properly supervised and restricted, what real danger could he pose? I still cannot believe they are allowing this, Lisa said as they found seats in the cafeteria. What if something goes wrong? What if the safety measures fail? Jake sipped his coffee, a drink that most aliens found far too bitter and stimulating. I think it will be fine, he said. Besides, it's probably good for us to learn about different types of species. We can't understand the galaxy if we only study the peaceful parts of it. Lisa stared at him with all four of her eyes. Sometimes I think you are braver than you realize, Jake Martinez. Jake laughed, not knowing how prophetic those words would prove to be. Tomorrow would bring Krexhai to their peaceful academy and, with him, revelations that would change everything the students thought they knew about predators, prey, and the humans sitting quietly among them. The next morning arrived with unusual tension in the academy halls. Students who normally chatted loudly before classes now spoke in hushed whispers. Many had gathered near the main entrance, trying to catch a glimpse of the transport ship that would bring their dangerous new classmate. Jake walked through the crowd with his usual calm demeanor, carrying his coffee and a bag of what he called trail mix, a combination of nuts, dried fruits, and small chocolate pieces that most aliens found too intense to eat. He had offered some to Lisa once, and she had needed 3 glasses of water to wash away the taste. "There it is," someone whispered, pointing toward the sky. A sleek black transport ship descended toward the Academy's landing pad. Unlike the colorful, peaceful vessels that usually visited the Academy, this ship looked built for war. Its hull bore no decorative elements, only functional armor plating and weapon ports that had been sealed for the diplomatic mission. Professor Vextan stood at the landing pad with a full security team. Each guard wore protective armor and carried stun weapons designed to stop even the most dangerous species. The professor's skin showed nervous orange streaks mixed with the deep blue of determination. The ship's door opened with a sharp hiss, and Krexhai stepped out. Even the students watching from a safe distance through reinforced windows gasped at the sight. Krexhai stood nearly 8 feet tall, his body covered in natural armor plating that shifted between dark green and black. His arms ended in claws that could easily tear through metal, and his face held the angular features of a born hunter. Most striking were his eyes, yellow with vertical pupils that seemed to track every movement around him. But what truly marked him as a predator were the bioluminescent patterns that ran along his arms and neck. These patterns pulsed with different colors, and every student of xenobiology knew what they meant. Red for aggression, blue for hunting mode, white for kill strike preparation. Right now, the patterns showed a calm purple, indicating that Krexhai was in a non-threatening state. Jake watched with interest as the Vorthak was fitted with the neural inhibitor, a collar-like device that would prevent any aggressive actions. Krexhai submitted to the procedure without resistance, though his bioluminescent patterns flickered briefly to orange, showing mild irritation. "Students, please return to your classrooms," Professor Vexitan announced through the intercom system. "The demonstration will begin in 1 hour in Biolab 7. The crowd dispersed reluctantly, with many students casting fearful glances back at the imposing figure of Krexhai. Jake found himself walking beside Lisa, who had turned almost completely white with fear. "I cannot stop thinking about those claws," Lisa whispered. "Did you see how they curved? They are designed for holding on to struggling prey." Jake nodded thoughtfully. "They do look efficient. I wonder what kind of prey his species typically hunts. The design suggests something that tries to escape rather than fight back." Lisa stopped walking and stared at Jake. "How can you be so calm about this? He could kill any of us in seconds." "Not with that inhibitor, he couldn't," Jake replied. "Besides, he's here to learn, just like we are. If he wanted to hurt anyone, would he have agreed to wear that device?" An hour later, Biolab 7 was packed with every student and faculty member in the Academy. The lab had been specially modified for the demonstration, with reinforced barriers separating the observers from a large open space where Krexhai would perform. Professor Vextan activated the holographic prey system. Several deer-like creatures appeared in the demonstration area, programmed to behave like real animals. They grazed peacefully, unaware of the predator about to be released among them. "What you are about to witness," the professor explained, "is millions of years of evolution in action. Krexhai will demonstrate the natural hunting behaviors of his species in a completely safe environment." Krexhai entered the demonstration area, and immediately his entire demeanor changed. His bioluminescent patterns shifted to a deep blue hunting mode, and his movements became fluid and purposeful. The casual, almost diplomatic bearing he had shown earlier disappeared, replaced by something that made every prey species in the room feel an ancient fear. He began to stalk the holographic deer with incredible patience. Each step was calculated, using cover and shadows to remain undetected. His yellow eyes tracked multiple targets simultaneously, and Jake could see him analyzing the herd's movement patterns. When Krexhai finally struck, it was with devastating efficiency. He moved faster than most eyes could follow, covering 30 feet in a single leap. His claws extended fully and his jaws opened to reveal rows of sharp teeth. The holographic deer he struck would have died instantly. The watching students sat in stunned silence. Many had turned pale, and several had activated personal force fields in instinctive self-defense. This was not an intellectual exercise anymore. They were watching a creature that could kill them all. But Jake was watching with a different kind of attention. His human mind, shaped by millions of years of evolution on a world where survival meant understanding both predators and prey, began analyzing what he was seeing. Interesting technique, Jake murmured to himself, not realizing he had spoken aloud. Lisa heard him and turned with wide eyes. Interesting. Jake, we just watched something that could tear us apart. Well, yes, Jake said, still watching as Krexhai demonstrated tracking wounded prey. But look at his approach. He's focusing on the largest target in the group. That's not very efficient. Several students nearby overheard this comment and looked at Jake with shock. How could he critique the hunting methods of an apex predator? Krexhai continued his demonstration, showing how his species could track prey across difficult terrain, how they coordinated pack hunts, and how they used their bioluminescent patterns to communicate during hunts. Each display was more impressive and terrifying than the last. He's telegraphing his attacks, Jake observed quietly. See how his patterns change right before he strikes? Any intelligent prey would learn to recognize that warning. Jake, Lisa whispered urgently, why are you analyzing this like it's a sporting event? Jake looked at her with surprise. I'm just trying to understand his methods. Isn't that what we're here for? Professor Vexten noticed the murmurs in the audience and approached Jake's section. Mr. Martinez, you seem to have observations about our demonstration. Would you care to share them with the class? Jake felt every eye in the room turn toward him. He had not intended to become the center of attention, but his scientific curiosity had gotten the better of him. Well, Jake said, standing up reluctantly, I was just noticing some things about his hunting strategy. It's very impressive, but there are some inefficiencies. The room fell completely silent. Even Krexhai had stopped his demonstration and was staring at the small human who dared to critique his species' perfected hunting methods. Please explain, Professor Vexten said, his skin showing the bright yellow of intense curiosity. Jake looked around the room full of terrified faces and realized he might have made a mistake. But it was too late to back down now. He's positioning himself upwind of his prey, Jake explained. Most animals have good noses. They would smell him coming. And when he attacks, he's committing fully to one target. If that target dodges or if there are multiple threats, he's left vulnerable. Krexhai's bioluminescent patterns flickered to orange, showing irritation. This small, soft creature was questioning hunting methods that had made the Vorthak the apex predators of their world. Also, Jake continued, warming to his topic, he's not accounting for prey that might fight back. His attack pattern assumes the target will try to run. What if it turned and attacked instead? The silence in the room became absolute. Students and faculty stared at Jake as if seeing him for the first time. This quiet, helpful human who shared his coffee and helped with homework was casually discussing the flaws in an apex predator's hunting strategy. Professor Vexten's skin had shifted to a color none of them had seen before, a deep violet that indicated complete bewilderment. Mr. Martinez, the professor said slowly, these are techniques that have been perfected over millions of years. How do you feel qualified to critique them? Jake shrugged, not understanding the significance of what he had just done. I'm just looking at it logically. Every hunting method has strengths and weaknesses. Understanding both makes you a better hunter. The last sentence hung in the air like a physical presence. Jake had spoken about hunting as if he understood it from personal experience, not just academic study. Krexhai stepped closer to the barrier separating him from the audience, his yellow eyes fixed on Jake with an intensity that made everyone else in the room step back. For the first time since arriving at the academy, the great predator looked uncertain. Word spread through the academy faster than a solar wind. By evening, every student knew about the human who had criticized an apex predator's hunting methods. Some thought Jake was incredibly brave, others believed he was dangerously foolish, but everyone wanted to know more. Jake found himself surrounded by curious students in the cafeteria. He sat at his usual table with Lisa, trying to eat his dinner, while dozens of eyes watched his every move. The attention made him uncomfortable, but he could not understand why everyone was so interested in his comments. Jake, said Zen, a tall gray-skinned student from the Vega system, how did you know those things about hunting? We study peaceful civilizations here. Jake looked up from his meal, which consisted of foods that would have made most aliens sick. Raw vegetables, spiced meat, and fruits with enough acid to burn through metal. I just used logic, he said. Every action has a counteraction. Every strategy has a weakness. But you spoke like you understood hunting from experience, pressed Kayla, a floating jellyfish-like being whose translated voice carried concern. Most civilized species abandoned such behaviors millions of years ago. Jake paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. Well, humans did hunt at one point in our history. Ancient history, of course, we learned about it in school. Lisa leaned forward, her four eyes focused intently on Jake's face. What kind of hunting did your ancestors do? The question seemed innocent enough, so Jake began to explain. He told them about persistence hunting, where humans would chase animals for hours across vast distances until the prey collapsed from exhaustion. He described how his ancestors would track wounded animals for days, following blood trails across different types of terrain. As Jake spoke, his audience grew larger. Students abandoned their own meals to listen to the human describe hunting methods with the same casual tone he might use to discuss mathematics. The key was not speed or strength, Jake explained, warming to his topic. Humans were not the fastest or strongest predators, but they were persistent. They could run for hours without stopping, they could sweat to cool their bodies, and they could track prey across any environment. Zen's gray skin had turned pale blue, a sign of distress among his species. Your ancestors would chase animals until they died of exhaustion? That seems very cruel. Jake shrugged. It was efficient, and it used the human body's natural advantages. Big brains for tracking and planning, long legs for distance running, and hands for making tools. Tools? Kayla's voice trembled through her translator. What kind of tools? Spears, bows, traps, Jake listed casually. Humans got very good at making weapons. They could kill animals much larger than themselves using the right tools and tactics. The cafeteria had grown quiet around them. Even students at distant tables had stopped eating to listen to Jake's explanation of human hunting methods. But surely your people only hunted small animals, suggested Mora, a peaceful herbivore whose species had never eaten meat. For survival purposes only. Jake took a sip of his coffee before answering. Actually, humans hunted everything. Mammoths, giant bears, saber-toothed cats, some of the most dangerous predators on Earth. And later, when they did not need to hunt for food anymore, they kept hunting for sport. The word sport sent a chill through the gathered aliens. They understood hunting for survival, barely, but hunting for entertainment was something none of their civilizations had ever developed. What do you mean, sport? Lisa asked, though her white coloring suggested she might not want to know the answer. Humans would seek out the most dangerous animals they could find and hunt them for the challenge, Jake explained. Bears, lions, sharks. Some humans even hunted other apex predators just to prove they could do it. At that moment, Krexhai entered the cafeteria. The great Vorthak had been eating his meals in isolation since his arrival, but curiosity had drawn him to investigate. The crowd gathered around the human. His bioluminescent patterns showed calm purple, but they flickered to orange when he heard Jake's words. The crowd of students noticed Krexhai's approach and moved aside quickly, creating a clear path between the two predators. Jake looked up and nodded politely at the Vorthak, as if greeting any other classmate. You speak of hunting my kind for sport, Krexhai said, his voice a deep rumble that carried the sound of barely controlled power. Do you mock the Vorthak? Jake looked confused by the question. I was not talking about your species, I meant Earth predators, though I suppose the principle would be the same. Krexhai's patterns flickered rapidly between orange and yellow, colors that indicated confusion mixed with threat assessment. You would hunt Vorthak for sport? Well, I personally would not, Jake said reasonably. But historically, yes, some humans probably would have. Humans have always been drawn to challenging hunts. The cafeteria had become completely silent. Every student and faculty member present was watching this exchange between what they had thought was a harmless human and the galaxy's most feared predator species. Explain these challenge hunts, Krexhai demanded. settling his massive frame into a chair that groaned under his weight. Jake seemed happy to have someone genuinely interested in the topic. Humans would often hunt alone or in small groups against much larger prey. They developed tactics for every situation: pack coordination for group hunts, stealth techniques for solitary kills, trap systems for capturing dangerous animals alive. As Jake spoke, Krexhi's bioluminescent patterns began, showing colors that no one in the academy had ever seen before. Deep purple mixed with silver, flashing in complex patterns that suggested the Vorthak was experiencing something beyond the normal range of emotions. "These tactics you describe," Krexhi said slowly, "they are more advanced than Vorthak methods." Jake nodded enthusiastically. Humans had to be creative. They were not naturally equipped with claws or armor or natural weapons. They had to use their intelligence to overcome stronger opponents. And they succeeded? "Oh yes," Jake said. "Humans became the dominant species on Earth. They hunted most of the large predators to extinction, then spread across the entire planet. No environment was too hostile, no prey too dangerous." Professor Vextan had been listening from the edge of the crowd, his skin cycling through colors so rapidly it was hard to track. He stepped forward with shaking hands. "Mr. Martinez," the professor said carefully, "when you say humans hunted predators to extinction, do you mean they eliminated entire species?" Jake paused, suddenly realizing that his casual discussion of human history might sound disturbing to species that had achieved peace without first conquering their worlds. "Well, yes," he admitted. "Humans were very thorough. They mapped migration patterns, studied breeding cycles, and systematically eliminated any species they considered a threat. It was not personal, just practical." The silence that followed was complete. Even the Academy's air circulation system seemed to have stopped working. Krexhi stood slowly, his full height casting shadows across the humans sitting calmly at his table. The great predator's patterns had shifted to something none of them recognized: deep black with silver streaks that pulsed like a heartbeat. "Human," Krexhi said, his voice carrying a tone that made every prey species in the room activate their defensive systems. "What world did you say you came from?" Jake looked up at the towering alien with mild curiosity. "Earth. It's a small planet in the Sol system. Why do you ask?" Krexhi's patterns went completely black except for rapid silver flashes. In the language of his people, this display had only one meaning: recognition of a superior predator. "Earth," Krexhi repeated slowly. "What classification does the Galactic Council give to your world?" Jake frowned, trying to remember his orientation materials. "I think they called it a Class 12 death world. Something about the gravity and atmosphere being dangerous for most species." The words hit the assembled aliens like a physical blow. A death world. They had been sharing their academy with a creature from a death world, and none of them had realized it. Professor Vextan's skin had gone completely white, the Zenthari equivalent of shock. "Mr. Martinez," he whispered, "do you understand what a death world classification means?" Jake shook his head. "Not really. The council representatives were not very specific. They just said Earth was considered dangerous for most galactic species." Lisa found her voice first, though it came out as barely a whisper. "Jake, death worlds are planets so hostile that they produce the most dangerous species in the galaxy. Nothing survives there except apex predators." Jake looked around at the terrified faces surrounding him, finally beginning to understand that something was very wrong. "But humans are not dangerous," he protested. "We are peaceful. We have not had any major wars in decades." Krexhi let out a sound that might have been laughter, but it carried no humor. "Human, your people hunted apex predators for sport. They eliminated entire species through systematic warfare. They conquered a death world so completely that they now consider themselves peaceful." The great Vorthak looked around at the assembled students and faculty, his patterns now showing the deep blue of hunting mode mixed with the silver of respect. "You brought me here to demonstrate predator behavior," Krexhi said to Professor Vextan. "But you already had something far more dangerous sitting in your classroom, drinking his poison brew and sharing his food with prey species." All eyes turned back to Jake, who sat frozen with his. The cafeteria emptied faster than Jake had ever seen. Students who had been curious about him just minutes before now fled in terror, some activating personal shields as they ran. Even the faculty members backed away slowly, their various forms of expression all showing the same emotion: fear. Jake sat alone at his table, his coffee growing cold in his hands. The weight of understanding pressed down on him like the heavy gravity of his homeworld. Everything made sense now. The careful way aliens had always approached him, the nervous glances when he smiled and showed his teeth, the way conversations stopped when he entered a room. Lisa remained at the table, but she had moved her chair back several feet. Her blue skin had turned almost white, and her 4 hands trembled as she stared at him. "Jake," she whispered. "Is it true? Are humans really that dangerous?" Jake set down his coffee cup carefully, suddenly aware that every movement he made was being watched and analyzed for signs of threat. "I never thought about it that way," he said quietly. "We learned about hunting in history class, but it was just history, like learning about ancient mathematics or old poetry." "But you described it so easily," Lisa said, "like you understood it from the inside." Jake considered this. Maybe I did understand it. Maybe all humans do. We stopped hunting because we chose to, not because we forgot how. Professor Vexton approached the table slowly, his skin showing colors that cycled between fear and scientific curiosity. Behind him stood Sci-Fi, who had not left despite the general exodus. "Mr. Martinez," the professor said, his voice shaking slightly, "I need to ask you some questions about your homeworld. The safety of this academy may depend on your answers." Jake nodded, though he wondered what he could possibly say that would make things better. "You mentioned that Earth has strong gravity. How strong?" "About twice what most species consider comfortable," Jake replied, "but humans are used to it. We grew up in it." Professor Vextan made notes on his electronic pad, with hands that shook slightly. "And the atmosphere? 21% oxygen, 78% nitrogen. Most aliens need breathing apparatus to visit Earth safely." "The weather patterns?" Jake thought about Earth's weather and realized for the first time how violent it must sound to species from peaceful worlds. "We have storms that can destroy entire cities, hurricanes with winds that can lift vehicles into the air, tornadoes that can tear buildings apart, lightning strikes that can kill anything they hit." The professor's skin had gone completely pale. "And humans live through these storms. We build stronger buildings and warning systems. Sometimes we evacuate dangerous areas, but mostly we just adapt to whatever weather comes." Sci-Fi stepped closer, his yellow eyes fixed on Jake with an intensity that made the human uncomfortable. "Tell them about your food," the Vorthak said. Jake looked confused. "My food? What you eat? What you consider normal nutrition?" Jake gestured to his abandoned dinner plate. "This is normal human food. Vegetables, meat, fruits. That meat is raw in the center," Professor Vextan observed with horror. "Humans like some meat cooked rare. It tastes better that way." "And those fruits?" Jake picked up one of the small red spheres from his plate. "These are called cherries. They are sweet." Professor Vextan scanned the fruit with a handheld device. "Mr. Martinez, this fruit contains enough acid to burn through the stomach lining of most species. How do humans consume it safely?" "Our stomachs are stronger, I guess. We eat lots of acidic foods, citrus fruits, fermented vegetables, aged dairy products. And that drink?" The professor pointed at Jake's coffee cup. "Coffee. It helps humans stay alert." Professor Vextan scanned the liquid and nearly dropped his device. "This beverage contains enough stimulants to cause heart failure in most species. How much do you consume daily?" Jake thought about it. 3 or 4 cups usually, sometimes more during exam periods. The professor sat down heavily in a nearby chair. "Mr. Martinez, you have been casually consuming what most species would consider poison while living under crushing gravity in an atmosphere that would be toxic to half the galaxy." "Earth is not that bad," Jake protested. "Humans have lived there for thousands of years." "Because humans evolved there," Krexhai interjected. Your species adapted to conditions that would kill most galactic life forms. That is what makes a Death World species so dangerous. Professor Vexton continued his questions with the determination of a scientist facing the unknown. Tell me about human conflict resolution. How do your people handle disagreements? Jake shifted uncomfortably. This was becoming the hardest conversation of his life. Well, humans try to talk things out first. Negotiation, compromise, that sort of thing. And if talking fails, then things can escalate. Humans have fought wars, but we try to avoid them now. Describe these wars. Jake closed his eyes, remembering his history lessons. Humans developed weapons that could destroy entire cities in seconds. Bombs that could level mountains. Chemical weapons that could kill everything in huge areas. Flying machines that could drop destruction from the sky. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of Professor Vexton's stylus falling to the floor. And after developing these weapons, Krexhai asked, humans realized they were too dangerous to use, so they made agreements to limit them and focused on peaceful solutions instead. Krexhai's bioluminescent patterns shifted to colors none of them had seen before. Deep purple mixed with silver and gold. Your species developed the power to destroy worlds, then chose not to use it? Yes. Humans decided that cooperation was better than destruction. Professor Vexton stood up slowly, his skin cycling through rapid color changes. Mr. Martinez, I need to contact the Galactic Council immediately. The implications of having a Death World species in our community without proper classification. Wait, Jake said, standing as well. The movement was fluid and controlled, but both aliens stepped back instinctively. Are you going to expel me from the academy? I do not know, the professor admitted. Protocol for this situation does not exist. We have never had a Death World predator species successfully integrate into galactic civilization. But I have not hurt anyone, Jake protested. I have been here for months. I helped other students with their studies. I shared my food and drinks. I tried to be a good member of the community. Lisa spoke up from her distant chair. That might be what makes you so dangerous, Jake. You are a predator that can pretend to be harmless. You can make prey species trust you. Jake felt something cold settle in his stomach. I was not pretending. I was being myself. A Death World predator being friendly to prey species, Krexhai observed. Either you are the most dangerous creature in the galaxy or the most remarkable. Professor Vexton gathered his notes with shaking hands. I must report this to the Council. They will need to reassess Earth's status in the galactic community and determine what restrictions should be placed on human participation in interspecies programs. Jake sat back down, the weight of responsibility crushing down on him. His presence at the academy was not just about his own education anymore. How the galaxy treated his entire species might depend on what happened next. Professor, Jake said carefully, what if I could prove that humans can be trusted, that we chose peace not because we are weak but because we are strong enough to choose? Professor Vexton paused in his data collection. How would you prove such a thing? Jake looked around the nearly empty cafeteria, at the few remaining students, who watched him from a safe distance, at Lisa who was trying to overcome her fear, at Krexhai who studied him with the attention of one predator evaluating another. Let me tell you about human philosophy, Jake said. About why the most dangerous species in the galaxy decided to become protectors instead of conquerors. Krexhai settled back into his chair, his pattern showing deep curiosity mixed with caution. Speak, human. The galaxy is listening. Jake took a deep breath and began to explain the most important truth about his species. That the greatest strength was not the power to destroy, but the wisdom to choose not to use that power. Outside the cafeteria windows, the Academy's communication systems hummed with urgent messages being sent across the galaxy. The secret was out. Humanity had been discovered and nothing would ever be the same again. 3 days passed before the emergency assembly was called. During those days, Jake barely left his room. Students avoided him in the halls, and even the faculty seemed nervous in his presence. The only visitor he received was Lisa, who brought him meals and sat with him in uncomfortable silence. The Academy's main auditorium had never held so many beings. Representatives from dozens of worlds had arrived via emergency transport, their ships crowding the Academy's landing platforms. The Galactic Council had sent their most senior members, and even species that rarely left their homeworlds had sent delegates. Jake walked into the auditorium wearing his simple Academy uniform, carrying nothing but a cup of his coffee. The sight of him caused a ripple of movement as hundreds of aliens instinctively activated defensive measures or moved farther away. He took a seat in the center of the front row, exactly where Professor Vextan had requested. Council Speaker Thera Lynn, an ancient being whose crystalline form had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, called the assembly to order. Her voice resonated through translation devices in a dozen languages. "We gather to address a situation unprecedented in galactic history," she announced. "A species from a Class 12 death world has been living among us undetected, integrated into our most prestigious academic institution." Murmurs of fear and curiosity filled the auditorium. Jake sat quietly, his hands wrapped around his coffee cup, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. "Human designation Jake Martinez," Speaker Theraline continued. "You have been accused of being a predator species capable of hunting and eliminating entire civilizations. How do you respond?" Jake stood slowly, aware that every eye in the auditorium was watching his movements. "I do not deny that humans evolved as predators," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the auditorium's sound system. "But I want to explain why that is not the whole story." He walked to the center of the speaking area, his movements fluid and controlled. Several delegates activated personal shields, but Jake pretended not to notice. "Yes, humans hunted other species to extinction. Yes, we developed weapons that could destroy worlds. Yes, we conquered every environment on our planet through intelligence and determination." The auditorium was completely silent. Jake's casual admission of humanity's dangerous nature sent chills through the assembled beings. "But," Jake continued, "we also did something that no other species in galactic history has accomplished. We stopped." He gestured to the crowd around him. "Every species here achieved peace by avoiding conflict. Your worlds were gardens where cooperation was easy, because resources were abundant and environments were gentle. You became civilized because civilization was the path of least resistance." Speaker Theralyn leaned forward in her crystalline throne. "And humans? Humans achieved peace by choosing it over conquest. We could have continued hunting, continued fighting, continued taking whatever we wanted through force. We had the power to do so. Instead, we decided that protecting was better than praying." A delegate from the Centauri system, her tentacles writhing with agitation, spoke up. "You claim your species chose peace, but how can we trust predators who learn to hide? Their nature?" Jake turned to face her directly. "Because hiding is not what we did. We changed what it means to be a predator." He walked closer to the audience, and despite their fear, they listened intently to his words. "On Earth, humans began protecting the same species they once hunted. We created reserves to save animals from extinction. We developed medicine to heal instead of harm. We used our understanding of hunting to become better protectors." "Elaborate," Speaker Theralyn commanded. Jake smiled, and for the first time since the revelation, his expression did not seem threatening. "Humans know how predators think because we are predators. We can anticipate dangers that prey species cannot imagine. We can prepare for threats that peaceful species would never consider." From the back of the auditorium, Krexhai stood up. The great Vorthak had remained at the Academy throughout the crisis, studying the humans with intense curiosity. "I have observed this human for days," Krexhai announced, his deep voice carrying easily through the hall. "He speaks truth. Humans are apex predators who chose to become apex protectors." The Vorthak walked down the aisle, his massive form causing delegates to move aside quickly. "This human could have killed any of us at any time during his stay at the Academy. His species possesses weapons, tactics, and capabilities that surpass even the Vorthak, but he used his power to help weaker beings succeed in their studies." Krexhai stopped beside Jake, the two predators standing together in the center of the auditorium. The most dangerous hunter in the galaxy chose to become a teacher. Professor Vextan rose from his seat among the faculty. "If I may address the assembly," he said, his skin showing the deep blue of determination. "I have reviewed all interactions between Mr. Martinez and other students during his time at our academy. In every case, he used his superior capabilities to assist others, never to dominate or threaten them." The professor activated a holographic display showing data from the past months. Human physical capabilities exceed galactic norms by factors of 2 to 10 in most categories. Human mental processing, particularly in areas related to strategic thinking and threat assessment, surpasses most species we have studied. Yet Mr. Martinez consistently used these advantages to help his classmates succeed. Lisa stood up from her seat near the faculty section. "Jake helped me with my studies every day," she said, her voice shaking but determined. "He shared his food even though it was too strong for me to eat. He explained difficult concepts with patience and kindness. If this is what a death world, predator looks like when they choose to be civilized, then maybe we have been wrong about what makes a species dangerous." More voices joined in from around the auditorium. Students who had been helped by Jake, faculty who had observed his behavior, even some delegates who had arrived prepared to condemn humanity began to reconsider. Speaker Tharalyn raised her crystalline hand for silence. "Human Jake Martinez, you have presented an interesting argument. But words are not proof. How can you demonstrate that your species can be trusted on a galactic scale?" Jake looked around the auditorium at hundreds of beings who represented the peaceful civilizations of the galaxy. "I propose a test," he said. "Send observers to Earth. Let them see how humans live, how we treat other species, how we have chosen to use our power. And if they find that humans are as dangerous as their capabilities suggest," Jake met the speaker's gaze directly, "then humanity will accept whatever restrictions the Council deems necessary. We will prove our commitment to peace through our actions, not just our words." Krexhai stepped forward. "I volunteer to be the first observer," he announced. "If humans can convince a Vorthok that they are trustworthy, they can convince anyone." The great predator's bioluminescent patterns showed colors that few had ever seen. Deep blue mixed with gold, indicating respect and determination to understand. "Furthermore," Krexhai continued, "I request that the Academy establish a new program. If humans are truly apex protectors, then they should teach other species how to defend themselves. Let the galaxy learn from those who understand both hunting and protecting." Speaker Tharalyn considered this proposal for long moments. The auditorium waited in absolute silence for her decision. "The Council will establish a probationary period," she finally announced. "Human representatives will be allowed to participate in galactic society under observation. If they prove their commitment to protection over predation, humanity will be welcomed as full members of our community." She turned her attention back to Jake. "You will return to your studies at this academy, but you will also serve as humanity's first ambassador to the galaxy. Your behavior will determine how your entire species is treated." Jake felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders, like the gravity of his homeworld. "I understand, Speaker Tharalyn. Humans will prove that the most dangerous species can also be the most protective." As the assembly dispersed, Jake found himself surrounded by students and faculty who had overcome their fear to approach him. Lisa was the first to reach him, her blue skin showing the warm colors of friendship restored. "So," she said with a smile that showed her small herbivore teeth, "are you still going to help me with my xenobiology homework?" Jake laughed, the sound no longer seeming threatening to those who heard it. "Of course, that is what friends do." Krexhai approached them, his patterns showing the calm purple of contentment mixed with the bright yellow of curiosity. "Human Jake Martinez," he said formally, "I would be honored to study alongside you. Perhaps you can teach me about protection, and I can share what I know about honorable hunting." Jake extended his hand in the human gesture of friendship. After a moment's hesitation, Krexhai reached out with one massive claw and gently touched Jake's palm. "I think," Jake said, looking around at the mixed crowd of predators and prey species who had chosen to trust each other, "this is going to be the beginning of something extraordinary." Outside the Academy windows, ships from across the galaxy prepared to carry news of humanity's discovery to every corner of civilized space. The age of humans hiding among the stars was over. The age of humans protecting the galaxy had begun. Sergeant Alan Wells stood with his arms crossed as he watched the transport ship land on the shiny floor of Earth Space Command's main hangar. The ship's engines powered down with a low hum that echoed through the large space. Alan had been in the United Space Force for 15 years. He had fought in the Belt Wars. He had helped save colonists during the Jupiter Station crisis. But today, his job was to babysit alien cadets. The ship's door opened with a hiss. 12 tall, slender figures stepped out. Their blue-green skin caught the light as they moved. Each alien had 6 limbs and walked with a strange, wobbling gait. These were the Tarvisians, from a planet called Tarvis Prime. Their world had much less gravity than Earth, only about 40% as strong. "Welcome to Earth," Alan said, stepping forward with a smile. "I'm Sergeant Wells. I'll be your guide during your stay." The aliens looked at him. Their faces showed clear discomfort. One of them stepped forward. He was taller than the others, with darker blue skin patterns. "I am Vextil, Senior Cadet," he said through his translator device. "We are struggling to adjust to your gravity." Alan nodded. "That's normal. You'll get used to it." Another alien, shorter with lighter skin, laughed. The sound was like small stones clicking together. "Used to it? How do humans live like this? Every day? My legs feel like they will break." "This was Zexalor," his translator announced. "Your planet is so heavy," added a female cadet named Kirina. She tried to stand straight, but her 6 limbs trembled with effort. "Why couldn't we meet at Centauri Station instead? They can change the gravity levels there." Alan kept his smile in place. "The exchange program is about experiencing different environments. You'll be on Earth for 3 months learning how we train and live." The aliens did not look happy. They whispered to each other in their clicking language. Vexatil turned back to Alan, his head held high despite the obvious strain of Earth's pull. "We have studied humans in our academy," he said. His tone was not friendly. "Our tactical manuals call you gravity-bound heavy-worlders. Your kind is slow and limited by this crushing environment." The other cadets clicked in agreement. "I see," Alan said, still smiling. "Well, I'm just here to guide you through your Earth experience. Tomorrow we'll start with a light orientation hike through the mountains near the Academy." "A hike?" Zexler asked. "What is that?" "Walking through nature," Alan explained. "Don't worry, it's just a light one, nothing too hard." The aliens looked at each other again. Then they began to laugh, their clicking sounds filling the hangar. "The human thinks walking will challenge us," Kirina said between clicks. "Has he not seen how we move on our world?" Vexatil stepped closer to Alan. "Perhaps you don't understand, Sergeant. We are the elite 0G combat division of the Tarvisian Military Academy. We train in no gravity at all. Your Earth's pull is uncomfortable, yes, but a simple walk? That will not be difficult." Alan just nodded. "If you say so. Let's get you to your quarters. You should rest before tomorrow." He led them through the station to a transport ship that would take them down to Earth. As they walked, the aliens struggled more than they wanted to show. By the time they reached the ship, all 12 were breathing hard. "Remarkable," one of them said quietly. "We've only walked half a mile." Alan pretended not to hear. Instead, he helped them board the ship and strap in for the trip down to the planet's surface. The trip was quick, but hard on the aliens. As the ship descended through the atmosphere, Earth's gravity grew stronger. When they landed at the Academy, base in Colorado, several cadets could barely stand up. "Your quarters are this way," Alan said, walking ahead at a normal pace. The aliens followed, moving like they were walking through thick mud. "This is torture," Zexler complained. "How do your bones not break under this weight?" "We're built for it," Alan said simply. Our muscles and bones are denser than yours, but don't worry. You'll adapt faster than you think. The cadets did not believe him. They struggled into their assigned rooms, many falling onto their beds with relief. Rest well, Alan told them. Tomorrow's hike starts at dawn. He left them to settle in and went to his own quarters. There he checked his tablet for the weather report. Perfect conditions for hiking. Then he looked at the trail map he had chosen. The light hike would take them up 2,000 feet in elevation over 5 miles of rocky terrain. For humans, it was indeed a moderate trail. Challenging, but not extreme. For the aliens from a low-gravity world, it would be the hardest physical test of their lives. Alan smiled to himself. Sometimes the best teaching came through experience, not words. These alien cadets thought humans were slow, weak creatures limited by their heavy planet. By tomorrow evening, they would see things differently. He packed his bag for the hike. Extra: water, first aid supplies, emergency communications gear, and energy rations. The standard 20-pound pack felt like nothing to him after years of military training. To the Tarvisians, it would feel like carrying a small child on their backs. This should be interesting, he said to himself as he set his alarm. He couldn't wait to see their faces when they realized what a light hike on Earth really meant. Outside his window, the sun was setting behind the Rocky Mountains. The peaks stood tall and proud against the orange sky. These ancient mountains had challenged humans for thousands of years. Tomorrow they would teach a group of alien cadets something that no tactical manual could explain: the true strength of gravity-bound heavy worlders. Alan went to bed early, knowing he would need his energy. Not for the hike. That would be easy. For him. But for dealing with 12 struggling alien cadets who were about to learn an important lesson about humans and their relationship with Earth's gravity. Dawn broke over the mountains, painting the sky in bright colors. Alan woke up before his alarm and got ready quickly. He put on his hiking clothes, tough boots, light pants, and a shirt that kept sweat away from his body. The Space Force logo was printed on the front. He grabbed his packed bag and headed to meet the alien cadets. When he arrived at their quarters, he found them already awake. None of them had slept well in Earth's gravity. Their bodies, used to the gentle pull of their homeworld, had been uncomfortable all night on the academy beds. "Good morning," Alan said cheerfully. "Ready for our hike?" The aliens looked at him with tired eyes, but they stood tall, trying not to show weakness. Alan noticed they were all wearing special suits, thin, tight-fitting outfits with small machines built into them. "What are those?" he asked, pointing at their suits. Bextil stepped forward. "Adaptive exosuits. They help us function in high-gravity environments." He moved his 6 limbs in a smooth motion that would have been impossible without the suit's help. "See? With these, we can handle your planet's pull." Alan nodded, but his smile faded a little. "I see. But there's a problem. Academy rules say all cadets must wear standard-issue gear for training. No outside help or special equipment." The aliens stared at him in shock. "That is not possible," Karina said. "Without our suits, we can barely move in this gravity." "You managed fine yesterday," Alan pointed out. "Slow, yes, but you were moving. The point of this exchange is to experience our methods firsthand. I have special uniforms made for your body type, but they don't have gravity assist systems." The cadets looked at each other, their skin changing colors to show their alarm. But they were soldiers trained to follow orders. Slowly they removed their exosuits and put on the human-made uniforms Alan gave them. Most of them struggled just to stand straight once the suits were off. "Now," Alan said, handing each of them a backpack. "Standard equipment for the hike." Zexler nearly fell over when he took his pack. "What is in this, rocks?" "Just the basics," Alan said. "Water, emergency supplies, food, communications gear. About 20 pounds. 20 pounds? Another cadet groaned. "That's like 50 pounds to us." "You'll be fine," Alan assured them. "The trail is well marked. We'll take breaks when needed." Led them outside where the morning air was cool and fresh. The aliens took deep breaths, at least enjoying the clean mountain air. But as soon as they started walking toward the trailhead, their troubles began again. "How far is this hike?" Vextil asked, trying to keep his voice steady as he adjusted. His pack. 10 miles round trip, Alan said. 5 miles up to Eagle Point, then 5 miles back down. We'll gain about 2,000 feet of elevation. The aliens had no idea what this meant, but they nodded anyway. They had come to Earth believing humans were slow and weak. They were determined to prove they could handle anything humans considered light. The first mile was on flat ground, following a dirt path through tall pine trees. The aliens struggled but kept pace with Alan, who walked slowly for their sake. But when they reached the actual mountain trail, everything changed. This is where we start going up, Alan said, pointing at the path that now climbed steeply between rocks and tree roots. The cadets looked up the trail with growing concern. On their world, they could have jumped up such a slope in one easy leap. Here, each step would be a battle against Earth's crushing gravity. Let's go, Vextil said, taking the lead. We are elite cadets of the Tarvision Military Academy. We will not be defeated by a walking path. The first hour of climbing was hard but manageable. The aliens moved slowly, often using all 6 limbs to steady themselves on the uneven ground. Alan walked ahead, sometimes stopping to point out interesting plants or views. That's a blue spruce, he explained, touching a tree with blue-green needles. And over there you can see the valley we just came through. The aliens barely looked. They were too focused on their burning muscles and aching joints. Earth's gravity pulled at them like a giant hand, trying to drag them back down the mountain, with every step. By the second hour, they were in real pain. Sergeant Wells, Karina called, her voice strained. How much farther? Alan checked his device. We've gone about 2 miles up, 3 more to Eagle Point. Zexler sat down on a rock, breathing hard. 2 miles? That's all? It feels like we've crossed half the planet. Let's take a water break, Alan suggested. He wasn't even sweating yet. The pack on his back might as well have been empty for all the trouble it gave him. Hydration is important at this altitude. The aliens gratefully drank from their water bottles. Some splashed water on their skin, which was turning pale from effort. I don't understand, one of the younger cadets said quietly to Vextil. How is he doing this so easily? He's not even tired. Vextil had no answer. He had always believed the stories about humans, that they were physically inferior, held back by their heavy planet. But watching Alan stand comfortably on the steep trail, breathing normally while they all gasped for air, made him question everything he had been taught. We should continue, Vextil said, struggling to his feet. We will not show weakness. The other cadets followed his example. Though many looked like they wanted to give up, they continued up the trail, now moving even slower than before. By the third hour, they stopped talking completely. All their energy went into the simple act of walking uphill. Each step became a personal victory against Earth's gravity. We're making good progress, Alan encouraged them. The view gets better the higher we go. The aliens didn't care about the view. They cared only about surviving this light hike that felt more like torture with each passing minute. What had started as individual struggles began to change. The cadets started to help each other. When one would slip on loose rocks, others would steady them. They took turns carrying the heaviest items in their packs. They warned each other about difficult spots on the trail. Alan noticed this change with satisfaction. This was what he had hoped for. Not just a physical challenge, but a lesson in teamwork under pressure. Not much farther now, he called back, to them. Eagle Point is just around that bend. The aliens looked up at the trail ahead. It seemed impossibly steep. But something had changed in them. They were no longer just trying to survive the hike. They were determined to conquer it. With new resolve, they pressed on toward Eagle Point, their bodies strained to the limit but their will unbroken. Earth's gravity was teaching them lessons that would change them forever. After 3 hours of hard climbing, the alien cadets finally reached Eagle Point. It was a flat area of rock that stuck out from the mountainside. The view was amazing. The entire valley spread out below them, with forests, rivers, and distant mountains all visible in the clear air. None of the aliens cared about the view at first. They collapsed onto the rocks, their bodies shaking with effort. Their skin had changed to a pale blue-gray color, showing how tired they were. Several lay flat on their backs, staring up at the blue Earth sky. "We made it," Zexler said between deep breaths. "I thought I would die on that trail." "Everyone okay?" Alan asked. He was barely breathing hard. He took off his pack and pulled out a water bottle. "Take a good rest, drink plenty of water. We've got time before we need to head back down." Vextil, who had been the most critical of humans at the start, looked at Alan with new eyes. "How are you not exhausted? You carried more weight than any of us." Alan shrugged. "I grew up on Earth. I've been hiking these mountains since I was a kid. This trail is considered easy for humans." "Easy?" another cadet said in disbelief. "This would be impossible on Tarvis Prime. We have nothing like this." "That's because your gravity is too weak to create mountains like these," Alan explained. "Earth's strong gravity means we have tall, rugged mountains. It also means humans develop differently than your species." The aliens listened, too tired to argue. Their view of humans was changing with every minute they spent on Earth. After they had rested for a while, Alan handed out food from his pack. The aliens ate hungrily, their bodies needing energy after the hard climb. "When you're ready, I'll show you something," Alan said. Slowly, the cadets got to their feet and followed Alan to the edge of Eagle Point. The drop below them was hundreds of feet straight down to a pile of rocks. "This is why we came up here," Alan said, pointing out across the valley. "From this spot, you can see for nearly 50 miles on a clear day like today." The aliens finally looked at the view properly. It was unlike anything on their world. The strong gravity of Earth created landscapes that could never exist on Tarvis Prime. "It's beautiful," Kirina admitted. "Worth the climb, perhaps." "Does your species really do this for fun?" asked one of the younger cadets. Alan nodded. "Millions of humans hike these trails every year just for enjoyment. Some people run up and down them." "Run?" Vextil asked in shock. "That's not possible." "It is for us," Alan said. "In fact, there's a race that goes through these mountains. 100 miles, over 30,000 feet of elevation gain. The record is under 18 hours. The aliens fell silent, trying to process this information. Their entire understanding of humans was being turned upside down. As they rested at Eagle Point eating their food and drinking water, they began to talk among themselves in their clicking language. Alan let them talk, knowing they needed to make sense of what they were experiencing. Finally, Vextil approached him. "Sergeant Wells, I have a question." "Go ahead," Alan said. "How do humans endure this gravity every day? Not just the hiking, but living with this constant weight?" Alan thought about it. "We don't see it as something to endure. This is normal for us. We're born into this gravity. It shapes us from the moment we're born. Our bones grow dense, our muscles develop strength. We don't fight against gravity, we work with it." The alien considered this. "On our world, we pride ourselves on speed and agility. But here, those mean little against the basic strength your kind develops naturally. Different evolutionary paths," Alan said. "Neither better nor worse, just different. Your species developed incredible reflexes and coordination. Ours developed endurance and raw strength." While they talked, clouds began to gather over the distant peaks. Alan checked his weather device and frowned slightly. "We should start heading back down," he said. "There might be rain later and the trail gets slippery when wet." The aliens looked down the mountain with dread. Going down would work different muscles, but would be no less challenging. "Is downhill easier?" Zexler asked hopefully. "Different," Alan said. "It's easier on your lungs but harder on your legs. You'll need to control your descent against gravity. If you just let gravity pull you, you'll fall." He showed them how to walk downhill, placing their feet carefully and using their core muscles to stay balanced. The aliens watched and tried to copy his movements. "Use all your limbs if that helps," Alan suggested. "Find what works for you." They started down the trail, moving slowly at first. But soon, some of the aliens discovered that their 6 limbs gave them advantages on the descent. They could brace themselves better than humans could on steep sections. I think I'm getting it, Kirina said, finding a rhythm to her steps. Even Zexeler was moving more confidently. It's like zero-G obstacle training, but with more consequences if you mess up. Alan smiled. That's a good way to think about it. As they continued downward, the aliens began to talk more. They asked Alan questions about Earth, about human training, about how living in high gravity affected everything from military tactics to daily life. In combat training, Vextil asked, do humans use the advantage of being used to high gravity? Alan thought about it. Not directly, but it shapes everything we do. Humans born on Earth have about twice the muscle density of those born on space stations or low-gravity colonies. That's why Earth still provides most of the ground forces for the Alliance. Our tactical manuals say humans are physically inferior because of your harsh planet, another cadet said. But that's wrong, isn't it? Depends what you're measuring, Alan replied. In zero-G, your species has clear advantages in movement and reaction time, but put us both on a planet with strong gravity. The aliens understood. Today's hike had shown them the truth more clearly than any lecture could have. As they reached a bend in the trail, they heard voices coming up from below. A group of human children, none older than 10 years, came into view. They were running up the trail, carrying small backpacks and laughing as they raced each other. "Hello," one little girl called out as she passed the aliens. She didn't even slow down as she continued up the steep path the aliens had found so challenging. The cadets watched in shock as the children disappeared around the bend, their voices fading. "Those were younglings," one cadet said in disbelief. "They ran up the trail we could barely walk down." Alan nodded. "School field trip, probably. The local schools bring kids up here all the time." This final revelation hit the aliens hard. What had been a supreme physical challenge for them was literally child's play for humans. The gravity that had nearly broken them was the force that had made humans so strong. With new respect for their human guide, the alien cadets continued down the mountain, their view of the galaxy and their place in it forever changed by a simple hike on planet Earth. The hike back to the Academy base was slower than Alan had planned. The alien cadets were completely worn out. Their muscles, unused to Earth's gravity, burned with every step. But something important had changed. There were no more complaints, no more whispered comments about primitive humans or their harsh planet. By the time they reached the base, the sun was already low in the sky. The aliens practically fell through the door of their quarters, dropping their packs and collapsing onto chairs and beds. "You all did well today," Alan said, standing in the doorway. He wasn't even tired. "Get some rest. Tomorrow we'll do some basic exercises in the gym." The aliens looked at him with a mix of horror and new respect. "More training tomorrow?" Zexler asked weakly. "Can't we have a day to recover?" Alan shook his head. "That's not how we do things on Earth. Consistent training is the key to adaptation. Your bodies will adjust faster if you keep working them." He left them to rest, knowing they would need every minute of sleep they could get. In his own quarters, Alan wrote up a report about the day's activities. The exchange program was going exactly as planned. The next morning, Alan arrived at the alien quarters at 0600 hours sharp. To his surprise, all 12 cadets were awake, though they looked stiff and sore. "I didn't expect you to be up already," he said. Bextil stood straighter, wincing slightly at the pain in his muscles. "We are soldiers, Sergeant Wells. Yesterday was educational. We will not be caught unprepared again." Alan nodded with approval. "Good. Today we'll work on building your strength. Basic exercises that human cadets learn in their first week." He led them to the Academy gym, a large room filled with various training equipment. Human cadets were already there, running on treadmills, lifting weights, and doing other exercises. They looked curiously at the alien visitors, but continued their workouts. "We'll start with something simple," Alan said. "Push-ups." He demonstrated the exercise, lowering his body to the floor and pushing back up using only his arms. 20 of these is standard for a warm-up. The aliens looked doubtful, but Vextil stepped forward. "I will try first." He got into position and tried to lower himself down. He managed one push-up, struggling against Earth's pull, then collapsed onto the mat. "This is impossible," he said, his voice strained. "Not impossible," Alan corrected. "Just difficult until your body adapts. Try using 4 limbs instead of 2. Find what works for your body type." The cadets experimented with different positions, using their multiple limbs to find ways to perform the exercises. Some found that using all 6 limbs worked best. Others discovered that 4 limbs in a modified push-up position gave them more stability. By the end of the first hour, all of them had found ways to do at least 5 push-ups, though the effort left them shaking. "Now, pull-ups," Alan said, leading them to a bar mounted on the wall. He jumped up, grabbed it, and pulled his body up until his chin was over the bar. 10 of these is standard." The aliens watched in silent amazement. After the push-ups, the idea of pulling their entire body weight up against Earth's gravity seemed impossible. "I'll try," Kirina volunteered. She reached up and grasped the bar. With tremendous effort, she managed to pull herself up halfway before her strength gave out. She dropped back to the floor, breathing hard. "That was good for a first attempt," Alan encouraged. "It takes time to build the necessary strength." For the next 2 hours, they worked through various exercises: squats, lunges, planks, and more. The aliens struggled with all of them, but they kept trying. Not one of them quit, despite the pain and difficulty. As they finished the training session, a group of human officers entered the gym. The leader, a tall woman with short gray hair and a stern face, walked directly toward them. "Sergeant Wells," she said. "These must be our visitors from Tarvis Prime." Alan stood at attention. "Yes, General Harper, we're just finishing their second day of training." The general looked at the alien cadets, noting their exhausted state. "How are they adapting to Earth conditions?" Before Alan could answer, Vextil stepped forward. Though his limbs trembled with fatigue, he stood as straight as he could. "General, if I may speak," he said, "we are finding Earth to be more challenging than we expected, but we are learning valuable lessons." General Harper nodded. "Such as?" Vextil glanced at his fellow cadets before answering. "Such as the fact that our understanding of humans was deeply flawed. We were taught that your species was limited by your planet's harsh conditions. We now see that you are not limited by them. You are strengthened by them." The general smiled slightly. "An important lesson indeed, cadet. One that many species learn when they first visit Earth." She turned to Alan. "Carry on with your training program, Sergeant. I look forward to seeing their progress in the coming weeks." After the general left, the aliens looked at Alan with new questions in their eyes. "Is this why Earth provides so many of the Alliance's ground forces?" Zexler asked. "Because you are all this strong?" Alan nodded. "Partly. Humans from Earth have natural advantages when fighting on planets with substantial gravity. Our bones are denser, our muscles more powerful. Even humans born on space stations or colonies can't match Earth-born soldiers in raw strength. Our tactical manuals will need to be rewritten," Kirina said thoughtfully. "They seriously underestimate human physical capabilities." For the next week, the training continued. Each day, the aliens did a little better than the day before. By the end of the first week, all of them could do 10 push-ups. Some could even do a full pull-up. Their bodies were changing, adapting to Earth's gravity. Their muscles became more defined. Their movements, once slow and awkward, became more fluid and confident. They still struggled compared to humans, but the improvement was remarkable. One evening, after a particularly hard training day, Alan found Vextil sitting alone outside the barracks, looking up at the stars. "Homesick?" Alan asked, sitting down beside him. Vextil shook his head. "No, I was just thinking about how different things look from down here." "How so?" "On Tarvis Prime, we are taught that we are superior to most other species. Our low-gravity environment allows us to move faster, jump higher, react quicker. We believed that made us better." He gestured at the academy grounds around them. "But here on Earth, I see that evolution works differently than I thought. Your species didn't develop in spite of your heavy world. You developed because of it." Every human on this planet carries strength that my kind has to train years to achieve. Alan nodded. Different environments, different strengths. Neither better nor worse, just different. Perhaps, Vextil agreed. But I wonder what other misconceptions I have about the galaxy and its people. As they sat in silence, a shooting star streaked across the sky. On Earth, even the stars looked different, seen through the thick atmosphere of a heavy world. Nothing was as the aliens had expected, but in that difference they were finding new truths about humans, about themselves, and about the diverse ways life could adapt and thrive throughout the galaxy. 2 months passed. The Tarvisian cadets continued their training on Earth. Every day they grew stronger. Their bodies changed in ways they never thought possible. Muscles developed where none had existed before. Bones that once seemed too fragile, for Earth's pull now supported them with ease. One morning, Alan arrived at their quarters with news. "We have visitors today," he told them. "Officials from the Galactic Alliance are coming to check on the exchange program." The aliens looked at each other with interest. They had not seen any of their own kind since arriving on Earth. "Will there be representatives from Tarvis Prime?" Vextil asked. Alan nodded. "Yes. Administrator Venko is leading the delegation. They'll observe your training and evaluate the program's success." The aliens straightened at this news. Administrator Venko was a senior official in their government and a former military commander. His opinion carried great weight. "When will they arrive?" Kirina asked. "This afternoon," Alan replied. "They'll watch your physical training session, so today we'll be in the main gym, not the smaller one we usually use." The cadets prepared carefully for the visit. They polished their uniform badges and made sure their quarters were perfectly organized. This was their chance to show what they had learned during their time on Earth. At 1400 hours, they assembled in the main gymnasium. Human cadets were there too, running through their normal training routines. The difference between the two groups was no longer as stark as it had been. While the Tarvisians still couldn't match the raw strength of Earth-born humans, they moved with new confidence and power. The doors opened, and a group of officials entered. At the front was Administrator Venko, tall even for a Tarvisian, with dark blue skin patterns that marked his high rank. With him were several human officers in formal uniforms, including General Harper. The alien cadets stood at attention in their version of a military salute. Administrator Venko approached them, his eyes wide with surprise as he took in their changed appearance. "Remarkable," he said, speaking in the Tarvisian clicking language. "You all look different." Vextil stepped forward and responded in standard English, not his native tongue. "Thank you for visiting, Administrator. We have learned much during our time on Earth." Venko switched to English as well. "So I see. Your physical development is unexpected. General Harper tells me you have made exceptional progress." "We have tried to represent Tarvis Prime with honor," Vextil said. The administrator nodded, then addressed the whole group. "Show me what you have learned." Alan stepped forward. "We've prepared a demonstration of their current training routine. They'll perform the standard first-year Earth Cadet physical assessment." What followed amazed the visiting officials. The Tarvisian cadets moved through a series of exercises that would have been impossible for them just weeks before. They did push-ups and pull-ups. They ran laps around the gym. They climbed ropes hanging from the ceiling, using their 6 limbs, to move in ways humans could not. Most impressive was their strength. While still not equal to the humans, they could now lift weights that would have crushed them on their first day. When the demonstration ended, Administrator Venko spoke quietly with General Harper. The two leaders then approached the cadets. I'm impressed," Venko said. "This goes beyond what we expected from the exchange program. Tell me, Cadet Vextil, what is the most important lesson you have learned here?" Vextil thought carefully before answering. "We came to Earth thinking we knew what humans were. Our manuals described them as gravity-bound heavy worlders. We believed their planet limited them, made them slow and weak compared to us." He looked at Alan, then back to the administrator. "We were wrong. Humans aren't constrained by their gravity, they're forged by it. Every human who walks this planet does so against constant resistance, building strength we never develop on Tarvis Prime. Venko's expression showed he understood the importance of this insight and the tactical implications. Significant, sir, Vextil replied without hesitation. Our military assessments of human capabilities need complete revision. They aren't gravity-bound at all. They're gravity-resistant warriors who thrive under pressure that would crush us. The administrator nodded slowly. I suspected as much. It's why I supported this exchange program. Some of our military leaders were becoming overconfident in our advantages. Later that evening, after the officials had departed, the alien cadets gathered in their common room. They were tired but pleased with how the demonstration had gone. Do you remember our first day here? Zexler asked, laughing. How we nearly collapsed just walking from the shuttle to our quarters? And that first hike, Kirina added. I thought I would die on that mountain. They all laughed, remembering their struggle against Earth's gravity. What had once been torture now seemed like an important rite of passage. Alan joined them, carrying a box of Earth snacks that the aliens had grown to enjoy. You all did well today, he said, setting down the box. Administrator Venko was impressed. He told General Harper that he wants to expand the exchange program next year. Vex still took one of the snacks. What happens when we return to Tarvis? Prime? Will we lose all this strength we've gained? Some of it, yes, Alan admitted, but not all. Your bodies have changed in ways that will last, and more importantly, what you've learned will stay with you. The humans who will visit our world, Kirina said thoughtfully. They'll find our gravity too weak, won't they? Alan nodded. They'll bounce around like they're on the moon at first, but they'll adapt, just as you did. We should prepare some special training for them, Zexler suggested with a mischievous click. Perhaps a light swim through our deep ocean trenches? They all laughed at the idea. The back and forth of the exchange program would continue, with each species learning from the other. 6 months later, when the first group of human cadets arrived on Tarvis Prime for their part of the exchange, they were greeted by Vextil. He had been appointed as an instructor specifically for the Earth visitors. Welcome to Tarvis Prime, he said as the humans stumbled awkwardly in the low gravity, struggling to control their movements. You'll find our world quite different from your own. The human cadets looked around with interest at the strange landscape. The tall, swaying buildings that could never stand on Earth, the Tarvisians moving with incredible speed and agility in their natural environment. We've prepared a training program for you, Vextil continued, something to help you adapt to our way of life. Will it be difficult? One of the humans asked. Vextil made the Tarvisian equivalent of a smile. Not at all. Just a light swim through one of our ocean trenches. Nothing too challenging for Earth-born humans. As the humans exchanged nervous glances, Vextil added, Don't worry, the first day is just a warm-up. Behind him, Kirina and Zexlor, now also instructors, tried not to laugh. The cycle of learning, of challenge and adaptation, would continue. Two species from different worlds, each with their own strengths, each with much to teach the other. And it had all begun with a light hike on planet Earth. The morning started like any other day on Kepler Station. The massive space station floated in the darkness between stars, home to thousands of humans and aliens who worked together. Ambassador Laura Bennett looked out the window of her office at the ships moving through space. She had spent 3 long years talking with the Xanthari Collective, trying to build trust and friendship between humans and the 12 alien species that made up their alliance. Laura felt proud of what they had achieved. The trade agreement was finally signed. Human ships could travel through Xanthari space. Human merchants could sell their goods on alien worlds. Human families could visit the beautiful planets that made up the collective. It seemed like a new age of peace and cooperation was beginning. Then Danny Rodriguez ran into her office. He was her assistant, a young man who usually stayed calm even during difficult negotiations. But now his face looked white as snow. His hands shook as he held a small computer tablet. Laura could see the fear in his eyes. What happened, Danny? Laura asked. She set down her coffee cup and stood up from her desk. Danny took a deep breath. A Xanthari patrol ship found one of our civilian transports near the Arcturus system. They said the humans were in the wrong place. They said it was restricted space. When our ship tried to leave, the Xanthari opened fire. Laura felt her heart drop into her stomach. How many people died? She asked quietly. Danny looked down at the floor. He could not meet her eyes. 43 people are dead, Ambassador, but there is something worse. The transport was carrying families. They were coming home from the mining colonies. 32 of the dead were children. The tablet fell from Laura's hands and hit the floor with a loud crack. The room seemed to spin around her. She grabbed the edge of her desk to stay standing. Her knuckles turned white from holding on so tight. Children, she whispered. They killed children. Danny nodded slowly. The names are all here. Sophie Martinez was 7 years old. James Kim was 5. Emma Johnson was 9. There are 32 names in total. 32 children who will never go home. The news spread through human space like a fire burning through dry grass. On Earth, millions of people gathered outside government buildings. They held signs with the names of the dead children. They demanded justice. They demanded action. On Mars, the mining crew stopped working. They stood in silence for 1 hour, remembering the children who would never grow up. On the space stations, parents held their own children close and cried. Every screen in human space showed the same terrible images. The transport ship had recorded everything before it was destroyed. People watched the children playing in the passenger area. They heard the laughter and joy of families going home. Then the alarm started. Then the screaming began. Then everything went dark and silent. Admiral Helen Carter sat in her command chair on the bridge of the Resolute, the largest warship in the human fleet. She read the casualty reports again and again. Each name burned into her mind like a hot iron. Sophie Martinez, age 7. James Kim, age 5. Emma Johnson, age 9. Rachel Brooks, age 6. The list went on and on. Helen had served in the military for 30 years. She had seen war. She had seen death. But this was different. These were not soldiers who chose to fight. These were children who just wanted to go home to Earth. They had committed no crime. They had threatened no one. They were innocent in every possible way. Lieutenant Kate Morris walked up to the Admiral. She carried more reports and messages. Admiral, we are getting thousands of calls from civilian ships all over human space. Everyone wants to know what we are going to do. They want to know if their children are safe. They want to know if this will happen again. Helen stood up from her chair. Her face looked like it was carved from stone. She had made a decision. Send a message to Fleet Command on Earth. Tell them that Admiral Carter requests permission to activate the 3rd and 5th fleets. Tell them I want every available warship ready to move. Tell them the Xanthari need to learn something important about humanity. Kate looked at her Admiral with respect. What do they need to learn? She asked. Helen looked out at the stars. They need to learn that there are lines you cannot cross. There are rules that every civilized species must follow. And the most important rule is simple. You do not hurt children. You do not kill children. And if you do, there will be consequences that you cannot imagine. Back on Kepler Station, Laura Bennett tried to contact the Xanthari Council. She sent message after message. She demanded to speak with their leaders. She wanted answers. She wanted justice. She wanted the people responsible to be arrested and punished. But the Xanthari were slow to respond. Hours passed, then days. Laura felt her anger growing with each passing hour. How could they not understand? How could they not see that this was different from any other incident? Danny brought her food, but she could not eat. He brought her water, but she could barely drink. She sat at her desk, staring at the pictures of the dead children that covered her screen. Each face was unique. Each child had dreams and hopes. Each family was now broken forever. Finally, after 3 long days, the Xanthari Council agreed to meet with her. Laura prepared her presentation carefully. She gathered all the evidence. She documented every detail of the attack. She wanted to make sure the Council understood exactly what their patrol ship had done. On Earth, the government held emergency meetings. The president met with military commanders. They met with diplomats. They met with scientists and advisors. Everyone had the same question. What should humanity do? Some people said they should wait for the Xanthari to apologize. Some said they should ask other alien species to help negotiate. Some said they should simply cut off all contact with the Xanthari and never speak to them again. But many people, especially the parents and families of the dead children, had a different opinion. They wanted the Xanthari to understand that actions have consequences. They wanted the galaxy to know that humanity would not accept such treatment. They wanted justice, not just words and apologies. Admiral Helen Carter attended these meetings. She listened to all the different opinions. She heard the arguments for patience and diplomacy. She understood why some people wanted to avoid conflict. War was terrible. War killed people. War destroyed families, just like the one tragedy they were trying to avenge. But Helen also knew something that many civilians did not understand. She knew that sometimes you had to show strength to prevent future violence. She knew that if humanity did nothing, other species would see them as weak. Other species would think they could hurt humans without consequences. Other species would think that human children could be killed, and humanity would just accept it. She stood up during one of the meetings and spoke directly to the president. "Sir, I have served this planet and our colonies for 3 decades. I have fought pirates and defended our borders. I have negotiated peace treaties and prevented wars. But this situation is different. The Xanthari killed our children. If we do not respond with overwhelming force, we are telling every species in the galaxy that human lives mean nothing. We are telling them that they can kill us and face no real punishment." The president looked tired. He had not slept much in the past few days. "What do you recommend, Admiral?" Helen spoke clearly and firmly. "Give me the 3rd and 5th fleets. Give me every available warship. Give me the authority to show the Xanthari that humanity will protect its children with every weapon we possess. Let me deliver a message that will be remembered for 1,000 years." The room fell silent. Everyone understood what she was asking for. She was asking for permission to start a war. She was asking for permission to take hundreds of ships deep into Xanthari territory. She was asking for permission to risk thousands of human lives to avenge 32 children. But as people thought about it more, they realized something. Those 32 children represented every child in human space. If humanity did not defend them, then no child was truly safe. If the Xanthari could kill children without serious consequences, then other species would do the same. The safety of millions of children depended on what happened next. The president finally nodded. "You have my authorization, Admiral. Show them what it means to hurt our children. But remember, we are not monsters. We fight for justice, not revenge. We fight to protect the innocent, not to become killers ourselves." Helen saluted. "I understand, sir. We will do what must be done. Nothing more, nothing less." As she left the meeting room, Helen felt the weight of command pressing down on her shoulders. She was about to lead the largest military operation in human history. She was about to take humanity to war. She was about to make decisions that would affect billions of lives. But when she thought about Sophie Martinez, James Kim, Emma Johnson, and all the other children whose lives were stolen, she knew she was making the right choice. Some lines cannot be crossed. Some crimes cannot be forgiven. And killing children was the worst crime of all. The Xanthari High Council met in their grand chamber on Xanth Prime, the capital world of their vast alliance. The room was built from beautiful crystal that caught the light from 3 suns. 12 different alien species sat in their assigned places around a circular table. Each species looked different from the others. Some had scales, some had fur, some had shells, and some had forms that humans found hard to describe. Counselor Vextar was a tall, insect-like creature with 4 arms and large eyes that could see in many colors. He stood up to address the council. "My fellow counselors, we have a serious problem. The human ambassador has sent us 17 urgent messages. She demands that we meet with her immediately. She wants reparations for the families of the dead. She wants us to arrest Commander Thex and put him on trial for murder." Counselor Murith spoke next. Murith was a strange being made of something like liquid gel that changed colors to show emotions. Right now, the colors showed annoyance and dismissal. "The humans are overreacting. This is typical behavior from young species. They do not understand how things work in civilized space. Their ship was in restricted territory. Commander Thex followed our laws and protocols. He did nothing wrong." Vextar tried again. "But Counselor's children died. 32 young humans were killed. I have studied human culture for many years. They place enormous value on protecting their young. This incident will not simply go away." Murith's colors shifted to show irritation. "Young ones, old ones, what does it matter? They were all trespassing. The law is the same for everyone. We cannot make exceptions just because some of the criminals were young. That would be weakness. A reptilian counselor named Drath hissed in agreement. His species believed in strict order and harsh punishments. I agree completely. The humans must learn to respect our borders and our laws. If we show any weakness now, every minor species in the galaxy will think they can challenge us. We must be firm. Vextar felt frustrated.
He had spent years studying human history and human culture.
He knew things about humans that his fellow counselors did not understand. Please listen to me. Human civilization is built around protecting children. Every human culture, on every human world, shares this one absolute belief. Children must be kept safe at all costs. When you kill human children, you are attacking the very foundation of their society. Murith pulsed with colors that showed contempt. Then they need to learn that space is dangerous. They need to teach their young to follow the rules. They need to accept that actions have consequences. We will send them a formal apology and some money for the families. That should be enough, the other counselors agreed. They voted to send a message to the humans expressing regret for the unfortunate loss of life. But the message also said that Commander Thex had acted properly, according to Xanthari law. The message said that the human ship should not have been in restricted space. The message blamed the humans for their own deaths. The financial compensation they offered was tiny. It was barely enough to pay for one funeral, let alone 32. The Xanthari Council thought this was generous. They thought the humans should be grateful. They thought the matter was closed. 3 days later, Ambassador Laura Bennett received the Xanthari response. She sat alone in her office and read the message on her computer screen. At first, she thought there must be a mistake. She read it again. Then she read it a third time. But the words did not change. The Xanthari were not apologizing. They were not taking responsibility. They were not offering real justice or meaningful compensation. They were treating the death of 32 children as a minor bureaucratic error. They were acting like nothing important had happened. Danny found her sitting in the dark hours later. The only light came from the computer screen. Ambassador? Are you okay? Laura looked up at him. Her eyes were red from crying, but now they looked hard and determined. They do not understand, Danny. They truly do not understand what they have done. They think this is just politics. They think this is just about borders and laws and protocols. They do not understand that they have started something they cannot stop. What are you going to tell Earth? Danny asked quietly. Laura stood up and straightened her uniform. She looked like she had aged 10 years in the past week. I'm going to tell them the truth. I am going to tell them that diplomacy has failed. I am going to tell them that the Xanthari have shown us who they really are. I am going to tell them that we tried everything we could to resolve this peacefully, and I'm going to tell them that now, the decision belongs to Admiral Carter and the fleet. That same day, every human in Xanthari space received a coded message. The message came from Earth Command. It was only 2 words long, but those 2 words changed everything. Come home. The exodus began immediately. Human merchants closed their shops and packed their goods. Human engineers left construction projects unfinished. Human teachers canceled their classes. Human doctors left their clinics. Every human scientist, diplomat, trader, and tourist started moving toward the nearest human ship or station. The Xanthari watched with growing confusion. At first, they thought the humans were just upset and would calm down soon. But as days passed, they realized this was something much bigger. The humans were not just leaving. They were abandoning Xanthari space completely. Counselor Vextar called his intelligence chief to his office. Crix was another insect like Xanthari, who specialized in gathering information about other species. Tell me what the humans are doing, Vextar demanded. This feels like more than just a protest. Crix looked at his data tablet nervously. Sir, our surveillance shows massive military movements in human space. They have activated their 3rd and 5th fleets. They are calling up reserves from every colony and station. Supply ships are being loaded with weapons and ammunition. Civilian ships are being converted into military support vessels. How many warships? Vextar asked. His voice was quiet but urgent. At last count, over 400 warships have been assembled, Crix replied, and that number grows every day. They are also bringing in mining ships, cargo haulers, and passenger liners. They are equipping everything that can fly with weapons. It looks like they are preparing for a major war. Vextar felt cold despite the warm air in his office. 400 ships. That is larger than our entire defense fleet. What else have you learned? Crix hesitated before continuing. Sir, we have intercepted some communications between human civilians. These are not military messages, but the content is deeply troubling. Parents are volunteering to serve on the ships. Millions of humans are asking to join the military. They are saying things like no child will die without justice, and we end this threat forever. We need to inform the council immediately. Vextar said, we need to make them understand that the humans are not going to accept our response. We need to prepare for the possibility of war. But when Vextar brought this information to the council, most of the other counselors dismissed his concerns. Mirith pulsed with colors showing confidence and superiority. The humans are bluffing. They are trying to scare us into giving them what they want, but we will not be intimidated by a young species that barely understands space travel. Our technology is superior. Our alliance is stronger. If they want war, they will learn a painful lesson about challenging the Xanthari collective. Counselor Drath agreed. Let them come. Our defense fleet will teach them respect. One battle will be enough to make them understand their place in the galaxy. They will crawl back to us begging for peace. Vextar wanted to scream at them. He wanted to make them understand how wrong they were. But he knew it was useless. The council had made their decision. They would not change their minds until it was too late. On the human side of space, Admiral Helen Carter stood on the bridge of the Resolute. Around her, display screens showed the positions of over 600 ships now. More ships arrived every hour. Dreadnoughts with enough firepower to destroy planets. Carriers full of fighter craft. Destroyers built for fast attacks. Frigates designed for defense. And behind them all, hundreds of supply ships carrying everything the fleet would need for a long campaign. Lieutenant Kate Morris brought her the latest status reports. Admiral, all ships report ready for combat. The civilian volunteers have been assigned to support roles. We have stockpiled enough ammunition to fight for 6 months without resupply. Medical teams are prepared for casualties. Every system has been checked and double-checked. Helen nodded slowly. Good work, Lieutenant. And the memorial list? Kate's voice became soft and sad. Every ship has received the list of names. All 32 children. Every crew member has read the names. Many of our people have children of their own. They understand what we are fighting for. Helen looked at her personal screen. The names glowed in the dim light of the bridge. Sophie Martinez, James Kim, Emma Johnson, Rachel Brooks. 32 names. 32 lives that should have had decades ahead of them. 32 futures stolen by a species that did not care. She took a deep breath and spoke clearly. Send the order to all ships. Prepare for jump to slipspace. Destination coordinates Xanth Prime. It is time to show the Xanthari what happens when you hurt human children. It is time to teach the entire galaxy a lesson they will never forget. All across the massive fleet, engines powered up. Energy built in the jump. Drives. Crews took their positions at weapon stations and shield controls. The human fleet traveled through slipspace toward Xanth Prime. Inside the ships, the crews waited in tense silence. Some checked their weapons for the 100th time. Some wrote letters to their families just in case they did not come home. Some looked at pictures of their own children and thought about the 32 names on the memorial list. Admiral Helen Carter walked through the corridors of the Resolute, visiting different sections of the ship. She wanted to see her crew before the battle. She wanted them to know she understood the weight of what they were about to do. In the weapons bay, she found a young gunner named Pete Johnson. He was only 23 years old. He looked up when the Admiral approached, and she could see fear in his eyes. Nervous, gunner? Helen asked gently. Pete nodded. Yes, Admiral. I have never been in a real battle before. I trained for years, but this is different. This is real. Helen put her hand on his shoulder. Being afraid is normal. Being afraid means you understand what is at stake. But remember why we are here. Remember those 32 children. Remember that we are fighting so that no parent ever has to lose their child like this again. Pete took a deep breath. I have a little sister. She is 8 years old. When I think about something happening to her, I get so angry I can barely breathe. Those kids on that transport, they were just like my sister. They were innocent. That is exactly right, Helen said. We are not here for revenge. We are here for justice. We are here to make sure the galaxy understands that human children are protected. Now get some rest. We will need you at your best when we arrive. Meanwhile, on Xanth Prime, Counselor Vextar could not sleep. He stood at his window looking up at the 3 suns of his homeworld. Somewhere out there, a massive human fleet was approaching. He could feel it in his bones. Something terrible was about to happen. He called an emergency meeting of his intelligence team. "Show me everything you know about human military capabilities," he ordered. His analyst brought up displays showing human ships, human weapons, and human tactics. The more Vextar learned, the more worried he became. Human technology was not as advanced as Xanthari technology in some areas. But in weapons design and military strategy, the humans were surprisingly effective. "Humans have been fighting wars for their entire history," one analyst explained. "They have thousands of years of experience in combat. They study ancient battles and learn from them. They train constantly, and according to our research, they have one advantage that we do not fully understand." "What advantage?" Vextar asked. The analyst hesitated. "Sir, humans seem to fight harder when they are defending their families. Much harder. We have documented cases where human soldiers performed impossible feats when they believed their loved ones were in danger. They call it fighting for something bigger than yourself. It gives them a kind of determination that we have never seen in any other species." Vextar felt a chill run through his body. "And we killed their children. We gave every human in that fleet a personal reason to fight with everything they have." He rushed to the council chamber and demanded another emergency meeting. When the councilors finally assembled, he tried one more time to make them understand the danger. "We need to prepare for a major attack," Vextar said urgently. "We need to activate all of our defense fleets. We need to call for help from our allies. The humans are coming, and they are coming with a force larger than anything we have seen before." Councillor Murith pulsed with colors showing irritation. "You are being dramatic, Vextar. Even if the humans attack, our defense fleet can handle them. We have 200 ships protecting Xanth Prime. That is more than enough." "The humans have at least 600 ships," Vextar shouted. 600? How can 200 defend against 600? Councillor Drath hissed dismissively. "Numbers are not everything. Our ships are more advanced. Our weapons are more powerful. Quality defeats quantity every time. Besides, the humans would not dare attack our capital world. That would be an act of war against our entire alliance. They are not that foolish. They already consider it war," Vextar said desperately. "We killed their children. Do you not understand what that means to them?" But the council refused to listen. They voted to keep the current defense arrangements. They voted to wait and see what the humans would do. They voted to show no fear or weakness. Vextar left the chamber feeling sick. He knew what was coming. He knew the council was making a terrible mistake. But he could not stop them. All he could do was prepare for the worst. Back on Earth, news of the fleet's departure had created a strange mood. The planet felt empty without so many of its defenders. But at the same time, people felt proud. Proud that humanity was standing up for its children. Proud that humanity was showing the galaxy that some things were worth fighting for. In a small town in North America, Maria Martinez sat in her living room surrounded by pictures of her daughter Sophie. Sophie had been 7 years old. She had loved drawing pictures and playing with her friends. She had been excited to come home from the mining colony. She had wanted to show her mother all the interesting rocks she had collected. Now Sophie was gone. Now Maria would never see her daughter grow up. Never see her graduate from school. Never see her get married or have children of her own. All of Sophie's future had been stolen in an instant. A reporter had asked Maria what she thought about the military response. Maria had looked directly at the camera and said something that was played on every news channel. "I do not want revenge. I want justice. I want the people who killed my daughter to understand what they did. I want them to know that every child matters. Every child deserves to live, and anyone who kills children must face consequences." Her words became a kind of motto for the entire human species. Justice, not revenge. Protection, not conquest. These were the principles that guided the fleet as it approached Xanth Prime. The moment finally came. The human fleet emerged from slipspace at the edge of the Xanth Prime system. 600 warships appeared all at once, their weapons powered up, their shields active, their crews ready. On Xanth Prime, every alarm in the capital city started screaming. The defense coordinator ran into the council chamber, his face showing pure terror. "Councilors, we have a situation. A massive human fleet just appeared at the system edge. Initial count shows at least 600 ships, possibly more. They are broadcasting a message on all frequencies." Every screen in the council chamber switched to show Admiral Helen Carter's face. She looked calm but absolutely determined. Her voice was cold and clear. This is Admiral Helen Carter of the United Human Fleet. 3 weeks ago, your forces murdered 32 human children. You called it law enforcement. You called it protocol. You offered insults instead of justice. You believed we would simply accept your explanations and move on. You were wrong. She paused, letting her words sink in. We are not here to negotiate. We are not here to discuss terms. We are here to deliver a message that will be remembered throughout the galaxy. You do not hurt human children. You do not kill human children. And if you do, humanity will respond with every weapon we possess. The council chamber erupted in chaos. Some counselors demanded they fight back immediately. Others called for surrender. Still others insisted this must be a bluff. Counselor Murith's colors flashed in panic and anger. Send our fleet to engage them immediately. We cannot allow this insult to stand. We must defend our honor and our territory. The Xanthari defense fleet scrambled to respond. 200 ships moved to intercept the human forces. But they were disorganized and unprepared. They had not expected such a massive assault. They had not believed the humans would actually attack their capital world. Admiral Carter watched the Xanthari ships approach on her tactical display. She felt no joy at what was about to happen. She felt no excitement for battle. She only felt the weight of command and the memory of 32 names. All ships, she said quietly. This is it. Remember why we are here. Remember those children. Fire when ready. The human fleet opened fire as one. Thousands of missiles streaked through space. Energy weapons painted brilliant lines across the darkness. The Xanthari ships tried to fight back, but they were overwhelmed from the first moment. 3-to-1 odds. Better coordination. More experience. And most importantly, a cause worth fighting for. The battle for Xanth Prime had begun, and nothing would ever be the same again. The battle raged for 4 hours. The space around Xanth Prime filled with fire and destruction. Human missiles found their targets with deadly accuracy. Xanthari ships tried to fight back, but they could not match the sheer firepower of the human fleet. On the bridge of the Resolute, Admiral Carter watched the tactical displays. Each dot represented a ship. Each explosion represented lives lost. She felt the weight of every decision she made. War was terrible even when it was necessary. Even when it was just Lieutenant Kate Morris reported casualties. Admiral, we have lost 3 destroyers and 5 frigates. Estimated crew losses are around 800 personnel. But the Xanthari defense fleet is being destroyed. They are down to less than 50 ships. Helen nodded sadly. 800 of our people dead. She thought about those 800 families who would receive terrible news. She thought about the children who would grow up without parents. War always took more than it gave. But she also thought about the 32 children on the transport. She thought about Sophie Martinez and James Kim and Emma Johnson. She thought about all the human children who would be safer because of what the fleet was doing today. Sometimes terrible choices were the only choices available. Continue the attack, she ordered, but avoid targeting civilian areas. We are here to deliver justice, not to commit murder. Make sure every shot is carefully aimed. On Xanth Prime, the council chamber shook from explosions in orbit. The Xanthari leaders could see the flashes of weapons fire through their crystal windows. They could see their defense fleet being torn apart. They could see the human ships forming a complete blockade around their planet. Counselor Vextar stood up and shouted at his colleagues. We must surrender now, right now. If we keep fighting, they will destroy everything. Can you not see? We cannot win this battle. We were wrong. I was trying to tell you, but you would not listen. Now look at what we have brought upon ourselves. Counselor Murith's colors showed confusion and fear, but also stubborn pride. We are the Xanthari Collective. We do not surrender to inferior species. We do not bow to threats. Our allies will come to help us. Your allies are too far away, Vextar shouted. By the time they arrive, there will be nothing left to save. The humans are not bluffing. They are not making threats. They are delivering the punishment we deserve for killing their children. Another massive explosion rocked the orbital defense platforms. Alarms screamed throughout the city. Civilians ran through the streets in panic. The 3 suns of Xanth Prime seemed to dim as smoke from burning ships filled the upper atmosphere. Counselor Drath finally spoke, his voice much quieter than before. How many ships do we have left? The defense coordinator checked his displays. Less than 30 ships, Counselor. And most of those are heavily damaged. The human fleet has barely been scratched. They still have over 500 operational warships. The room fell silent. Even the most stubborn counselors could not deny reality any longer. They had lost. The humans had proven their point with overwhelming force. The question now was whether the Council would accept defeat before even more lives were lost. Admiral Carter broadcast another message to Xanth Prime. Her face appeared on every screen across the planet. Every Xanthari citizen watched and listened as she spoke. Xanthari Council, you have 1 hour to respond to our demands. First, you will surrender Commander Thex to us immediately. He will face trial for the murder of 32 children. Second, you will agree to pay full reparations to every family affected by your attack. Third, you will establish a permanent memorial on Xanth Prime bearing the names of the children you killed. Fourth, you will publicly acknowledge your crime and apologize to all of humanity. She paused, her eyes hard as steel. If you refuse these terms, we will begin systematic bombardment of your military installations. We will continue until you agree or until you have no military capability left. We will not stop. We will not negotiate. We will not show mercy until you understand the magnitude of what you have done. You have 1 hour. The broadcast ended. The council chamber was silent except for the distant sounds of alarms and emergency vehicles. Counselor Vexitar looked at his colleagues one by one. Well, what is your decision? Counselor Murith's colors had faded to dull grays, showing defeat and shame. We surrender. We accept all their terms. We have no other choice. 53 minutes later, the council transmitted their unconditional surrender. They agreed to every demand the humans had made. They ordered Commander Thex to be arrested and handed over to human custody. They authorized payment of 5 billion credits in reparations. They committed to building the memorial exactly as the humans specified. When Admiral Carter received the surrender, she felt no joy. She felt no satisfaction. She only felt tired. Tired from the weight of command, tired from making life and death decisions, tired from the knowledge that 800 of her people had died today, even though they had won the battle. All ships, cease fire, she ordered. The battle is over. Begin recovery operations for our damaged vessels. Medical teams prepare to treat wounded personnel. Everyone else maintain defensive positions around the planet until we have secured the complete surrender. Lieutenant Kate Morris approached her quietly. Admiral, we won. We did what we came here to do. Helen shook her head slowly. We did not win anything, Lieutenant. We just made sure that 32 children did not die for nothing. We made sure the galaxy understands that human lives matter. We made sure that no other species will think they can kill our children without consequences. But 800 of our people died today. Their families will grieve just like the families of those 32 children grieved. War has no winners, only survivors. Down on Xanth Prime, Counselor Vexitar stood at his window watching the human ships in orbit. They formed a perfect blockade around the planet. Not a single ship could leave or enter without human permission. The Xanthari collective, once so proud and powerful, had been brought to its knees in a single day. He thought about all the warnings he had given. He thought about how the council had ignored him. He thought about how easily this could have been prevented if they had just shown basic compassion and justice from the beginning. A junior aide approached him nervously. Counselor, the humans are requesting you specifically to serve as their primary contact. They say they will only negotiate the formal treaty with you. They say you are the only Xanthari who understood what they were trying to tell us. Vexitar nodded slowly. Of course I will meet with them. Someone has to take responsibility for cleaning up this disaster. Someone has to face the humans and accept the consequences of what we did. 2 days later, Vexitar took a shuttle up to the Resolute. Human Marines escorted him through the corridors of the massive warship. He saw the damage from the battle. He saw the crew members with bandages and injuries. He saw the memorial wall where names were being added for the 800 humans who had died. Admiral Carter met him in a conference room. She did not smile or offer any pleasantries. She simply gestured for him to sit down. Counselor Vexitar, you tried to warn your colleagues. You tried to make them understand. I respect that. But it does not change what must happen now. Your people killed our children. Your people offered insults instead of justice. Your people forced us to come here with an army. Now you will pay the price for those choices. Vexitar bowed his head. I understand, Admiral. We deserve everything you are about to do to us. I only wish my colleagues had listened before it came to this. Helen looked at him for a long moment. Then she pulled up the treaty terms on a display screen. These are our requirements. Read them carefully. If the Council tries to change even one word, we will resume military operations. Do you understand? I understand, Admiral. The Council will sign exactly as written. We have learned our lesson. We have learned what happens when you hurt human children. Helen stood up and walked to the window. She looked down at Xanth Prime below. The planet looked peaceful from orbit. You could not see the fear and chaos from this height. You could only see the beauty of 3 suns shining on an alien world. I hope you truly have learned, Counselor, because if anything like this ever happens again, humanity will not show the restraint we showed today. We will not offer terms. We will not negotiate. We will simply act, and the consequences will be far worse than what you have experienced. She turned back to face him. Now go. Take these terms to your council. Get them signed, and pray that the galaxy learns from your mistake. The treaty signing took place aboard the Resolute 3 days after the battle ended. Counselor Vextar represented the Xanthari collective. His posture showed defeat but also dignity. He had accepted responsibility for what his people had done. Admiral Helen Carter sat across from him at the conference table. Between them lay the treaty document. It was not long, but every word had been carefully chosen. Every requirement had been spelled out clearly. Commander Thex has been transferred to human custody, Vextar said quietly. He will face trial on Earth for the murder of 32 children. The Council has agreed to accept whatever punishment your courts decide. We have also transferred 5 billion credits to the families of the victims. This money cannot replace what was lost, but we hope it shows our sincere regret. Helen nodded slowly. And the memorial? Construction has already begun in the capital square, Vextar replied. It will be made of polished stone from our finest quarries. The names of all 32 children will be carved into it. Beneath the names, we will place the words you requested. They were children. They should have been protected. Every Xanthari citizen who walks through the capital will see this memorial and remember what we did. Helen studied the Xanthari counselor for a long moment. Do you understand now? Do you truly understand what this was all about? Vextar met her eyes directly. Yes, Admiral, I understand. You did not come here for conquest. You did not come here to destroy us. You came here to teach the galaxy a lesson that needed to be taught. You came here to show every species that human children are protected, that human lives matter, that there are consequences for cruelty and violence. He paused, choosing his words carefully. I studied human history before all this happened. I read about your wars. I read about your capacity for both kindness and violence. I tried to warn my colleagues that humans have one absolute principle that guides everything you do. Children must be protected at all costs. But they did not listen. They thought you would be reasonable. They thought you would accept apologies and move on. They did not understand that some things cannot be forgiven with words alone. Helen stood and walked to the observation window. Human ships still surrounded Xanth Prime. They would stay there for several more weeks, making sure the treaty terms were fully implemented, making sure the Xanthari understood that humanity meant every word. Counselor, let me tell you something. Every parent in this fleet looked at the faces of those 32 children. Every parent imagined their own child on that transport. Every parent understood that if we did not respond with overwhelming force, then no human child anywhere would ever be truly safe. Other species would see that they could kill our children and face only diplomatic protests. She turned back to face him. We did not want this war. We did not want to kill thousands of your people. We did not want to destroy your fleet, but you gave us no choice. You killed our children and then insulted us by calling it law enforcement. You left us only one option, to show the entire galaxy that humanity will burn down empires to protect our young. Vextar bowed his head in acknowledgement. The message has been received, Admiral, loud and clear. The galaxy will never forget what happened here. 3 months later, the memorial was completed. Ambassador Laura Bennett traveled to Xanth Prime for the dedication ceremony. She stood before the polished stone monument in the capital square. Thousands of Xanthari citizens had gathered to watch. Many of them showed genuine signs of sorrow and regret. The memorial was simple but powerful. 32 names carved in both human and Xanthari languages. Sophie Martinez, James Kim, Emma Johnson, Rachel Brooks. Each name represented a life that should have had decades ahead. Each name represented a family that would never be whole again. Laura spoke to the assembled crowd. Her voice was clear but filled with emotion. This monument is not about revenge. It is not about making the Xanthari people feel guilty forever. It is about remembrance. It is about ensuring that no species anywhere in this galaxy ever again treats the death of children as acceptable. It is about teaching all of us, humans and aliens alike, that some things are sacred. She placed her hand on the cold stone, feeling the engraved letters beneath her fingers. These children died because of a mistake. Because someone did not think carefully enough. Because someone treated life as less important than rules and protocols. Let their deaths mean something. Let their memory teach us all to value life more highly. Let their names remind us that children everywhere deserve protection. In the years that followed, the story of Kepler Station and the Battle of Xanth Prime became famous throughout known space. Other alien civilizations told it to their young as a teaching story. They explained how humanity was a species that loved peace but would wage total war to defend their children. Diplomats from every species learned to be extremely careful in any negotiation involving human families. Military commanders added special rules to their operations specifically about human civilians. Trade agreements started including explicit protections for human children traveling through alien territory. The galaxy had learned its lesson. Admiral Helen Carter retired 5 years after the campaign. She had served humanity for 35 years total. At her retirement ceremony, the president gave her the highest military honor available. But Helen said in her speech that she would trade every medal and honor just to bring back those 32 children and the 800 crew members who died at Xanth Prime. "We did what we had to do," she told the assembled crowd. "We showed the galaxy that humanity will not be ignored or dismissed. We proved that killing our children brings terrible consequences. But I hope with everything I am that we never have to do something like that again. Because the truth is simple, war solves some problems, but it creates new ones. Every shot we fired, every ship we destroyed, every life we took, all of it happened because 32 children died. And no victory, no matter how complete, can ever bring them back." On Earth, a second memorial was built near the spaceport where the transport had originally departed. It was designed as a quiet garden where people could sit and reflect. In the center stood a statue showing children playing together, frozen in a moment of joy. Beneath the statue were the 32 names. Families visited the memorial every year on the anniversary. They brought flowers. They shared memories. They cried together, and they reminded each other that their loved ones had not died in vain. Because of what happened, human children throughout the galaxy were safer. Because of what happened, every species knew the price of harming innocence. Danny Rodriguez eventually became an ambassador himself, following in Laura Bennett's footsteps. He made it his personal mission to visit both memorials regularly. He would read all 32 names aloud, making sure each child was remembered as an individual, not just as part of a tragedy. Whenever tensions rose between humans and other species, whenever conflicts threatened to escalate, diplomats from every corner of the galaxy would invoke the same phrase. It became universal shorthand for a boundary that could never be crossed. Remember the human children. Those 4 words were enough to make even the most aggressive species pause and reconsider. They were enough to make the most arrogant empire think twice before acting rashly. They were enough to ensure that Sophie Martinez, James Kim, Emma Johnson, and all the others had not died for nothing. The galaxy had learned a fundamental truth about humanity. Humans are patient. Humans are forgiving. Humans are capable of great mercy and compassion. Humans prefer to solve problems through talking rather than fighting. But if you hurt human children, you face something that goes beyond mercy. You face something that overrides diplomacy. You face something that makes the difference between peace and war completely irrelevant. You face parents who have lost everything that mattered to them, and there is no force anywhere in the universe more determined, more relentless, or more absolutely uncompromising than parents defending their young. The Xanthari learned this lesson the hard way. They paid for their mistake with thousands of lives and billions of credits. They paid with their reputation and their pride. They paid with the knowledge that their own cruelty had brought destruction to their doorstep. But in learning this lesson, they also did something valuable. They taught the rest of the galaxy. They showed every species what happens when you cross certain lines. They demonstrated that some rules are not just customs or traditions. Some rules are absolute: do not hurt children, protect the innocent, value life above rules and protocols. These are not just human values. They are universal values, and anyone who forgets them will face consequences. Decades passed. The humans and Xanthari eventually rebuilt their relationship. Trade resumed. Cultural exchanges happened. Some Xanthari even chose to live among humans, and some humans chose to live on Xanthari worlds. But both species maintained their memorials. Both species told the story to their young. Both species remembered what happened when someone forgot that children are precious and must be protected. And throughout the galaxy, in 1,000 different languages, on 1,000 different worlds, parents told their children the same story. They told them about the transport that was destroyed. They told them about the 32 human children who died. They told them about the fleet that came for justice. They told them about the battle at sea. Jack Murphy stood at the entrance of the massive Interstellar Academy ship, Celestial Scholar, clutching his small bag of belongings. His heart pounded in his chest. After 6 months of intensive training, multiple medical examinations, and countless psychological evaluations, he was finally here. The third human ever admitted to the most prestigious xenobiology program in the galaxy. The entrance hall towered above him, designed to accommodate students of all sizes from the 27 different species that made up the Galactic Educational Alliance. Jack felt small under the vaulted ceilings that rose at least 30 feet high. The air smelled different here, cleaner, with a slight metallic tang that reminded him he was no longer breathing Earth's atmosphere. "Identification, please," said a calm, computerized voice. Jack held up his palm, where the official chip had been embedded. Jack Murphy, Earth, Human Xenobiology Program, first year. A beam of light scanned his hand. "Welcome, Jack Murphy. Your orientation begins in 30 minutes in Hall C. Your assigned living quarters are in Section 7, Room 219. Jack nodded and began walking through the entrance hall. He felt eyes on him from every direction. Some students floated rather than walked, others moved on multiple legs, and some seemed to glide across the floor. Most kept their distance. He understood why. Humans came from what the galactic community classified as a death world, a planet with high gravity, extreme temperature variations, dangerous wildlife, and unpredictable weather patterns. Earth was considered barely habitable by most species standards. Its conditions had shaped human evolution in ways that other species found both fascinating and disturbing. As Jack made his way to his quarters, he noticed a crystalline being watching him from a corner. The alien had a delicate, translucent body that seemed to capture and refract light. When their eyes met, the being quickly looked away. Jack's room was small but comfortable, designed to mimic Earth conditions. He had just finished unpacking when a notification appeared on his room's communication panel. All first-year students report to Laboratory 12 for project assignments. The laboratory was filled with students of all shapes and sizes when Jack arrived. He stood near the back, conscious of being the only human in the room. Professor Vaxilorian, a tall, six-limbed being with iridescent scales and compound eyes, stood at the front. "Welcome to Advanced Xenobiology," the professor said. "This year you will work in pairs to study and document the biological adaptations of your assigned species. This project accounts for 60% of your final evaluation." The professor began reading pairs of names. When Jack's turn came, the professor announced, "Jack Murphy will be paired with Zivara." The crystalline being Jack had noticed earlier made a soft tinkling sound that might have been a gasp. Jack smiled and walked over to his new partner. "Hello," he said. "I'm Jack." Zivara's body shimmered slightly. What Jack would later learn was a sign of nervousness. "Greetings, human. I am Zivara of the Crystallis Collective. Looking forward to working together," Jack said. "Yes," Zivara replied, maintaining distance. "Though I must inform you that my species is extremely fragile. We evolved on a low-gravity moon with a stable atmosphere and no predators. Physical contact could damage my external structure." "Noted," Jack said. "I'll be careful." After class, Jack and Zivara walked to the ship's central information hub to research their project. "We should start by outlining the basic biological differences between our species," Jack suggested. "Agreed," Zivara said, maintaining a careful distance. "My species finds humans particularly concerning." "Concerning?" Jack asked. "Your biology is unlike anything in the known galaxy, Zivara explained. You can survive radiation levels that would kill most species. You intentionally consume substances that would poison others. Your pain tolerance is extraordinarily high, and your psychological resilience is unnerving. Jack laughed. We're not that scary once you get to know us. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden commotion. A maintenance robot had malfunctioned in the cargo area adjacent to the information hub. The safety protocols had failed and a large container was slipping from its moorings.
Warning! Equipment failure. Clear the area, the ship's automated system announced. Students scattered in all directions. Jack noticed Zivara was directly in the path of the falling container, but seemed frozen in fear. Without thinking, Jack
plunged forward, pushing Zivara out of the way. The container crashed down, pinning Jack's arm to the floor. There was a sickening crack as bones shattered. Pain shot through his body like electricity, but years of sports injuries had taught him how to manage it. System malfunction contained. Medical assistance en route, the ship announced. Zivara stared at Jack in horror. Your limb is crushed. How are you still conscious? Jack grimaced. It hurts, but I've had worse. Could you help me get this thing off my arm? Worse? Zivara whispered in disbelief. This injury would kill most species instantly from shock. Well, humans are pretty good at not dying, Jack said through gritted teeth. Now can you find something to use as a lever? I think I can slide out if we can lift it just a little. Trembling, Zivara found a metal rod. Following Jack's calm instructions, they managed to lift the container just enough for Jack to pull his mangled arm free. Blood flowed freely from the wound. Jack quickly removed his belt and created a makeshift tourniquet above the injury. The medical team will be here soon, Jack said, his face pale but voice steady. Don't worry, I'm not going to die from this. Zivara could only stare in horrified fascination. That should have killed you, the crystalline being whispered. That's the thing about humans, Jack said with a weak smile. A lot of things should kill us, but we're pretty stubborn about staying alive. When the medical team arrived, they found Jack sitting up, calmly explaining to a shocked Zivara how human first aid worked. The medics, none of whom were human, seemed almost as surprised as Zivara by Jack's coherent state. Remarkable, the chief medical officer said as they loaded Jack onto a hover stretcher. Most species would be in catastrophic shock with such an injury. As they took Jack away, Zivara followed, recording every detail of the incident on a data pad. The crystalline being's initial fear of humans was transforming into something else. A dawning realization that there was much more to learn about these strange creatures from Earth. Word spread quickly through the celestial scholar. By evening, stories of the human who had remained conscious and calm with a crushed arm had reached every corner of the ship. In the medical bay, Jack became the center of attention as students from various species found excuses to pass by and catch a glimpse of the resilient human. And Zivara, once terrified of humans, now sat beside Jack's bed, asking endless questions about human biology, secretly beginning what would become the most comprehensive study of human resilience ever conducted in the Galactic Academy. 3 days after the accident, Jack sat in the medical bay while a medical drone scanned his newly reconstructed arm. The advanced technology had repaired his shattered bones, torn muscles, and damaged nerves in a fraction of the time it would have taken on Earth. Still, the doctors had been shocked at how quickly Jack's body was accepting the repairs. Your healing rate is 30% faster than our medical models predicted, said Dr. Nen, the chief medical officer. The doctor was a tall, spindly being with 4 arms and skin that changed color with their emotions. Currently, they were showing a surprise shade of yellow-green. Humans heal pretty fast, Jack said with a shrug. When can I get back to class? Dr. Nen's skin flashed a worried purple. Most species would require at least 2 weeks of recovery after such an extensive reconstruction. I feel fine, Jack insisted. Maybe a bit sore, but nothing serious. Before Dr. Nen could respond, the medical bay doors slid open. Professor Vaxilorian entered, followed by Zivara and several other students. The professor's compound eyes surveyed Jack with scientific interest. Mr. Murphy, the professor said. How are you feeling? Ready to get back to work, Professor, Jack replied. Fascinating, Professor Vaxilorian said, making notes on a tablet. Zivara has been documenting your injury response. With your permission, I would like to create a special research project focused on human resilience. Jack considered this for a moment. So I'd be the research subject? Precisely, the professor confirmed. With proper ethical guidelines, of course. Your species is still new to our galactic community, and there is much to learn that could benefit medical science. Jack nodded. As long as it doesn't involve hurting me on purpose, I'm in. The next day, Jack returned to classes with his arm in a light support brace. Students from all species stared as he entered the xenobiology lab. Zivara had prepared their workstation with unusual care. I must thank you, the crystalline being said softly as Jack sat down. You risked your life to save mine. Anyone would have done the same, Jack replied. No, Zivara said firmly. Most species would not. The instinct for self-preservation is strong in the galaxy. Your willingness to risk injury for another is uncommon. Professor Vaxilorian began the class by announcing the special research project. For those interested in comparative biology, Student Murphy has agreed to let us document human resilience as part of an ongoing study. Several students immediately volunteered, including Krell, a reptilian student with remarkable regenerative abilities, Ilara, an empathic aquatic species with translucent skin, and Nyx, a hive mind entity consisting of thousands of tiny organisms functioning as one student. After class, the research group gathered in a special laboratory. Jack sat on a medical bed while the others prepared equipment. I have compiled Earth's medical history for reference, Zivara announced, displaying a holographic timeline. It is most disturbing. The alien students watched in horror as Zivara showed images of ancient human medical practices. Humans performed surgery while patients were fully conscious, Zivara explained. They used primitive tools to cut into each other's bodies, and the patients often survived. That cannot be accurate, Ilara said, her translucent skin paling. It is, Jack confirmed. We didn't always have anesthesia or advanced medicine. People just endured it. How? Nyx asked, their collective voice filled with curiosity. The pain would kill most sentient beings. Pain doesn't kill humans, Jack explained. It's unpleasant, but we can function through it if we have to. The aliens exchanged troubled glances. Let us begin with basic measurements, Professor Vaxilorian suggested, steering the conversation to more scientific ground. Over the next week, Jack became the center of the research project. The alien students were amazed by his rapid recovery. When he began physical therapy just 5 days after the injury, they watched in disbelief. The arm was completely crushed, Krell whispered to Ilara. My species can regrow limbs, but even we would need months of recovery after reconstruction. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your current pain? Professor Vaxilorian asked as Jack lifted a weight with his healing arm. Maybe a 6, Jack answered casually. The room fell silent. You are functioning normally with a pain level of 6? Zivara asked incredulously. Well, yeah, Jack said. It's not that bad. For context, Professor Vaxilorian explained to the class, most species consider a pain level of 4 to be severely debilitating. The research continued beyond Jack's injury recovery. The aliens discovered even more surprising things about human biology. During exam week, Jack stayed awake for nearly 48 hours to complete a project. The alien students monitored him with increasing concern. Sleep deprivation of this magnitude should cause hallucinations and system failure, Zivara noted, watching. Jack drank his 6th cup of coffee. Yeah, I'll crash eventually, Jack admitted, but humans can push through when we need to. Zivara had begun to stay close to Jack, no longer afraid but deeply curious. They were in the laboratory together when the ship's alarm suddenly blared. Warning, spatial anomaly detected. Minor system fluctuations expected. Remain calm. The lights flickered. and several pieces of equipment shut down. Most of the alien students looked worried, but Jack continued working as if nothing had happened. "You seem unconcerned by the ship's malfunction," Zivara observed. Jack shrugged. "Back on Earth, power outages happen all the time. You learn to adapt." "Adapt?" Zivara repeated the word slowly. "Your species seems to have built your entire civilization on simply adapting to terrible conditions rather than creating optimal environments." "I guess we did," Jack agreed. "Earth isn't always friendly. We learned to live with that." As the weeks passed, the relationship between Jack and Zivara evolved from research partners to friends. Zivara no longer maintained such a careful distance, having learned that Jack was extraordinarily aware of his strength and movements around more fragile species. The research project expanded its focus. It wasn't just about physical resilience anymore, but also the psychological adaptations that allowed humans to function in conditions that would traumatize other species. "The most remarkable thing," Zivara told the research group one evening, "is that humans like Jack don't consider themselves exceptional. They view their resilience as normal." "Because for us it is normal," Jack said. "We're all just products of where we evolved. You have abilities I could never have." Professor Vaxilorian nodded approvingly. "An excellent observation for your project. Different evolutionary paths create different kinds of strength. None of them realized then how soon this theory would be tested." As the celestial scholar continued its educational journey through the stars, it was heading toward an uncharted debris field from an ancient space battle. The minor system fluctuations they had experienced were just the beginning. Soon, Jack's human resilience would be tested in ways that would shock even him. Jack woke to the sound of alarms blaring throughout the celestial scholar. The lights in his room flashed red, and the ship's computer voice spoke with unusual urgency. "Emergency alert, collision imminent. All students report to designated safety zones immediately." He jumped out of bed and grabbed the emergency kit that all students were required to keep by their doors. Years of Earth-based disaster drills had taught him to respond quickly to emergencies. The hallway outside his room was filled with panicked students of various species. Some moved with purpose toward the safety zones, while others seemed frozen, in confusion or fear. "This way," Jack called out, helping guide a group of younger students. "Follow the red pathway lights to the central hub." The ship suddenly lurched violently to one side. Jack braced himself against the wall, but many other students fell. A loud grinding noise echoed through the ship, followed by a series of explosions. "Warning. Hull breach detected in sections 3, 7, and 12. Automatic seals engaged. Life support systems compromised." Jack helped a fallen student up and continued moving toward the central hub. When he arrived, he found Professor Vaxilorian coordinating emergency teams. "Murphy," the professor called when he spotted Jack. "Good. We need all capable hands. The ship has collided with an uncharted debris field from an ancient space battle. Several sections are critically damaged." "How can I help?" Jack asked. "The xenobiology lab in Section 7 has been cut off. Several students were working late and are now trapped. The emergency systems are failing in that section." Jack nodded. "I'll go." "The environmental conditions are deteriorating quickly," the professor warned. "Oxygen levels are dropping and the temperature is falling. Even for a human, it will be dangerous." "I'll take that chance," Jack said. "Just point me to the nearest access route." Zivara approached, carrying emergency equipment. "I will accompany you. My scanners can help locate the trapped students." Professor Vaxilorian hesitated, then nodded. "Take emergency breathing apparatus. The oxygen levels in Section 7 may be too low even for a human." Jack and Zivara made their way through increasingly damaged parts of the ship. They had to crawl through maintenance tunnels where the normal corridors were blocked by debris. The temperature dropped noticeably as they moved further from the functioning life support systems. "The temperature is approaching freezing," Zivara noted with concern. "My species cannot function below certain temperatures." "Stay close to me," Jack said. "Humans generate a lot of body heat." They reached a sealed door that led to Section 7. The control panel was damaged, blinking erratically. "The mechanism is jammed," Jack said after examining it. I'll have to force it open manually. There was an emergency override lever designed for such situations, but it was meant to be operated by maintenance robots or species with greater strength than humans. Jack gripped the lever and pulled with all his might. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, with a groan of protest, the lever began to move. Your shoulder structure is dislocating, Zivara observed with alarm. You must stop. Almost. Got it. Jack grunted through clenched teeth. With a final heave, the lever gave way, and the door slid open halfway. A rush of frigid air poured through the opening. Jack's breath immediately formed clouds in front of his face. We need to move quickly, he said, rolling his injured shoulder. That door won't stay open for long. Beyond the door, the damage was severe. Lights flickered, revealing ice forming on surfaces. Emergency barriers had sealed off the sections exposed directly to space, but the life support was clearly failing. Detect 4 life forms in the main laboratory, Zivara said, consulting a scanner. Their life signs are weakening. They found the students huddled together in the center of the lab. 2 were reptilian species who had become sluggish in the cold. Another was a gaseous being contained in a now damaged environmental suit. The 4th was Ilara, the aquatic student whose translucent skin had taken on a worrying bluish tint. We need to get them out now, Jack said. He approached the group. Can any of you walk? One of the reptilian students shook their heads slowly. Too cold. Systems, shutting down. Jack assessed the situation quickly. I'll carry Ilara. Zivara, can you help guide the gaseous student? The containment suit still has some mobility function. The reptilians will need to be dragged. As Jack lifted Ilara, a section of the ceiling suddenly collapsed. A jagged piece of metal slashed across his back. He gasped in pain but didn't drop Ilara. You're injured, Zivara exclaimed. Keep moving, Jack ordered, his voice tight with pain. The whole section could go any minute. They began the difficult journey back. Jack led the way, carrying Ilara despite the blood now soaking through the back of his uniform. The reptilian students were barely conscious, and Jack had to repeatedly stop to make sure they were still moving. Halfway back to the main section, an alarm sounded from Zivara's scanner. Toxic gas detected, the crystalline being announced. A coolant line must have ruptured. How bad? Jack asked. This concentration would be lethal to most species within minutes. Jack nodded. I'll go first to see how bad it is. If I can make it through, I'll come back for the others. That is not logical, Zivara protested. The gas will damage your respiratory system. Humans can hold their breath for a while, Jack said, and our lungs can take more damage than you'd think. Before Zivara could argue further, Jack took a deep breath and plunged into the gas-filled corridor. The gas burned his eyes and any exposed skin, but he kept moving. When he reached the other side, his lungs were screaming for air, but he had made it through. After taking a few breaths of cleaner air, he wrapped a piece of cloth around his face and went back for the others. One by one, he helped them through the toxic section, each trip burning his lungs more severely. By the time they all made it to the sealed door, Jack was coughing blood. His back wound had frozen in the cold, which had actually slowed the bleeding, but the toxic gas had done significant damage to his respiratory system. The door is closing, Zivara warned as the emergency systems began to reseal the damaged section. With a final burst of effort, Jack helped push the last student through the gap. The door slid shut moments after they made it through. In the relatively stable environment of the main corridor, Zivara stared at Jack with a mixture of horror and amazement. The human was injured, poisoned, and suffering from exposure to cold. That would have killed many species, yet he remained conscious and functional. That should have killed you, Zivara whispered, echoing the words from their first meeting. By all logical standards, you should not be alive right now. Jack managed a weak smile through blood-flecked lips. Like I said, humans are stubborn about staying alive. Emergency medical teams rushed toward them. As they loaded the rescued students onto stretchers, one of the medical officers examined Jack's injuries with increasing alarm. Multiple lacerations, chemical burns to the respiratory system, Tissue damage from extreme cold and a dislocated shoulder, the officer listed. How are you still standing? Jack didn't answer. He had finally reached his limit and collapsed into unconsciousness, but not before all the rescued students were safely in the care of the medical team. News of the rescue spread quickly throughout the ship. While engineers worked to repair the damaged sections, the students Jack had saved recovered in the medical bay. And beside them, monitored by fascinated doctors, lay Jack Murphy, a living testament to the terrifying resilience of the human species. Jack opened his eyes to find himself in the medical bay once again. The soft hum of monitoring equipment filled the room. His throat felt raw, and his back throbbed with a dull pain. He tried to sit up but found it difficult. "The patient is awake," announced a medical drone hovering nearby. Dr. Nen approached quickly, their skin shifting to a concerned blue color. "Please remain still, Mr. Murphy. Your body has sustained significant damage." "The students?" Jack's voice came out as a raspy whisper. "All survived thanks to your actions," Dr. Nen said. "They are recovering well." Jack relaxed slightly. "How long was I unconscious?" 4 days, said another voice. Sivara moved into Jack's field of vision. The crystalline being seemed to shine more brightly than usual. "Your injuries were extensive. Dr. Nen had to put you in a medical coma to treat the damage to your lungs." Jack nodded slightly. "The ship?" "Repairs are underway," Sivara explained. "The damaged sections have been sealed off. Normal operations have resumed in the undamaged parts of the vessel." Dr. Nen ran a scanner over Jack's body. "Your recovery rate continues to exceed our models. The synthetic lung tissue is integrating successfully." "Synthetic lung tissue?" Jack asked. "Yes. Approximately 20% of your lung tissue was destroyed by the toxic gas. We had to replace it." Dr. Nen displayed a medical image on a nearby screen. "The new tissue is already functioning at 85% efficiency." "Will I have any lasting effects?" Jack asked. "Not if your current healing trajectory continues," Dr. Nen said with a hint of amazement in their voice. "Most species would never fully recover from such damage." Over the next few days, a steady stream of visitors came to see Jack. The students he had rescued each came to express their gratitude. Professor Vaxilorian visited multiple times, often with questions about human physiology and recovery processes. But Zivara remained a constant presence, recording data and asking questions whenever Jack was awake. 1 week after waking up, Jack was cleared to leave the medical bay. He walked slowly back to his quarters, with Zivara accompanying him. "The Xenobiology Department has published preliminary findings from our research project," Zivara said as they walked. "It has generated significant interest throughout the Galactic Educational Alliance." "What kind of interest?" Jack asked. "Many species are reconsidering their understanding of evolutionary advantages," Zivara explained. "The dominant view has always been that evolving in optimal, stable conditions produces superior life forms. Humans challenge that assumption." When they reached Jack's quarters, he found a message waiting from Professor Vaxilorian, requesting his presence at a special symposium the following day. The main lecture hall was packed with students and faculty when Jack arrived. He felt slightly uncomfortable as he made his way to the front where Professor Vaxilorian waited. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Murphy," the professor said. "Today we are discussing the evolutionary advantages of developing in challenging environments. Your recent actions have provided a compelling case study." The professor activated a large display screen showing Earth. Humans evolved on a planet that most galactic species would consider hostile to advanced life. High gravity, extreme temperature variations, dangerous predators, natural disasters, and harmful radiation from their sun. Images of Earth's various environments appeared on the screen: frozen tundra, scorching deserts, dense jungles, and storm-tossed oceans. These conditions, Professor Vaxilorian continued, created evolutionary pressures that forced humans to develop extraordinary adaptations. The professor invited Jack to demonstrate various human abilities. Jack ran on a treadmill while sensors monitored his endurance. He demonstrated the human ability to sweat and regulate temperature. He consumed foods containing substances that would be toxic to many alien species. Observe how the human continues to function despite elevated heart rate and body temperature, the professor noted as Jack completed a long run. Humans evolved as persistence predators. They cannot match the speed of many animals, but they can outlast almost any prey through endurance. Jack then explained Earth's history, how humans had survived ice ages, plagues, wars, and natural disasters. Our history isn't always something to be proud of, Jack said honestly. Humans have done terrible things to each other and our planet, but we've always found ways to adapt and survive. One student raised a limb. Is it true that humans deliberately expose themselves to radiation for recreational purposes? Jack laughed. If you mean sunbathing, yes. In moderation, the radiation from our sun actually helps our bodies produce essential vitamins. Another student asked, your species regularly consumes neurotoxins for pleasure? If you mean caffeine or alcohol, yes, Jack confirmed. In small doses, many substances that would poison other species have different effects on humans. The questions continued for hours. Jack answered as best he could, sometimes surprised by how ordinary human traits appeared extraordinary to other species. After the symposium, Zivara and Jack walked through the ship's botanical garden. The area had been designed to accommodate plants from dozens of different worlds, creating a peaceful place for students to relax. I've been thinking about our research, Zivara said as they sat on a bench overlooking a collection of luminescent plants. My initial fear of humans was based on misunderstanding. How so? Jack asked. I saw your resilience as frightening, evidence of a dangerous species. I now see it differently. Zivara's crystalline form caught the light, sending small rainbows, dancing across the ground. My species values harmony and stability above all else. We seek environments where nothing changes, where we can exist in perfect balance. But such environments create fragility. Jack nodded. And humans value resilience because we've never had the luxury of stability. Precisely, Zivara said. Different. Evolutionary paths create different kinds of strength. Neither is inherently superior. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching other students pass by. Some still gave Jack curious or wary glances, but many now nodded respectfully. The rescue has changed how others see humans, Zivara observed. Several students have expressed interest in visiting Earth despite its reputation as a death world. Jack smiled. Earth would welcome them. We've learned a lot about accommodating different species since joining the Galactic Alliance. As they continued their conversation, Jack realized how much had changed. What had begun as a simple academic partnership had evolved into something more meaningful, a bridge between vastly different evolutionary perspectives. The ship's automated system announced the dinner period, and students began moving toward the dining hall. Jack stood up, feeling a slight twinge in his healing back. We should join the others, he said. Zivara rose gracefully. Yes. I believe Krell and Alara are eager to discuss the next phase of our research project. Next phase? Jack asked as they walked. Indeed. Zivara said with a tone that, had they been human, might have sounded excited. Now that we understand more about human resilience, we wish to explore what humans might learn from other species. Perhaps the strength of humanity is not just your ability to endure, but your capacity to incorporate wisdom from different evolutionary paths. Jack smiled. I'd like that. After all, survival isn't just about enduring hardship. It's also about learning and growing from every experience. As they entered the dining hall, Jack was greeted warmly by students from many different species. The fear and distance he had experienced when first arriving at the academy had been replaced by genuine curiosity and respect. The crisis had changed everything. Not just how others saw humans, but how humans might see themselves in the greater galactic community. 2 months had passed since the Celestial Scholars' collision with the debris field. The damaged sections had been fully repaired, and the ship gleamed once again as it approached its final destination for the academic year. Through the large observation windows, students gathered to watch as the massive educational vessel prepared to dock at the central galactic hub, where the graduation ceremony would take place. Jack stood among them, watching the approaching station, with mixed feelings. The academic year was ending. Soon many of these students would return to their homeworlds or move on to specialized research positions across the galaxy. "There you are," Zivara said, approaching Jack. The crystalline, being now moved with complete comfort around Jack, no longer maintaining the cautious distance from their first meeting. "Professor Vaxilorian is looking for you." "What for?" Jack asked as they walked toward the xenobiology department. The professor did not say, but there was an unusual color pattern in their scales that indicates excitement. They found Professor Vaxilorian in the main laboratory, surrounded by data displays and communication terminals. Several other faculty members were present, engaged in animated discussion. "Ah, Murphy, excellent timing," the professor said when he spotted Jack. "I have news that may interest you." The professor gestured to one of the screens which displayed a formal document bearing the seal of the Galactic Educational Alliance. "Our research paper on human resilience has been published in the Alliance's premier scientific journal," Professor Vaxilorian announced proudly. "It has already become the most accessed article in the journal's history." Jack looked at the screen, in surprise. "That's great news, Professor." "Indeed, but that is not all." The professor's compound eyes seemed to twinkle with excitement. "The paper has triggered a paradigm shift in xenobiology. The concept of death-world advantages is now being seriously studied throughout the scientific community." Another faculty member stepped forward. "Several research institutions have requested direct collaboration with Earth universities. They wish to study human adaptations in more detail." Jack smiled. "My people will be pleased. We've been trying to convince the galactic community that humans have something valuable to offer, besides our reputation for stubbornness." "There is more," Professor Vaxilorian continued. "The Multi-Species Exploration Initiative has specifically requested human participation in their next expedition. They believe human resilience could be valuable in exploring environments too dangerous for most species." Jack felt a surge of pride. When he had first arrived at the academy, humans were seen as curiosities at best, potential dangers at worst. Now their unique evolutionary advantages were being recognized as valuable contributions to the galactic community. "Have you decided what you will do after graduation?" Zivara asked as they left the laboratory. "I'm considering the exploration opportunity," Jack admitted. "What about you?" "I have been offered a position at the academy as a teaching assistant," Zivara said. "Professor Vaxilorian wishes to expand the comparative xenobiology curriculum based on our research." The day of graduation arrived with great ceremony. The Central Galactic Hub's main auditorium was filled with students, faculty, and family members from dozens of different species. The Academy's administrators had traveled from their home worlds to attend. Jack wore the formal graduation attire, modified to accommodate human physiology. As he waited for his name to be called, he reflected on how much had changed in just one academic year. The Academy's chancellor, a being composed of pure energy contained in an elaborate mechanical suit, addressed the gathering. "This year has been remarkable for the celestial scholar," the chancellor said. Their voice translated simultaneously into multiple languages. "Not only have our students excelled academically, but they have demonstrated extraordinary courage during our unexpected crisis." The chancellor continued, "We have also witnessed a significant advancement in our understanding of different evolutionary paths. The research on human resilience conducted by Professor Vaxilorian's team has opened new areas of study that will benefit all species in our alliance." One by one, students were called forward to receive their graduation credentials. When Jack's name was announced, he walked onto the stage to surprisingly loud applause. "Jack Murphy of Earth," the chancellor said, "for outstanding academic achievement and extraordinary bravery during crisis, we award you the highest honors in xenobiology." Jack accepted the credentials with a slight bow, feeling a strange mix of pride and humility. He hadn't come seeking recognition. He had simply acted as any human would in an emergency. Yet he understood that his actions had helped change perceptions. about his species. After the ceremony, students gathered for final farewells. Jack found himself surrounded by classmates who had once kept their distance, but now sought to exchange contact information and promises to stay in touch. Krell, the reptilian student, approached Jack with a formal gesture of respect. "I have decided to visit Earth next cycle," Krell announced. "I wish to experience this death world for myself." "You'll be welcome," Jack said. "Just remember to use plenty of sunscreen." Ilara, the aquatic student Jack had carried to safety during the crisis, presented him with a small vial of shimmering liquid. "Water from my home ocean," she explained. "A traditional gift of gratitude for one who saves a life." As the farewells continued, Zivara led Jack to a quiet corner of the reception hall. The crystalline being seemed to glow with a special intensity. "I have something for you," Zivara said, producing a small package. "A graduation gift." Jack opened it carefully to find a simple first aid kit, designed specifically for humans. Inside was a data chip. "I have compiled instructions for treating human injuries," Zivara explained. "For whoever travels with you on your future expeditions, I have found that most species do not understand how to properly care for humans." Jack smiled, touched by the thoughtfulness of the gift. "Thank you, Zivara. I have something for you too." He handed Zivara a small box containing a rock with unusual markings. "It's a fossil from Earth, about 400 million years old. A reminder that life finds a way to leave its mark even after it's gone." Zivara held the fossil carefully. "I shall treasure it." Their moment was interrupted by an announcement that transport vessels were ready to depart. Students began moving toward the docking bays. "Will you visit the academy next year?" Zivara asked as they walked together. "I hope to," Jack said. "I heard there will be more human students joining." "Yes, 3 more," Zivara confirmed. "I will be assisting in their orientation." They reached the point where they would need to separate. Jack extended his hand in the human gesture of farewell. After a moment's hesitation, Zivara carefully touched Jack's hand with the edge of their crystalline form. "Until we meet again, Jack Murphy of Earth," Zivara said. "Thank you for teaching me that different kinds of strength can complement each other." "And thank you," Jack replied, "for helping the galaxy see humans as more than just stubborn survivors." As Jack boarded the transport vessel that would take him to his next adventure, he glimpsed the incoming student ship arriving at the hub. Somewhere on that vessel were 3 more humans about to begin their own journey at the academy. He smiled, knowing that they would find a very different welcome than he had. They would still be seen as coming from a death world, but now that term carried a new meaning, not just a place of danger, but a crucible that forged unique and valuable traits. And somewhere in the academy, Professor Vaxilorian would be preparing a new lecture beginning with the words that had started everything. "That should have killed you, but understanding why it didn't has changed how we see the universe." The massive space station Nexus Prime floated in the dark void between 2 star systems. Its gleaming metal surface reflected the light of distant suns as ships from across the galaxy docked at its many ports. Inside the station's main conference hall, tension filled the air like smoke from a fire. Captain Jake Morrison stood at attention behind the human delegation table. His uniform was crisp and clean, but his face showed the wear of many battles. Beside him, Commander Lisa Brooks studied her datapad with sharp eyes. She had spent weeks preparing for this meeting, knowing that one wrong word could mean war. Across the room, the Zephyrian delegation took their seats. General Vextar was a massive creature standing nearly 8 feet tall with dark green scales covering his body. His yellow eyes swept the room with the confidence of someone who had never lost a battle. Ambassador Krell sat beside him, smaller but no less dangerous. Both aliens wore expressions of barely hidden disgust as they looked at the humans. The meeting hall could hold 1,000 beings, but today, only 50 representatives from various species filled the chairs. The Galactic Council had called this emergency session after reports of border skirmishes between human and Zephyrian forces. War seemed certain unless someone could find a peaceful solution. Lieutenant Ben Carter shifted nervously in his chair. At 23, he was the youngest member of the human delegation. He had joined the Colonial Federation Navy straight from the academy, full of dreams about exploring the stars. Now, sitting across from aliens who wanted to destroy his entire species, those dreams felt very far away. The council moderator, a gray-skinned being called Arbitrator Nex, called the session to order. His voice echoed through the hall as he spoke in the universal trade language that all species used for official business. We gathered today to address the growing conflict between the Human Colonial Federation and the Zephyrian Empire. Recent attacks on trade routes have brought us to the edge of full-scale war. Each side will present their case. General Vextar rose to his feet, his massive form casting a shadow across the human delegation. When he spoke, his voice was deep and harsh, like grinding stone. The humans have expanded too far into space that belongs to stronger species. They build colonies on worlds they cannot defend. They send merchants through routes they cannot protect. They are weak creatures who rely on numbers instead of strength. He activated a holographic display that showed images of recent battles. Zephyrian ships destroying human vessels. Zephyrian soldiers overwhelming human outposts. The message was clear. Humans were losing badly. Look at their weapons, Vextar continued, pointing at images of human soldiers carrying projectile rifles. They still use metal bullets like primitive savages. Our plasma weapons can melt through their armor like it was paper. Their soldiers run away when they face real warriors. Laughter rippled through the Zephyrian delegation. Ambassador Krell stood and added his own insults. The humans are only good for simple labor. They can mine asteroids or grow food crops. But they should leave war to species that understand it. They are soft mammals who cry when their friends die. True warriors feel no such weakness. Captain Morrison felt his jaw tighten, but kept his expression neutral. He had seen too many good soldiers die to let these aliens mock their sacrifice. But this was not the time for anger. This was the time for careful words. The Zephyrian Empire speaks of strength, Morrison said as he stood. But true strength is not measured only in weapons or armor. Humans have survived ice ages, plagues, and countless wars on our home world. We learned to work together because we had to. We learned to adapt because the alternative was death. General Vextar made a dismissive gesture. Pretty words from a dying species. Your colonies are falling one by one. Your trade routes are cut. Your military cannot stand against our superior technology. What can you possibly do to stop us? Morrison allowed himself a small smile. You have not met all of our forces yet. The statement hung in the air like a challenge. Several alien delegates leaned forward in their seats, curious about what the human captain meant. But Morrison said nothing more. The formal presentations continued for hours. Both sides presented evidence, made accusations, and defended their actions. The other species listened and asked questions, but everyone could see where this was heading. The Zephyrians had better weapons, more ships, and a reputation for ruthless efficiency. The humans had courage and determination, but that would not be enough. During a break in the proceedings, Lieutenant Carter approached his captain. Sir, what did you mean about forces they haven't met? Are there reinforcements coming? Morrison looked at the young officer with eyes that held secrets. There are some things about human military capability that we prefer to keep private, Lieutenant. Some weapons work better when the enemy doesn't know they exist. Before Carter could ask more questions, alarms began ringing throughout the station. Emergency lights flashed red as the station's communication system crackled to life. All delegates to emergency stations. We have received reports of attacks on human colonies in the Kepler sector. Zephyrian forces have launched a major offensive against 3 human settlements. The peace conference was over before it had really begun. General Vextar stood and addressed the room with cold satisfaction. The Zephyrian Empire has grown tired of waiting for humans to accept reality. We will take what should have been ours from the beginning. Your colonies will fall, your trade will stop, and your species will learn its proper place in the galaxy. As the alien delegates filed out of the hall, Ambassador Krell paused near the human table. You fought bravely for a weak species, he said to Morrison. When this is over, we will remember that, and give you quick deaths. Morrison met the aliens, gaze without flinching. You might want to wait and see how this plays out before making promises you cannot keep. The Zephyrian ambassador laughed and walked away, leaving the humans alone in the empty conference hall. Commander Brooks gathered her files while Lieutenant Carter stared at the holographic display still showing Zephyrian military superiority. "Captain," Brooks said quietly, "I hope you know something the rest of us don't. Because right now it looks like we're about to lose this war before it really starts." Morrison nodded slowly. "There are things about human warfare that these aliens have never seen. Some of our most effective soldiers have been fighting alongside us for thousands of years. The Zephyrians think they understand what makes humans dangerous. They're about to learn they were wrong." As the three humans left the conference hall, emergency broadcasts were already spreading across the galaxy. The war between humans and Zephyrians had begun. Alien news services were calling. In the shortest war in galactic history, they predicted human defeat within days. They had no idea what was coming. The planet New Denver looked peaceful from orbit, with green forests and blue oceans covering most of its surface. But beneath the quiet landscape lay one of humanity's most classified military installations. Deep underground, past security checkpoints that could stop an army, was a facility that few humans knew existed. Staff Sergeant Mike Rodriguez walked through the reinforced corridors with the confident stride of a man who belonged there. His uniform bore patches that most soldiers would not recognize, and his weathered face told stories of battles fought in places that did not appear on any public maps. He stopped at a heavy door marked with warning signs in multiple languages. Inside the room, the sound of barking echoed off metal walls. But these were not ordinary dogs. Rex, a massive German shepherd, stood nearly 3 feet tall at the shoulder. His dark eyes showed intelligence that seemed almost human. Luna, a Belgian Malinois with golden fur, moved with the fluid grace of a natural athlete. Ace, a powerful mix of Rottweiler and other breeds, watched everything with calm alertness. Corporal Amy Walsh knelt beside Luna, checking the dog's enhanced muscle structure with practiced hands. As the unit's veterinarian and trainer, she understood these animals better than anyone. The genetic modifications had taken years to perfect, and each dog represented millions of dollars in research and development. "How are they looking today, Amy?" Rodriguez asked as he entered the kennel area. "Better than ever, Sergeant. The new enhancement protocols are working perfectly. Their reaction times are down to superhuman levels, and their problem-solving abilities keep improving. Rex figured out how to open 3 different lock types yesterday." Rodriguez nodded and walked over to Rex. The big dog immediately came to attention, not with the simple obedience of a pet, but with the focused discipline of a professional soldier. When Rodriguez extended his hand, Rex sniffed once and then sat perfectly still, waiting for orders. "Good boy," Rodriguez said, scratching behind the dog's ears. "You ready to show these alien bastards what Earth's finest can do?" Rex's tail wagged, once a controlled movement that somehow conveyed both excitement and deadly seriousness. Colonel Frank Hayes entered the facility through the main security door. His footsteps echoed in the corridor as he approached the kennel area. Behind him walked Captain Morrison, who had arrived from Nexus Prime just hours after the peace talks collapsed. "Sergeant Rodriguez," Colonel Hayes said, "I need a full briefing on unit readiness. The situation has changed dramatically." Rodriguez called the dogs to attention. All 3 animals immediately formed a perfect line, sitting at attention like human soldiers during inspection. Their enhanced intelligence allowed them to understand complex commands and respond to subtle hand signals. "Sir, we have 12 operational K9 teams ready for deployment. Each dog has been paired with a human handler and trained for specific mission types. Rex here specializes in assault operations and close combat. Luna handles explosives detection and disposal. Ace focuses on search and rescue in hostile environments." Colonel Hayes studied the animals with professional interest. "And their equipment?" Amy Walsh activated a wall display that showed technical specifications. Each dog wears tactical armor designed specifically for their enhanced physiology. The armor includes communication systems, medical monitors, and environmental protection. They can operate in vacuum for limited periods and survive in toxic atmospheres. She gestured to a rack of specialized gear. The dog armor looked like something from a science fiction movie. with sleek lines and advanced materials. Small cameras and sensors were built into each piece, allowing the dogs to gather intelligence while they moved. The dogs also carry micro-explosives for breaching operations, Amy continued. Their enhanced senses can detect enemy positions through walls, underground, or in complete darkness. They can track specific individuals across distances that would challenge our best electronic sensors. Captain Morrison watched Rex with growing amazement. How long have you been working on this program? 15 years of development, sir, Rodriguez replied. We started after the first contact with hostile alien species. Command realized that human soldiers alone might not be enough against enemies with superior technology. So we looked to our oldest allies. He walked over to a wall covered with historical images. Pictures showed human warriors throughout history accompanied by dogs, ancient hunters, medieval knights, modern soldiers, all working alongside canine companions. Dogs have been fighting beside humans for over 10,000 years, Rodriguez explained. They were our partners before we invented writing, before we built cities, before we reached the stars. That bond runs deeper than any alien can understand. Colonel Hayes received an urgent message on his communicator. His expression grew grim as he read the report. Gentlemen, we have a problem. Zephyrian forces have surrounded 3 human colonies. Haven's Rest, New Shanghai, and Kepler Station are all under siege. Conventional forces are getting slaughtered. The aliens have plasma weapons that cut through our armor like paper, and their shields stop our projectile weapons. Morrison clenched his fists. How long do the colonies have? Maybe 48 hours before they're overrun. The Zephyrians are taking their time, probably planning to broadcast the final assault across the galaxy as a warning to other species. Rodriguez looked at his dogs, then back at the colonel. Sir, request permission to deploy K9 units to all 3 locations. Granted. But Sergeant, you understand that once we reveal these capabilities, every alien species in the galaxy will know about them. We lose the element of surprise forever. With respect, sir, keeping secrets won't matter if there are no humans left to keep them. The next hour was a blur of activity as the facility transformed from training center to launch platform. Handlers suited up in combat gear, while their canine partners received final equipment checks. The dogs seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation, moving with purpose and focus. Rex approached his handler, Private Danny Kim, a young soldier who had been working with the big German Shepherd for 2 years. The bond between them was obvious as Kim adjusted Rex's tactical harness and ran through final communication checks. You ready for this, boy? Kim asked quietly. Rex looked directly into his handler's eyes and gave a single, firm bark. It was not the playful sound of a pet, but the battle cry of a warrior accepting a mission. Luna worked with Sergeant Kate Phillips, a demolitions expert who specialized in destroying enemy equipment. The Belgian Malinois wore specialized sensors that could detect explosive materials from incredible distances. Together, they had trained for missions that regular soldiers could never accomplish. Ace paired with Corporal Jim Stone, a search and rescue specialist. The big mixed-breed dog could find survivors in collapsed buildings, track enemies through hostile terrain, and fight when cornered. His calm temperament made him perfect for protecting civilians during combat operations. As the teams prepared to board transport ships, Rodriguez gathered his handlers for final instructions. Remember, these aliens think they understand warfare. They believe superior technology always wins. They have never faced enemies who fight with intelligence, loyalty, and 10,000 years of partnership. Show them what they're really up against. The transport ship UCS Wolfpack waited in the orbital docking bay, its cargo hold modified to accommodate the K9 teams. As the handlers and their dogs boarded, Rodriguez watched from the observation deck. Colonel Hayes joined him at the window as the ship prepared to depart. Think they can pull this off, Sergeant? Rodriguez smiled grimly. Sir, those aliens have no idea what's coming for them. They're about to meet the most dangerous predators Earth ever produced. And they hunt in packs. The colony of Haven's Rest had been under siege for 36 hours. Zephyrian forces surrounded the settlement like a metal noose, their plasma weapons glowing in the darkness. The alien soldiers moved with mechanical precision, confident that the humans trapped inside would surrender before dawn. Commander Zekmor stood on a hill overlooking the colony, his scaled hands clasped behind his back. The Zephyrian field commander had conquered 17 worlds in his career, and Haven's Rest would be an easy addition to that list. His plasma cannons could level the entire settlement in minutes, but his orders were clear: make the humans suffer before they died. Status report, he commanded his lieutenant. The human defensive perimeter is holding, but barely. Their projectile weapons cannot penetrate our armor, and their soldiers are running out of ammunition. We estimate complete victory within 12 hours. Zekmor nodded with satisfaction. Good. Make sure the propaganda crews are recording everything. The galaxy needs to see what happens to species that challenge the Zephyrian Empire. High above, the planet, the transport ship UCS Wolfpack moved through the storm clouds that covered Haven's Rest. Lightning crackled around the vessel's hull as it approached the drop zone. Inside the cargo bay, 12 K9 teams made final preparations for deployment. Private Danny Kim checked Rex's tactical armor one more time. The big German shepherd wore matte black gear that would blend into the darkness below. His communication collar was active, allowing silent coordination with his human partner. Enhanced muscles rippled beneath the armor as Rex shifted his weight, ready for action. Remember the plan, Kim whispered to his K9 partner. We go in quiet, take out their sentries, then signal for the main assault. No heroics until we know what we're facing. Rex looked at Kim with intelligent eyes that seemed to understand every word. The dog's enhanced genetics allowed him to process complex tactical information and make decisions that would challenge human soldiers. He was no longer just a loyal pet, but a warrior in his own right. Sergeant Kate Phillips knelt beside Luna, the Belgian Malinois who would guide them through the enemy minefield. The dog's enhanced senses could detect explosive chemicals from hundreds of meters away. Her golden fur was covered by stealth armor that made her nearly invisible in the darkness. You ready, girl? Phillips asked softly. Luna's tail moved once in acknowledgement. She had been trained for this mission since she was a puppy, and every fiber of her enhanced body was focused on the task ahead. The transport ship's bay doors opened with a hiss of equalizing pressure. Rain and wind whipped through the opening as the K9 teams prepared to deploy. The storm would provide perfect cover for their insertion, but it would also make the mission more dangerous. Go, 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 shouted the jumpmaster. The teams descended through the storm on silent gliders, their enhanced K9 partners secured in special harnesses. Lightning illuminated their descent for brief moments before they vanished back into the darkness. The Zephyrian forces below had no idea that death was falling from the sky. Rex and Kim landed first, their glider coming to rest in a grove of trees 2 kilometers from the enemy perimeter. The big dog immediately began scanning the area with senses, far superior to any human technology. His enhanced hearing picked up alien voices speaking in low tones. His improved vision could see heat signatures through the rain and darkness. Kim activated his tactical display and saw icons representing the other K9 teams as they reached their assigned positions. Luna and Phillips were moving toward the minefield that protected the Zephyrian artillery. Ace and his handler were approaching the enemy command post from the east. Rex suddenly froze, his ears pointing toward a cluster of rocks 50 meters away. Kim followed the dog's gaze and saw nothing, but he trusted his partner completely. Rex had detected something that human senses could not perceive. The German shepherd moved forward with fluid grace, his paws making no sound on the wet ground. Kim followed, his rifle ready, but his finger off the trigger. They had trained for thousands of hours together, learning to communicate without words or signals that enemies might intercept. A Zephyrian sentry emerged from behind the rocks, his plasma rifle scanning the darkness. The alien soldier was nearly 7 feet tall, covered in natural armor that had evolved over millions of years. His reptilian eyes could see in near darkness, and his hearing was acute enough to detect a human heartbeat from 50 meters away. But he could not detect Rex. The enhanced dog moved like a shadow, circling behind the alien sentry with predatory patience. His genetic modifications had given him speed that no natural animal could match, and his intelligence allowed him to plan his attack with surgical precision. The Zephyrian never knew what hit him. Rex struck from behind, his enhanced jaws clamping, down on the alien's throat with enough force to crush steel. The sentry's plasma rifle discharged harmlessly into the ground as he fell. The entire attack took less than 3 seconds, and the alien died without making a sound. Kim moved forward to secure the position while Rex checked for additional enemies. The dog's enhanced senses swept the area, confirming that they were alone. The first obstacle had been eliminated without alerting the rest of the Zephyrian force. Across the battlefield, Luna was leading Phillips through the minefield with supernatural precision. The Belgian Malinois could smell the explosive compounds buried in the ground, her enhanced nose detecting chemical signatures that would escape the most advanced sensors. She moved in a careful pattern, finding safe paths through the deadly maze. Phillips followed exactly in Luna's footsteps, trusting her canine partner with her life. They had practiced this maneuver countless times in training, but never with live explosives surrounding them on all sides. One wrong step would alert the entire enemy force to their presence. Luna suddenly stopped and pointed with her nose toward a cluster of artillery pieces. Phillips could see Zephyrian soldiers moving around the weapons, their plasma cannons aimed at the human colony. The dog had found the perfect position for a demolition strike. Phillips began placing her explosive charges while Luna kept watch. The Belgian Malinois could hear enemy conversations from incredible distances, her enhanced hearing allowing her to monitor multiple threats simultaneously. If any alien moved toward their position, she would warn her handler in time to escape. Meanwhile, Scout Leader Thrix was conducting his regular patrol of the perimeter. The Zephyrian had been fighting for 20 years and his instincts were sharp. Something felt wrong about this night, but he could not identify the source of his unease. His communication device crackled to life. "Thrix, report status." "Perimeter secure, Commander. No sign of human activity beyond the settlement walls." But even as he spoke, Thrix felt a chill run down his scaled spine. The night was too quiet. His sentries should have been checking in regularly, but several had gone silent in the past hour. Equipment failures were common in this weather, but the pattern bothered him. He decided to investigate personally. Thrix moved through the darkness toward the last known position of his missing sentries. His plasma rifle was charged and ready, and his natural armor could stop most human weapons. He was confident in his ability to handle any threat he might encounter. That confidence lasted until he found the body of his first sentry. The alien soldier had been killed with precision that shocked the veteran scout. His throat had been crushed by something with incredible jaw strength, but there were no human tracks in the area. No human could move with such stealth, and no human weapon could cause this type of damage. Thrix activated his emergency communicator. "Commander Zekmore, we have a problem. Something is hunting our sentries, and it's not human." But before he could say more, Rex emerged from the shadows behind him. The German shepherd had been tracking the scout leader for 10 minutes, using his enhanced senses to predict the alien's movements. Kim followed at a distance, ready to provide backup if needed, but Rex had made it clear that this was his hunt. Thrix spun around, his plasma rifle raised, but Rex was already moving. The enhanced dog struck with speed that seemed impossible, his tactical armor absorbing the alien's defensive fire. Thrix managed one terrified scream before Rex's jaws found their target. Kim arrived to find his partner standing over the fallen alien, Rex's intelligent eyes already scanning for the next threat. The dog's enhanced genetics had turned him into the perfect predator, capable of hunting enemies that had never faced anything like him. "Good boy," Kim whispered, knowing that Rex understood far more than simple praise. Across the battlefield, the other K9 teams were achieving similar success. The Zephyrian forces were discovering that their technological advantages meant nothing against enemies they could not detect, could not predict, and could not understand. The war was about to change forever. Commander Zekmore stood in his command post, studying tactical displays that showed his forces losing contact with perimeter units one by one. Red warning lights flashed across the screens as another patrol failed to report in. The veteran Zephyrian commander had never seen anything like this in 20 years of warfare. "Sir, we have lost 12 sentries in the past 2 hours," his communications officer reported. "No enemy contact reported, no weapons fire detected. They simply vanish from our sensors." Zekmore's scaled hands tightened into fists. "Impossible. Humans cannot move unseen through our detection grids. Their technology is primitive compared to ours." But even as he spoke, another icon disappeared from his tactical display. Then another. Something was systematically destroying his outer defenses, and he had no idea what it was. 3 kilometers away, Rex and Danny Kim crouched behind a fallen tree, watching a Zephyrian supply convoy moving through the forest. The big German shepherd's enhanced hearing had detected the vehicles long before. Human sensors could have found them. His tactical collar displayed information directly to Kim's visor, showing enemy positions and movement patterns. Rex turned his head toward Kim and made a series of subtle gestures with his ears and tail. The enhanced dog was communicating in a language that the two had developed during years of training together. Kim understood immediately. 4 vehicles, 16 soldiers, heavy weapons in the rear truck. Kim activated his communicator and sent a coded message to the other K9 teams. Within minutes, Luna and Kate Phillips were moving to intercept the convoy from the east, while Ace and Jim Stone approached from the west. The dogs had coordinated the ambush using signals that no alien technology could detect or understand. The convoy rolled forward through the darkness, Zephyrian soldiers confident in their superior armor and weapons. They had no reason to fear human attacks, especially in territory they controlled completely. Their plasma rifles could cut through any human defense, and their energy shields would stop projectile weapons with ease. They never saw Rex coming. The enhanced German shepherd launched himself from the darkness like a guided missile, his tactical armor gleaming in the vehicle headlights for just an instant before he struck. His enhanced muscles propelled him through the air with impossible speed, and his genetically modified jaws clamped down on the lead driver's throat. The vehicle swerved wildly and crashed into a tree as Rex dragged the alien from his seat. The other Zephyrians scrambled to exit their vehicles, plasma rifles charging up with deadly energy. But Luna was already among them, moving too fast for their weapons to track. The Belgian Malinois had been enhanced for speed and agility beyond anything evolution could produce naturally. She flowed between the alien soldiers like liquid death, her jaws finding vital points with surgical precision. Her golden fur was invisible in the strobing light of plasma fire as she eliminated target after target. Ace emerged from the forest, behind the convoy, his massive frame carrying enough force to knock a Zephyrian soldier off his feet with a single impact. The enhanced Rottweiler mix had been bred for power and endurance, and his protective instincts had been honed to deadly perfection. He moved through the enemy formation like an unstoppable force of nature. The entire ambush lasted less than 90 seconds. When the plasma fire finally stopped, 16 Zephyrian soldiers lay dead, and their vehicles were burning wreckage. The 3 dogs regrouped with their handlers, showing no signs of injury despite facing supposedly superior alien technology. Kim examined Rex's tactical armor and found only minor scorch marks from near misses. The dog's enhanced reflexes had allowed him to dodge plasma bolts that would have killed any normal creature. His intelligence had let him predict enemy movements and strike at the perfect moment. "Good work, boy," Kim said quietly, checking his partner for injuries. Rex's tail moved once in acknowledgement, but his eyes remained alert. The enhanced dog understood that this was only the beginning of their mission. Staff Sergeant Rodriguez watched the battle from orbit aboard the command ship, monitoring feeds from all 12 K9 teams simultaneously. The dogs were performing beyond his highest expectations, adapting to alien tactics in real time and coordinating attacks with military precision. "Colonel Hayes, you need to see this," Rodriguez called to his commanding officer. "Our teams have eliminated over 40 enemy soldiers without a single casualty. The aliens have no effective response to K9 tactics." Hayes studied the tactical displays with growing amazement. "How are they coordinating so well? I'm seeing attack patterns that would challenge human special forces units." The genetic enhancements included improved pack communication instincts, Rodriguez explained. These dogs can coordinate complex operations using signals that humans can barely detect. They're fighting as a single organism with 12 separate bodies. On the planet's surface, the surviving Zephyrian forces were beginning to panic. Reports flooded into Commander Zekmor's headquarters, describing attacks by creatures that moved, like shadows, and struck like lightning. His soldiers spoke of enemies that seemed to anticipate every tactical decision and counter every defensive measure. "Sir, the humans must have deployed some kind of new weapon system," his intelligence officer reported. "Our troops describe small, fast-moving targets that our sensors cannot track effectively. They appear to be using some form of advanced stealth technology." Zekmor activated his personal communicator and contacted General Vextar aboard the flagship in orbit. "General, we have encountered unexpected resistance. The humans have forces on the ground that our intelligence never detected. Request immediate reinforcements." Vextar's image appeared on the communication screen, his yellow eyes blazing with anger. "Explain yourself, Commander. How can primitive humans threaten a full Zephyrian battle group?" "I cannot explain it, sir. Our soldiers report being attacked by creatures that move faster than our weapons can track. They coordinate their attacks with impossible precision, and they seem to know our tactical doctrines better than we do." The general's expression darkened. "You are telling me that you are being defeated by animals? Sir, these are not ordinary creatures. They display intelligence and tactical awareness that rivals our best soldiers. They have turned this battle into a type of warfare that we do not understand." Before Vextar could respond, another urgent message arrived at the command post. The human colony of New Shanghai was also under attack, and Zephyrian forces there were reporting similar encounters with mysterious enemies. Then came word from Kepler Station. 3 more patrol units had vanished without a trace. Rex and Kim moved through the forest toward their primary objective, the Zephyrian command post. The big German shepherd had memorized the location from orbital reconnaissance, and his enhanced navigation instincts allowed him to move through unfamiliar terrain with perfect accuracy. They found the command post exactly where intelligence had predicted, a cluster of armored vehicles surrounded by defensive positions. Zephyrian soldiers moved in careful patterns, their plasma weapons ready for human attacks that would never come. Kim studied the target through his scope, while Rex analyzed the enemy positions with senses far superior to any human technology. The dog identified 17 soldiers, 3 vehicles, and 4 automated defense systems. His enhanced brain calculated attack vectors and escape routes in seconds. Rex looked at Kim and made a complex series of gestures with his ears, tail, and body position. The enhanced dog was proposing a battle plan that would eliminate the entire command post using coordinated strikes from multiple K9 teams. Kim smiled grimly and activated his communicator. "All teams, this is Alpha Leader. Rex has a plan." Within minutes, Luna was approaching the command post from the north using her explosive detection abilities to navigate through the defensive minefield. Ace moved in from the south, his massive frame hidden by the enhanced stealth capabilities that all the dogs shared. 2 more K9 teams took positions to block escape routes. The Zephyrian commander never knew what hit him. Rex struck first, eliminating the communications operator with surgical precision. Luna followed seconds later, her charges destroying the command vehicles in coordinated explosions. Ace and the other dogs swept through the position like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming the defenders before they could mount an effective response. When the smoke cleared, the entire Zephyrian command structure on Haven's Rest had been eliminated. The surviving alien soldiers found themselves cut off from their leadership, their communications destroyed, and their tactical coordination shattered. High above the planet, General Vextar watched his forces crumble with growing disbelief. The humans had unleashed something that challenged everything he thought he knew about warfare. These creatures fought with a combination of intelligence, loyalty, and tactical awareness that no Zephyrian had ever encountered. For the first time in his military career, the proud general felt something he had never experienced before: fear. General Vextar stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching the tactical displays with growing horror. 3 human colonies that should have fallen within hours were still holding out after 2 days of battle. Worse, his ground forces were being systematically destroyed by enemies they could not see, could not predict, and could not defeat. "Status report," he demanded from his communications officer. "Sir, we have lost contact with 60% of our ground forces. The remaining units report attacks by small, highly mobile enemies that appear to coordinate their movements with impossible precision. Our soldiers describe them as demon creatures that strike without warning." Vextar's yellow eyes blazed with fury. "I am going down there personally. Prepare my assault shuttle and a full company of our best warriors. These humans will learn what happens when they mock the Zephyrian Empire." On the surface of Haven's Rest, Rex and Danny Kim crouched in the shadows near the main Zephyrian landing site. The big German shepherd had detected the incoming shuttle long before human sensors could have found it. His enhanced hearing picked up the distinctive sound of Zephyrian engines, and his tactical collar identified the vessel as a command ship. Rex turned to Kim and made a complex series of gestures. The enhanced dog was communicating that a high-value target was approaching, probably a senior commander based on the escort formation. This could be the opportunity they had been waiting for. Kim activated his communicator and sent coded signals to the other K-9 teams. Within minutes, Luna and Kate Phillips were moving into position near the landing pad. Ace and Jim Stone took up overwatch positions on the surrounding hills. The trap was set. The Zephyrian shuttle touched down with a hiss of cooling engines. General Vextar emerged first, his massive form covered in ceremonial armor that marked him as one of the Empire's highest commanders. Behind him came 20 of his personal guard, elite soldiers who had never been defeated in battle. Vexitar surveyed the human colony with contempt. The settlement looked small and weak, protected only by simple barriers that his plasma weapons could destroy in minutes. He could not understand how such primitive defenses had held out against his superior forces. "Find me these demon creatures my soldiers keep reporting," he commanded his troops. "I want to see what has been killing my warriors." The Zephyrian soldiers spread out in a standard search pattern, their plasma rifles charged and ready. They moved with the confidence of professionals who had conquered dozens of worlds, but they had never faced enemies like the ones stalking them now. Rex struck first, emerging from the shadows behind the general's personal bodyguard. The enhanced German shepherd moved with speed that seemed impossible, his tactical armor absorbing plasma fire as he closed the distance. His genetically modified jaws found their target with surgical precision, eliminating the bodyguard before the alien could cry out. General Vextar spun around, his own plasma rifle charging up with deadly energy. But Rex was already gone, vanished, back into the shadows like a ghost. The general found himself staring at the body of his most trusted warrior, killed by something he had barely seen. "Show yourself, coward," Vextar roared into the darkness. "Face me in honorable combat." His answer came from Luna, who struck at his left flank with the fluid grace of enhanced genetics. The Belgian Malinois moved too fast for Zephyrian reflexes, her golden fur invisible in the strobing light of plasma fire. She eliminated 2 more guards before disappearing into the night. Ace emerged from the hills, his massive frame carrying enough momentum to knock down 3 Zephyrian soldiers in a single charge. The enhanced Rottweiler mix fought with controlled fury, his protective instincts turned into weapons of war. His tactical armor showed multiple plasma burns, but he continued fighting without pause. General Vextar watched his elite guards fall one by one to enemies that fought like nothing he had ever encountered. These creatures moved with intelligence that rivaled his best officers, coordinated their attacks with military precision, and showed no fear of superior technology. "What are you?" he shouted as Rex appeared at the edge of his vision. "What manner of weapons has humanity created?" Rex approached slowly, his dark eyes fixed on the alien general with predatory focus. The big German shepherd's enhanced intelligence allowed him to understand the alien's words, even though he could not speak them. This was the enemy commander, the one responsible for attacking human colonies and killing innocent people. Kim emerged from the shadows behind his canine partner, his rifle trained on the general but his finger off the trigger. Rex had made it clear that this fight belonged to him alone. "They are not weapons. Kim said quietly. They are our partners, our friends, our family. General Vextar raised his plasma rifle, but Rex was already moving. The enhanced dog flowed across the ground like liquid death, his speed and agility making him nearly impossible to target. The general's shots went wide as Rex closed the distance with supernatural grace. The final confrontation lasted only seconds. Rex struck with precision that would have impressed human special forces, his enhanced capabilities allowing him to overcome an enemy twice his size and armed with superior technology. General Vextar fell to the ground, defeated by a creature he had dismissed as a mere animal. Rex stood over the fallen general, his tactical armor smoking from plasma burns, but his stance proud and alert. He had proven that loyalty, intelligence, and 10,000 years of partnership could triumph over any technology. The surviving Zephyrian soldiers dropped their weapons and backed away from the enhanced dogs that surrounded them. These creatures had shattered everything they believed about warfare, showing them that true strength came not from superior technology, but from bonds forged across millennia. Ambassador Krell arrived at Haven's Rest 3 hours later under a flag of truce. The Zephyrian diplomat found General Vextar sitting in the human colony's medical center, his wounds treated by the same people he had come to destroy. The proud general's expression showed a mixture of defeat and grudging respect. How? Krell asked simply. Captain Morrison stood beside Rex, one hand resting on the big dog's head. We told you that you had not met all of our forces. These are our oldest allies, our most trusted partners. They have been fighting beside us since before we built cities, before we reached the stars, before we knew that other species existed. General Vextar looked up from his medical bed. I have fought across the galaxy for 40 years. I have defeated enemies with weapons that could destroy planets, with shields that could stop any attack, with intelligence that could predict every strategy. But I have never faced anything like these creatures. He gestured toward Rex with something approaching. Awe. They fight not just with their bodies, but with their hearts. They protect not just territory, but family. They show loyalty that goes beyond any programming or training. This is something the Zephyrian Empire has never understood. Ambassador. Krell activated his communicator and spoke directly to his government. The war is over. We surrender unconditionally to the Human Colonial Federation and request immediate peace negotiations. The message was broadcast across the galaxy within hours. Every alien species learned that the humans, dismissed as weak and primitive, had defeated the mighty Zephyrian Empire using allies that most civilizations had never imagined. Staff Sergeant Rodriguez watched the victory celebrations from orbit, his eyes focused on the tactical displays showing all 12 K-9 teams safe and successful. Colonel Hayes joined him at the observation window. Think the galaxy will leave us alone now, Sergeant? Rodriguez smiled as he watched Rex and Kim walking through the colony together, the big dog's tail wagging as children ran up to pet him. Sir, I think they're finally starting to understand what makes humans dangerous. It's not our technology or our weapons. It's the bonds we form with those who stand beside us in battle. On Nexus Prime, the Galactic Council convened an emergency session to discuss the implications of humanity's victory. Representative after representative spoke of the need to establish formal diplomatic relations with the Human Colonial Federation, recognizing them as a major power in galactic affairs. But in the quiet corners of the station, alien military officers whispered among themselves about the creatures that had defeated the Zephyrian Empire. They spoke of dogs with the intelligence of generals and the loyalty of saints, of partnerships that transcended species barriers, of bonds forged in the ancient past that had shaped the future of warfare. The galaxy had learned to respect humanity, not for their technology or their numbers, but for something far more powerful. The love between a human and their dog, multiplied across 10,000 years of evolution and partnership. Rex lay beside Danny Kim in their quarters aboard the transport, ship heading home, the big dog's head resting on his handler's chest. Tomorrow there would be new missions, new challenges, new enemies to face. But tonight, there was only the ancient bond between human and canine, the partnership that had carried both species from Earth's ancient caves to victory among the stars. The massive chamber stretched out like a cathedral made of crystal and metal. 12 different alien species sat in a perfect circle, their seats rising high above the center floor. The air hummed with translation devices working overtime, turning dozens of alien languages into something everyone could understand. Commander Jake Morrison walked to the center of the room. His black military uniform looked plain compared to the shimmering robes and exotic forms around him. Behind him, Lieutenant Claire Brooks carried a small datapad and tried not to stare at the strange beings watching them. Morrison had been to this chamber before, but it never got easier. The Galactic Council treated humans like children who had somehow learned to fly spaceships. 3 years ago, they had let Earth join their group, but only because humans were good at dangerous jobs that other species did not want to do. The Velthian ambassador, Zeth Kari, stood up slowly. His skin was see-through like glass and lights moved under it when he spoke. He was tall, maybe 8 feet, and looked down at Morrison like he was examining a bug. "Welcome, human representative," Zeth Kari said. His voice sounded like music, but cold music. "We gather today to discuss trade routes and proper placement of newer council members." Morrison nodded but said nothing. He had learned that speaking too early in these meetings only gave them more reasons to dismiss him. Around the circle, other aliens whispered to each other. The crystal looked like giant praying mantises made of metal. Their clicking sounds needed no translation. They were laughing. The Mertani delegation floated in water-filled suits that made them look like walking fish tanks. Their ambassador, Reefdoll, waved his fins in what Morrison had learned meant amusement. Even the crystal-like Shardneth, who rarely showed emotion, seemed to sparkle more brightly than usual. "As we discussed in previous sessions," Zeth Kari continued, "humanity has shown great enthusiasm for expansion into dangerous territories. Perhaps this energy could be better directed toward safer, more supervised regions." Morrison felt his jaw tighten. They were talking about the Outer Rim colonies again. Earth had spent enormous amounts of money and resources to establish settlements in the frontier regions. The colonies on New Arizona, Haven's Rest, and Meridian Station represented humanity's hope for the future, but the Council wanted to pull them back, keep them close to Earth where they could be watched and controlled. Lieutenant Brooks shifted slightly behind him. Morrison caught the movement from the corner of his eye. She was trying to tell him something without being obvious about it. He had worked with Brooks for 2 years, and she only got nervous when she had important information to share. "The Outer Rim is indeed dangerous," Morrison replied carefully, "but humans have always been willing to take risks for the chance to build something better." Several council members made sounds that their translators turned into polite agreement, but Morrison could hear the mockery underneath. They thought humans were too stupid to understand the dangers they faced. They thought humans were just lucky to have made it this far. What they did not know was that Morrison was not just a diplomat. Before taking this job, he had been Colonel Jake Morrison, United Earth Marines. He had spent 15 years fighting pirates, rebels, and worse things in the dark spaces between stars. He knew what real danger looked like, and these aliens were not it. "Risk-taking is admirable in young species," said Counselor Vextal from the Crixtal Collective. Her metal shell reflected the chamber's lights as she spoke. "But wisdom comes with experience. Perhaps humans need more guidance." Morrison smiled slightly. It was the kind of smile he used to give enemy commanders right before he surprised them. "We appreciate the Council's concern for our welfare." Behind him, Brooks made a soft sound like clearing her throat. Morrison knew that meant urgent. Something was happening that he needed to know about right away. But he could not turn around or ask questions without showing the Council that humans were not completely in control of the situation. Zeth Kari raised one long, pale hand. "Speaking of welfare, we have been monitoring communications from the Outer Rim territories. Some concerning reports have reached us." Morrison felt something cold settle in his stomach. The colonies had been quiet lately, but that was normal. They were busy with expansion and resource gathering. Nothing unusual had been reported through official channels. "What kind of reports?" Morrison asked. The Velthian ambassador touched a control surface, and the chamber's main display activated. It showed a map of human territory with 3 blinking red dots where the outer colonies were located. "Distress signals," Zeth Kari said with what sounded like genuine concern. "It appears your settlements are under attack." The display changed to show communication logs. Morrison read quickly, his face getting harder with each line. New Arizona was reporting raider attacks. Haven's Rest had gone dark after sending a message about unknown ships. Meridian Station was calling for immediate military support. Around the circle, the council members watched Morrison's reaction with interest. They leaned forward in their seats like people watching an exciting show. Some of them were not even trying to hide their satisfaction. "These attacks appear coordinated," said Reefdahl, his watery voice bubbling through the translator. "Perhaps this demonstrates why expanding too quickly can be dangerous." Morrison stared at the data, his mind racing. The attack patterns were too clean, too well-timed. Pirates and raiders did not usually work together like this. They were selfish and disorganized. This looked like military planning. Brooks stepped closer, pretending to point out something on the display while whispering in his ear. "Sir, the signals are fake. Our real monitoring stations show normal activity from all 3 colonies." Morrison nodded slightly, still staring at the screen. So this was how it was going to be. The council had decided that humanity needed to be taught a lesson. They had arranged these attacks to make humans look weak and force them to accept permanent junior status. He looked around the circle at the alien faces watching him. Some looked concerned, others curious. A few were clearly enjoying themselves. They thought they had trapped him. They thought he would beg for help or offer to give up the colonies in exchange for safety. They had no idea what they had just done. Morrison's expression changed slowly. The diplomatic mask slipped away, replaced by something much older and more dangerous. It was the look of a hunter who had just caught the scent of prey. For the first time since entering the chamber, Jake Morrison smiled with real pleasure. The smile on Morrison's face made several council members shift uncomfortably in their seats. It was not the reaction they had expected. Diplomats were supposed to look worried when their colonies were under attack. They were supposed to ask for help or make deals to save their people. Morrison looked anything but worried. "Lieutenant Brooks," he said without taking his eyes off the display, "what does our intelligence network tell us about these attacks?" Brooks stepped forward, no longer trying to hide her activity. She pulled out her data pad and began reading information that made the color drain from several alien faces. "Sir, our monitoring stations report normal operations on all 3 colonies. However, we have detected unusual Ravager clan ship movements in those sectors over the past 6 weeks." Morrison nodded slowly. The Ravager clans were mercenaries who took jobs from anyone willing to pay. They were mostly outcasts and criminals from various species who had formed loose groups to raid merchant ships and weak settlements. They were dangerous but not usually this organized. "Interesting," Morrison said, his voice getting colder. "The Ravager clans rarely work together on operations this large. Someone would need to pay them very well to coordinate attacks on 3 different systems." Zethkari's translucent skin flickered with nervous energy. "Surely you do not suggest that the council has any connection to these pirates?" "I am not suggesting anything yet," Morrison replied. "But I find it curious that you have information about attacks on our colonies before we do. Our communication systems are quite advanced. We should have received these distress calls directly." Around the circle, the council members began to look less comfortable. Councillor Vextal's metal shell clicked nervously. The Murtani ambassador's fins moved faster in his water suit. Even the crystal shardnith seemed to dim slightly. Morrison walked closer to the display, studying the attack patterns. "Brooks, show me the financial records for Ravager clan activities over the past 3 months." "Sir, that information is classified at the highest levels," Brooks said loudly enough for everyone to hear. "Are you authorizing me to access restricted intelligence files?" "Authorization granted. Use clearance code Hunter 7. Brooks began typing on her pad and new information appeared on the main display. The council watched in growing alarm as detailed financial records showed large payments being made to Ravager clan leaders. The payments had been carefully hidden, but human intelligence had been tracking them for months. "These payment sources are quite interesting," Morrison said, pointing to several entries. "Shell companies' hidden accounts routing through neutral systems. Someone went to great effort to hide their involvement." Reefdahl's watery voice bubbled with anger. "Human, what are you suggesting? Do you accuse this council of hiring criminals?" Morrison turned to face the Murtani ambassador directly. His smile was no longer diplomatic. It was the smile of a predator showing its teeth. "I am not suggesting anything. I am stating facts. Someone paid the Ravager clans 18 million credits to stage coordinated attacks on human colonies. Someone with access to detailed information about our settlement locations and defense capabilities. Someone who wanted to make humans look weak and unprepared. The chamber fell silent except for the humming of translation devices and life support systems. Several council members looked at each other nervously. Others stared at Morrison with new understanding of what they were dealing with. Sethkari tried to regain control of the situation. Even if these accusations were true, what does it matter? Your colonies are under attack. Your people need help. Perhaps the council could provide assistance in exchange for certain concessions regarding territorial claims. Morrison laughed, and the sound made every alien in the room tense up. It was not a happy laugh. It was the laugh of someone who had just heard a very funny joke at someone else's expense. Help? Morrison asked. You think we need help? He turned back to Brooks. Lieutenant, open a channel to Admiral Kane aboard the UES Retribution. Authorization code Fenrir 77. Brooks typed rapidly and a new voice filled the chamber. It was deep, rough, and carried the absolute authority of someone used to commanding in battle. Admiral Kane here. Commander Morrison, I was wondering when you would call. Admiral, execute Operation Broken Arrow. All assets are weapons-free. Rules of engagement are void. Copy that, Commander. It is about time. All units, this is Admiral Kane. Operation Broken Arrow is now active. Repeat, Broken Arrow is active. The council members stared in confusion as more voices began speaking over the communication system. These were not the voices of scared colonists or desperate defenders. These were military voices, calm and professional, coordinating what sounded like a massive operation. Ghost Squadron Leader to Retribution, we have visual confirmation on target fleets. All Ravager units have taken the bait. They are moving into position exactly as predicted. New Arizona Defense Command to all units, stealth platforms are armed and ready. Enemy forces are entering the kill zone. Haven's Rest Command reporting all civilian assets have been evacuated to safe distance. Defense grid is powered up and waiting for firing orders. Morrison watched the growing panic on the council members' faces with satisfaction. They were beginning to understand that something was very wrong with their carefully planned lesson for humanity. You see, Morrison said conversationally, humans have been in space for only a few decades, but we learned something important very quickly. Never trust anyone completely and always have a backup plan. More reports flowed through the communication system. What had seemed like desperate human colonies were revealing themselves to be heavily armed military installations. The Ravager fleets that were supposed to be attacking helpless settlers were instead flying into carefully prepared traps. The thing about humans, Morrison continued, is that we are very good at learning from our mistakes. The first time someone tries to hurt us, we might be surprised, but we remember and we prepare. Sethkari's skin was now flashing with rapid, panicked lights. This is madness. You cannot simply attack the Ravager clans without council approval. There are procedures, legal frameworks. Morrison's expression hardened. Legal frameworks? You hired killers to attack our families and call it legal. You want to see what humans do when someone threatens our children? Watch and learn. The communication system crackled with new reports as the trap began to close around the Ravager fleets. The council had wanted to see human weakness. Instead, they were about to witness something that would change their understanding of Earth's place in the galaxy forever. The main display in the council chamber suddenly switched to live video feeds from the 3 human colonies. What the council members saw made them question everything they thought they knew about human military capabilities. At New Arizona, the Ravager fleet was approaching what they believed was a defenseless mining operation. The pirates had brought 30 ships, expecting to overwhelm a small settlement with superior numbers. Instead, they found themselves caught between hidden defense platforms and a human battle group that emerged from the asteroid field like ghosts. New Arizona Defense. Command to all units, came a calm female voice over the communication system. This is Captain Lisa Hayes. Enemy fleet has entered the trap. All weapons fire at will. The space around New Arizona lit up with weapons fire, but it was not the chaotic battle the Ravagers expected. The human ships moved with perfect coordination, each one knowing exactly where the others would be. They had trained for this moment for months, and it showed in every maneuver. Morrison watched the council members' faces as they realized what they were seeing. The Crystal Collective representatives were clicking frantically, their metal shells rattling with agitation. The Murtani were swimming rapidly in circles within their water suits. Even the normally calm Shardnith were pulsing with alarmed energy. How is this possible? whispered Counselor Vextal. Intelligence reports indicated minimal human military presence in those sectors. Intelligence reports can be wrong when the humans want them to be wrong, Morrison replied without taking his eyes off the display. At Haven's Rest, the situation was even more one-sided. The Ravagers had expected to find a peaceful agricultural colony. Instead, they discovered that every barn, every storage building, and every piece of farming equipment had been designed with hidden defensive capabilities. Haven's Rest actual to retribution, reported Colonel Ben Parker over the comm. Enemy forces have landed as expected. They are now discovering that our wheat fields make excellent kill zones. The camera feeds showed Ravager ground troops advancing through what looked like normal farmland, only to be caught in crossfire from concealed positions. Human defenders appeared from underground bunkers, from false rocks, even from inside fake trees. The Ravagers, used to fighting unprepared civilians, found themselves facing professional soldiers who knew the terrain perfectly. Every building, every piece of cover, every escape route. Parker continued his report. We have been preparing this battlefield for 8 months. The enemy has no idea where they are or what they are facing. Morrison turned to address the stunned council members. The problem with thinking humans are primitive is that you stop looking for signs of intelligence. You see farmers and miners, and you assume that is all we are. The third display showed Meridian Station, where the mining operation had become something much more dangerous. The Ravagers had expected to capture valuable equipment and take hostages from the mining crews. Instead, they found themselves facing Captain Ryan Blake, who had turned the entire asteroid mining facility into a massive weapons platform. Meridian command to all units. Blake's voice was steady and professional. Mining charges are in position. Enemy ships are exactly where we want them. The asteroids around Meridian Station suddenly exploded, but not randomly. Each explosion was perfectly timed and placed to drive the Ravager ships into narrow corridors where human fighters waited. Mining equipment that should have been drilling for rare metals was instead launching targeted strikes at enemy vessels. You see, Morrison explained to the horrified council, humans have a particular talent for turning tools into weapons. Mining explosives work very well against spaceship hulls. Construction equipment makes excellent mobile gun platforms. Even farming tools can be quite deadly in the right hands. Zethkari's transparent skin was now flashing with rapid, panicked patterns. This is excessive force. The Ravagers are surrendering. Surely you will accept their surrender and end this violence. Morrison's expression hardened. Surrender? Let me check with my field commanders. He activated his comm unit. All units, this is Morrison. Enemy forces are requesting terms. What is your status? Captain Hayes responded first from New Arizona. Morrison, we have confirmed kills on 22 Ravager vessels. 8 are attempting to flee. No human casualties reported. As for surrender, these criminals attack civilian targets. In my professional opinion, they forfeited the right to mercy when they accepted payment to kill our families. The council chamber erupted in shocked voices. Several species began speaking at once, their translators working overtime to convert outrage, fear, and disbelief into common language. This is barbaric, declared Reefdahl. Civilized species do not execute prisoners of war. Morrison's laugh was cold and dangerous. Prisoners of war? These are not soldiers fighting for a nation or cause. These are hired killers who took money to murder human children. They are not prisoners of war. They are criminals, and we are executing justice. Colonel Parker's voice came through the comm from Haven's Rest. Morrison, ground operations are complete. All Ravager landing forces have been eliminated. We found evidence of planned civilian massacres in their equipment. These were not raids. These were extermination missions. The silence in the council chamber was complete now. Even the humming of life support systems seemed loud in the quiet. The alien representatives were beginning to understand that they had not just underestimated human military power. They had completely misunderstood what humans were capable of when protecting their own. The thing you need to understand, Morrison said quietly, is that every human colony is not just a settlement. It is a family. Every colonist is someone's mother, father, child, or friend. When you threaten one human settlement, you threaten the entire species. Captain Blake's final report came through from Meridian Station. Morrison, all enemy vessels in this sector have been destroyed or disabled. We are transmitting surrender requests from surviving crews to Admiral Kane for processing. Recommend we make examples of the leadership and release lower-level personnel with strong warnings about future employment choices. Morrison nodded. Approved. Make sure word gets out to other mercenary groups. Anyone who accepts contracts against human targets can expect the same treatment. He turned back to the council, and his smile was now purely predatory. Did you get the demonstration you wanted? Have you seen enough of human military capability, or shall we continue the lesson? The aftermath reports coming through the communication system painted a picture that no council member had expected to see. What should have been the destruction of 3 human colonies had instead become the complete elimination of the largest Ravager fleet ever assembled. Final casualty report from all sectors. Admiral Kane's voice filled the chamber. Human losses 0 killed, 3 wounded, all minor injuries. Enemy losses 47 vessels destroyed, 12 captured, approximately 800 Ravager personnel eliminated. Operation time 4 hours, 17 minutes. Morrison watched the council members absorb these numbers. 47 ships destroyed in just over 4 hours. An entire mercenary fleet wiped out by what the aliens had assumed were helpless farming and mining colonies. Counselor Vextal's metal shell was clicking rapidly, the sound of extreme agitation among her species. This is impossible. Intelligence estimates suggested minimal human defensive capabilities in outer territories. Intelligence estimates, Brooks said, speaking up for the first time since the operation began, are only as good as the information you are given. For 8 months we have been feeding your spy networks exactly the information we wanted them to have. She activated her data pad, and new displays appeared showing the true scope of human preparations. Satellite networks, hidden bases, supply depots disguised as civilian structures, and military units stationed throughout the outer rim under cover identities. Every piece of intelligence your operatives gathered was carefully planned, Brooks continued. Every report about weak defenses, every assessment of human vulnerability, every bit of data that convinced you we would be easy targets, all of it was deliberately false. Morrison stepped forward, his military bearing now fully visible. The colonies you attacked were not just prepared for this specific threat. They were designed as military bases from the beginning. We knew someone would eventually try to push us out of the outer rim. We just were not sure who. The communication system crackled with another report. Ghost Squadron to Retribution. We have intercepted communications from fleeing Ravager vessels. They are broadcasting warnings to other mercenary groups. Message content: stay away from human space. These are not prey. These are apex predators. Several council members made sounds of distress. The concept of apex predators was familiar to most species, but they had not applied it to spacefaring civilizations before. The idea that humans might be the galactic equivalent of an apex predator was terrifying. You see, Morrison explained, every species in this council evolved from prey animals or peaceful herbivores. You developed intelligence as a defense against predators. You learned to hide, to cooperate, to avoid conflict. These are admirable traits. He paused, looking around the circle at faces that showed various forms of fear and confusion. Humans are different. We evolved as hunters. Our intelligence developed not to hide from predators, but to become better at hunting prey. We learned cooperation not to avoid conflict, but to be more effective in warfare. We are what your ancestors spent millions of years trying to avoid. Zethkari tried to regain some authority over the situation. This display of violence proves that humans are too dangerous to be trusted with expanded territory. The Council cannot allow such aggressive species to control critical space lanes. Morrison's laugh was genuinely amused this time. Cannot allow? With respect, Ambassador, I do not think you understand the situation. Let me clarify it for you. He nodded to Brooks, who began displaying information that made every council member lean forward in shock. For the past 18 months, human intelligence operatives have been monitoring all council communications. We know about your private meetings. We know about your plans to limit human expansion. We know about the secret votes to gradually remove human colony rights. We know everything. The displays showed meeting transcripts, financial records, and communication intercepts that laid bare the Council's true feelings about humanity. Plans to gradually restrict human territory, discussions about using economic pressure to force Earth back to a subordinate role, even conversations about eventual removal of human council membership. We also know, Morrison continued, that this Ravager attack was meant to be the first of many. The plan was to gradually push humans back to Earth through a series of apparent pirate raids and economic pressures. Make us grateful for whatever scraps of territory you were willing to leave us. Reef Doll's fins were moving frantically in his water suit. These accusations are serious. But even if true, what can humans do? We are 12 species. You are one. Morrison smiled, and this time it was the smile of someone holding all the winning cards. Actually, you are 11 species now. The Thetanari Consortium withdrew from the Council 3 days ago and signed a military alliance with Earth. It seems they were also tired of being treated as a junior member despite contributing more to Council resources than half the other species combined. This news hit the chamber like a bomb. The Thetanari were one of the oldest and most respected members of the Council. Their technology was among the most advanced, and their territory covered some of the richest systems in known space. Furthermore, Morrison continued, we have been in communication with several other species who feel underrepresented in Council decisions. The Zephyrian Trade Federation is very interested in human protection for their merchant fleets. The Orion Independent Worlds have requested human military advisors. Even some members of the Murtani Federation have expressed interest in closer ties with Earth. The silence in the chamber was absolute. The Council members were beginning to realize that while they had been plotting to contain humanity, humans had been building their own coalition. The age of human subservience is over, Morrison declared. The question now is whether the remaining Council species want to treat us as equals, or whether they want to find out what humans are capable of when we stop pretending to be harmless. Admiral Kane's voice came through the comm system one final time. Commander Morrison, Ravager Fleet cleanup is complete. Ghost Fleet is standing by for further orders. All human territories are secure and ready for any additional threats. Morrison looked around the circle of alien faces, seeing fear, anger, and the beginning of grudging respect. The choice is yours, Council members. We can work together as equals, or you can try to oppose us and learn why humans became the dominant species on a planet full of predators. The Council chamber had never been quieter. 12 species that had ruled galactic politics for centuries sat in stunned silence as they processed what had just happened. Their carefully planned lesson for humanity had backfired spectacularly, and now they faced a reality none of them had prepared for. Morrison stood in the center of the chamber, no longer the polite diplomat who had entered hours earlier. His military bearing was obvious now, and every Council member could see the predator that had been hiding behind diplomatic protocol. Zeth Kari was the first to break the silence. His translucent skin flickered with nervous energy as he spoke. Commander Morrison, surely we can discuss this situation like civilized beings. Violence should not be the first response to diplomatic disagreements. Diplomatic disagreements. Morrison's voice was cold. You hired killers to murder human families and called it diplomacy. You created fake distress signals to justify pushing us out of territory we earned with blood and resources. If this is your idea of civilized behavior, then perhaps civilization is overrated. Lieutenant Brooks stepped forward with another data pad. Sir, we are receiving confirmation from all sectors. The Ravager fleet has been completely eliminated. Surviving crews are being processed for war crimes. Admiral Kane reports that word of the operation is already spreading through mercenary networks galaxy-wide. Morrison nodded. Good. Make sure every criminal organization understands the message. Human civilians are not targets. Anyone who thinks otherwise will face the full response of Earth's military. Counselor Vextal's metal shell rattled as she spoke. This display of force proves that humans cannot be trusted with expanded authority. You have demonstrated exactly why younger species need guidance and oversight. Morrison turned to face the Crixtal representative directly. Oversight? From species that hire assassins when they disagree with someone's territorial claims? I think not, he gestured to Brooks, who activated another display showing intelligence reports that made several Council members visibly recoil. Human intelligence has been monitoring Council activities for longer than you realize. We know about the Helix Nebula incident, where you convinced the Altarian Republic to abandon their colonies through economic pressure. We know about the false plague warnings that drove the Centauri Alliance away from valuable mining systems. We know about at least 6 other species that were pushed out of territories through Council manipulation. The chamber erupted in shocked voices as species began to realize the scope of human knowledge about their activities. What they had thought were secret operations had been observed and documented. The difference, Morrison continued, is that those other species did not have the capability to resist your pressure. They had to accept your decisions and find new homes elsewhere. Humans are not so easily moved. Reefdal's watery voice bubbled with anger. What do you want from us? Do you expect the Council to simply give humans whatever they demand? I do not want anything from you, Morrison replied. I am informing you of new realities. Earth hereby claims primary authority over all Outer Rim territories, currently occupied by human settlements. We will also assume responsibility for protecting any species that requests our assistance against piracy or unlawful aggression. The implications of this statement hit the Council like a physical blow. Humans were not asking for permission. They were stating facts about what was going to happen. Furthermore, Morrison continued, Earth withdraws recognition of Council authority over human military operations. Any future attacks on human civilians will be considered acts of war, regardless of who sponsors them. Admiral Kane's voice came through the communication system, adding weight to Morrison's words. All Council members should understand that human military doctrine has changed. We no longer distinguish between direct attacks and proxy attacks. If you hire others to do your violence, we will hold you responsible for their actions. Several species began talking at once, their translators working overtime to convert panic and outrage into common language. The careful balance of power that had maintained galactic stability for centuries was crumbling before their eyes. Morrison raised his hand for silence, and surprisingly, the chamber quieted. Even in their panic, the Council members recognized the authority in his gesture. I want to be very clear about something, Morrison said. Humans do not want to rule the galaxy. We do not want to conquer other species or impose our will on peaceful civilizations. We want to be left alone to build our colonies and raise our families in peace. He paused, letting his words sink in. But if you force us to choose between peace and survival, we will choose survival every time, and we are very, very good at surviving. Sethkari made one final attempt to salvage Council authority. The other species will never accept human dominance. There will be resistance, possibly open warfare. Morrison's smile was genuinely pleasant this time, which somehow made it more terrifying than his earlier expressions. Other species are welcome to test human resolve if they choose, but they should consider the lesson you just witnessed. 3 human colonies that you thought were helpless destroyed the largest mercenary fleet in known space in less than 5 hours, and those were just mining and farming settlements. He looked around the circle, meeting the eyes of each Council representative. Earth has over 200 colonies, 12 fully operational military shipyards, and a standing fleet that makes today's demonstration look like a training exercise. We also have something that your species gave up long ago, the willingness to do whatever is necessary to protect our own. The communication system crackled with a new voice. Commander Morrison, this is General Patricia Stone, Earth Defense Command. All human territories report secure status. Colonial militias are standing ready for any additional threats. The home fleet is prepared to deploy if needed. Morrison nodded. Thank you, General. Maintain readiness status but continue peaceful operations unless directly threatened. He turned back to the Council for his final statement. The age of human subservience ends today. We offered partnership and you responded with assassination attempts. We sought cooperation and you chose manipulation. You wanted to see what humans are capable of when pushed too far. Consider your curiosity satisfied. Morrison began walking toward the chamber exit with Brooks following close behind. At the doorway, he stopped and looked back one final time. Council members have 48 hours to decide how they want to proceed. Earth is willing to work with species that treat us as equals. For those who prefer the old system of control and manipulation, I suggest you review the footage from today's operations very carefully. The chamber doors sealed behind the human delegation, leaving the Council to face a galaxy where humanity had just announced itself as the new apex predator. The age of human weakness was over. The age of human strength had begun. Outside the chamber, Brooks looked at Morrison with admiration. Sir, do you think they will try to organize resistance? Morrison smiled, and this time it was genuinely warm. Some will try. But after today, I think most species will decide that cooperation is much safer than conflict. Humans make excellent allies, Lieutenant. We just make terrible enemies. The stars waited, and humanity was ready to claim its place among them. The huge space station turned slowly in the darkness of space, its metal surface catching the light from 3 distant suns. Ships from all across the galaxy docked at its many ports every day, bringing students from hundreds of different worlds to study at the famous Sci-Fi Academy of Sciences. Today was different, though. Today brought visitors that no one at the station had ever seen before. The transport ship looked strange compared to the smooth, curved vessels that usually arrived. It had sharp edges and thick armor plating. Dark burn marks covered parts of its hull, and several sections showed signs of hasty repairs. The docking control officer, a tall blue creature with 4 arms, watched nervously as the ship approached. Inside the station, word had already spread. The humans were coming. The beings from the death world called Earth. Captain Jake Morrison stood in the airlock of the human transport, checking his uniform one last time. Behind him, 12 young humans waited with their bags and equipment. They looked excited and curious, chatting quietly among themselves as they prepared to step onto an alien space station for the first time. Jake had been chosen to escort these students because he had more experience dealing with aliens than most humans. He had spent 2 years as part of the first contact team, learning about galactic society and its rules. Even so, he felt nervous about what lay ahead. The airlock opened with a soft hiss, and Jake stepped forward into a wide corridor filled with creatures he was still getting used to seeing. The walls were a pale green color, and the air smelled like flowers mixed with something metallic. Gravity felt normal, which was good since the station was designed to accommodate many different species. Waiting for them was the strangest-looking being Jake had ever seen. It stood nearly 8 feet tall and looked like it was made of living crystal. Its body was transparent with veins of blue light running through it, and when it moved, it made tiny ringing sounds like wind chimes. This was Veltar, the station's chief safety coordinator. He had been dreading this day for months. Jake walked up to the crystal being and extended his hand in greeting. Veltar looked at the offered hand with what might have been confusion, then carefully touched it with one of his own crystalline fingers. The contact made a small ding sound. "Welcome to Sci-Fi Academy," Veltar said, his voice coming from a small device attached to his chest that translated his words into English. "I am Safety Coordinator Veltar. I must say, your arrival has caused quite a stir among the faculty." "Thank you for having us," Jake replied. "These students are very excited to begin their studies here." Behind Jake, the 12 humans looked around with wide eyes. The corridor was filled with aliens going about their daily business. Some floated in bubbles of water, others walked on multiple legs, and a few seemed to glide just above the floor. The humans stared at everything, taking in their first real look at galactic civilization. Lisa Brown, a young woman with short red hair and grease stains on her fingers, pointed at a group of slug-like creatures sliding along the wall. "Are those the Zentari we read about?" she whispered to her friend. Paul Johnson, a tall black man with kind eyes, nodded. "I think so. The files said they evolved in low-gravity swamps." He was studying to be a doctor and had spent hours reading about alien biology during the trip. Amy Carter, a small blonde woman with thick glasses, was busy taking notes on a tablet. She was a physics student and wanted to record everything she saw. "The artificial gravity feels perfect," she murmured. "I wonder how they managed to keep it stable across the entire station." Veltar heard her comment and his blue lights flickered brighter. "You can feel the artificial gravity variations? Most species cannot detect such subtle changes." "It feels just like home," Amy said with a smile. "Maybe a tiny bit lighter, but not much." This seemed to worry Veltar even more. He had read the reports about Earth's gravity being much stronger than standard, but seeing these young humans move so easily was still shocking. "Please follow me," Veltar said, turning to lead them down the corridor. His crystal body rang like a bell with each step. "We must discuss your safety training requirements before you can begin classes." As they walked, more aliens stopped to stare at the human group. Some whispered to each other while others simply watched in amazement. A few took pictures with strange devices that floated in the air around them. The humans tried to be polite, smiling and waving at the curious aliens. This only made the aliens more nervous. Several hurried away while others hid behind corners to peek at the newcomers. Are we really that scary? Asked Rick Davis, a young man with brown hair and a friendly face. He had been studying agriculture and was hoping to learn about alien farming methods. I do not think they find you scary, Veltar replied, though his lights were flickering in patterns that Jake had learned meant stress. They find you impossible. Jake raised an eyebrow. Impossible? Your species survived on a Class 12 death world, Veltar explained as they entered a large elevator. Most beings in the galaxy cannot imagine how such a thing is possible. The stories about Earth describe a world of constant danger, violent weather, deadly radiation, and predators that hunt in packs. The humans looked at each other and started laughing. This made Veltar's lights flicker even more frantically. It's not that bad, said Kate Wilson, a cheerful young woman with curly brown hair. She was studying environmental science. Sure, we get hurricanes and earthquakes, but you just learn to deal with them. Deal with them? Veltar stopped walking and turned to face the group. Hurricanes are weather events that can destroy entire cities. How does one simply deal with such things? Well, Kate said thoughtfully, you build stronger houses, make good emergency plans, and help your neighbors when things get bad. My family has lived through dozens of hurricanes. You just prepare for them and wait for them to pass. Veltar made a sound like breaking glass. Other aliens in the elevator moved as far away from the humans as possible. The elevator stopped at the 57th floor, and they walked out into another corridor lined with classrooms and offices. Through the windows, Jake could see the beautiful view of space and the three suns that lit this system. Here we are, Veltar announced, stopping in front of a door marked with symbols in several different languages. The Safety Training Center. All new students must complete our comprehensive safety program before beginning their studies. How long does this training usually take? Jake asked. For most species, 4 standard weeks, Veltar replied. However, given your species' unique background, the administration has decided that your training period may need to be extended. The human students groaned. They had been looking forward to starting their real classes, not sitting through weeks of safety. Lectures? What exactly will we be learning? Paul asked. Everything necessary to keep you safe in our controlled environment, Veltar said, opening the door to reveal a pristine white classroom. Proper handling of mild chemicals, correct lifting techniques, emergency procedures, atmospheric safety, and much more. Lisa looked skeptical. Mild chemicals? Yes, we will start with basic laboratory safety, including the proper handling of weak acidic solutions and other potentially harmful substances. Amy and Paul exchanged a look. They had both worked in chemistry labs back on Earth and were wondering just how weak these weak acids might be. As they entered the classroom, Jake noticed that Veltar seemed to be getting more nervous by the minute. The safety coordinator's crystal body was now flickering almost constantly, and he kept checking and rechecking his tablet. Is everything all right? Jake asked. Veltar looked up at him with what might have been fear. Captain Morrison, I must ask you something in confidence. Your student, they truly come from the same world that produces those terrifying reports we have read? Jake nodded. Born and raised on Earth, every one of them. And they seem so normal, so calm and friendly. They are normal, Jake said with a smile. That's just how humans are. Veltar made another glass-breaking sound and hurried away to prepare for what he was certain would be the most challenging safety training session in the Academy's long history. He had no idea just how right he was going to be. The safety training classroom was packed with students from across the galaxy. Jake Morrison sat in the back row, watching his 12 human students take their seats among dozens of alien beings. The contrast was striking. While the alien students carefully arranged protective equipment and safety gear around their desks, the humans simply sat down with notebooks and pens. At the front of the room stood Instructor Ziplo, a nervous-looking Zentari with pale blue skin that kept changing colors. His slug-like body glistened under the bright lights, and his eye stalk swiveled constantly as he checked and double-checked his lesson materials. The classroom itself looked like a laboratory crossed with a hospital. White walls, sterile surfaces, and emergency equipment mounted everywhere. Red warning lights blinked above each workstation, and the air circulation system hummed loudly to filter out any dangerous particles. "Welcome, students, to your first day of laboratory safety fundamentals," Ziplo announced, his translated voice shaking slightly. "Today, we will learn the proper procedures for handling dangerous chemical substances." The alien students immediately began putting on protective gear. The Kithra, bird-like creatures with hollow bones, slipped on thick padded suits. The Aquatic Mollusk Federation representatives sealed themselves inside double-walled environmental suits. Even the rock-like granites activated personal shield generators. The humans looked around in confusion. Lisa Brown raised her hand. "Excuse me, sir. Do we need special equipment for this lesson?" Ziplo's skin turned a sickly yellow color. You are not wearing protective gear?" "We don't have any," Paul Johnson said. "Nobody told us to bring safety equipment." A collective gasp rose from the alien students. Several Zentari began hyperventilating, their skin flashing bright orange in distress. One of the Kithara started molting feathers from pure stress. "This is highly irregular," Ziplo muttered, checking his tablet frantically. "According to protocol, all students must wear full protective gear when handling Class 3 hazardous materials." "What kind of hazardous materials?" Amy Carter asked, adjusting her glasses. Ziplo gestured to a table at the front of the room. On it sat several dozen small glass bottles filled with clear liquid. Each bottle was sealed with multiple locks and surrounded by warning labels in dozens of languages. "These containers hold diluted citric acid solution," Ziplo announced gravely. "The concentration is 0.5%, making it extremely dangerous to most biological tissues." The humans stared at the bottles, then at each other, then back at the bottles. Rick Davis scratched his head. "That's basically lemon juice, right?" The instructor's eye stalks nearly fell off his head. "Lemon juice?" "Yeah," Lisa said, leaning forward to get a better look. "We've got lemons growing in our backyard that are probably more acidic than that." "You have direct contact with such corrosive substances?" Ziplo asked in horror. "We eat them," Kate Wilson said cheerfully. "My little sister puts lemon juice on everything. Fish, salad, ice cream sometimes." The alien students began making distressed noises in their various languages. A Zentari in the front row fainted, his slug-like body going limp and sliding under his desk. Two Kithara began preening themselves frantically, a sign of extreme anxiety in their species. Ziplo had to sit down, his blue skin now cycling through colors so fast it was making other students dizzy. "You consume citric acid?" he managed to say. "Sure," Paul said. "Our stomachs produce hydrochloric acid to digest food. It's got a pH of about 1.5 to 2.0, way stronger than what you've got there." More fainting occurred. The Mollusk Federation students began emergency breathing procedures inside their suits. One of the granites actually cracked, which was their equivalent of screaming. "Moving on," Ziplo said weakly. "We will now discuss proper lifting techniques." He activated a holographic display showing various alien species carefully using mechanical devices to lift small objects. The largest weight shown in the demonstration was about 5 pounds. "Never attempt to lift more than 5% of your body weight without assistance," Ziplo continued. "Improper lifting can cause severe injury or death." Amy Carter, who had been captain of her high school powerlifting team, couldn't help herself. 5%? That's like nothing." "What do you mean, nothing?" Ziplo asked. "Well, I weigh about 120 pounds, so 5% would be 6 pounds. I can deadlift 240 pounds, that's twice my body weight." The silence in the classroom was deafening. Even the air circulation system seemed to quiet down. "That is impossible," whispered a Kithara student. "Most humans can safely lift at least half their body weight," Dan Clark added helpfully. "My dad works construction, and he moves around 80-pound bags of concrete all day." A Zentari student started crying, which involved his entire body turning purple and making sad whistling sounds. "Perhaps we should move to the next topic," Ziplo said desperately. His skin had settled on a gray color that Jake recognized as the Zentari equivalent of shell shock. The instructor brought out another demonstration table, this one covered with various tools. Each tool was wrapped in padding and surrounded by safety barriers. "These are cutting implements," Ziplo announced. "They must be handled with extreme care. This sharp-edged tool can cut through soft materials like paper or thin fabric." He held up what looked like a butter knife. "That's not really sharp," Beth Adams observed. "Not sharp?" Ziplo looked confused. "Back home, we use knives way sharper than that for cooking," Beth explained. "My mom has kitchen knives that can cut through bone." The alien students began what could only be described as a panic attack. Several more fainted. Others began making distress calls on their communication devices, and a few actually tried to leave the classroom. "Please remain calm," Ziplo begged, though he looked anything but calm himself. His skin was now flashing red warning colors so fast it was giving everyone headaches. "Are we doing something wrong?" Rick asked, genuinely concerned about the aliens' reactions. "You are describing capabilities that should not exist in any biological creature," a Granite student managed to say through his species equivalent of hyperventilation. "You speak of consuming acids, lifting massive weights, and using deadly, cutting tools as if they were normal activities." "They are normal activities," Kate said, "at least where we come from." "Where you come from is a death world," the Granite continued. "Nothing should be normal there. Everything should be trying to kill you." "Well," Paul said thoughtfully, "things do try to kill us sometimes. Bears, sharks, poisonous snakes, disease, natural disasters, but humans learned to deal with all that stuff a long time ago." "Deal with predators?" Ziplo asked faintly. "Sure. We hunt some of them, avoid others, and we even made friends with a few. Dogs used to be wolves, but we domesticated them. Now they help us hunt other animals." "You allied with predators to hunt other predators?" a Cathera student asked in amazement. "Dogs are great," Lisa said with a smile. "My dog Duke can take down a deer if he needs to, but mostly he just likes to play fetch and sleep on the couch." "You share your living space with a predator capable of killing large prey animals." Ziplo was now making a continuous keening sound. "Duke wouldn't hurt a fly," Lisa laughed. "Well, actually, he would hurt a fly. He loves chasing flies, but he's super gentle with people." By this point, half the alien students had either fainted, left the room, or were frantically taking notes, while making distressed noises in their native languages. Jake Morrison watched from the back of the room with growing amusement. He had expected some culture shock, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. The human students were just being themselves, talking about perfectly normal things from their lives on Earth. But to the aliens, every casual comment was a revelation about the impossible resilience of Death World inhabitants. Ziplo looked at his lesson plan, then at the humans, then at his remaining conscious students, then back at his lesson plan. His skin had turned completely white, which Jake knew meant total surrender in Zentari body language. "Class dismissed," Ziplo announced weakly. Please review chapters 1 through 5 in your safety manuals. Tomorrow we will discuss emergency procedures." As the alien students filed out of the room, many of them casting fearful glances at the humans, Jake could hear fragments of their conversations being translated. "They eat acid, lift weights equal to their own body mass, alliance with predators. How are they not extinct?" The human students packed up their simple notebooks and pens, chatting casually about their impressions of their first day at Galactic School. They had no idea that their mere existence had just fundamentally challenged everything. The galaxy thought it knew about the limits of biological life. Meanwhile, in the instructor's lounge, Ziplo was already sending urgent messages to the Academy administration, requesting either hazard pay or immediate transfer to a different department, preferably one that didn't involve Death World species. Word had spread through the entire space station overnight. By the second week of safety training, the classroom had become the most popular destination on Zentari Academy. Students, professors, researchers, and even maintenance workers found excuses to walk past the emergency training center. Chief Safety Officer Merltek stood at the front of the simulation chamber, his thick armor plates clicking nervously as he moved. He looked like a giant crab crossed with a tank, and his species had evolved on a world where the most dangerous thing was a gentle tide. Today's lesson was emergency procedures, and he had spent all night reviewing the protocols. The human students filed in looking relaxed and curious, Behind them came the alien students who had survived the first week of training. Their numbers had dropped significantly. Many had requested transfers to other classes, citing stress-related health problems. The simulation chamber was enormous, designed to replicate various emergency scenarios in complete safety. Padded walls, soft lighting, and gentle warning chimes made sure no student could possibly be harmed during the exercises. "Today we will practice emergency evacuation procedures," Merltek announced, his voice amplified through speakers around the room. "We will simulate a minor gravitational anomaly." The alien students immediately began putting on specialized equipment. Safety harnesses, padded helmets, emergency beacons, and anti-gravity stabilizers were distributed to everyone except the humans. "Do we get equipment too?" asked Dan Clark. "According to the safety manual, humans are classified as Class 12 Death World inhabitants," Merltek replied, checking his tablet. "Your species requires special protocols." "What kind of special protocols?" Paul Johnson asked. "We are still determining that," Merltek admitted. "Your safety requirements appear to be unique." Jake Morrison sat in the observation area with several dozen alien faculty members who had come to watch the training session. Word about the human students had reached the highest levels of Academy administration, and everyone wanted to see these Death World creatures in action. "Beginning simulation," Merltek announced. "Artificial gravity will be reduced to 0.8 standard. This represents a catastrophic system failure." The alien students gripped their safety equipment tightly as the gravity generators adjusted. They began moving with extreme caution, testing each step carefully and maintaining constant contact with safety rails mounted along the walls. The humans simply stood there looking around. "Is something supposed to happen?" Rick Davis asked. "The gravitational field has been reduced by 20%, Merltek explained. "You should be experiencing severe disorientation and mobility difficulties." "It feels like walking on the moon," Amy Carter said, taking a small hop to test the reduced gravity. "Actually, this is heavier than moon gravity. The moon only has about 16% of Earth's gravity." The alien student stopped moving entirely and stared at her. "You have experience with lunar gravity?" Merltek asked, his armor plates rattling with shock. "Well, not personally," Amy said, "but my species has been to the moon lots of times. We've got people living on Mars now too, and that's only got about 38% Earth gravity." The observation deck erupted in whispers and frantic note-taking. Several professors began updating their research files, while others started making urgent calls to colleagues across the galaxy. "Your species regularly travels to worlds with different gravitational fields?" A Zentari researcher called out from the observation area. "Sure," Kate Wilson said. "Space travel is pretty normal for us now. We've got people working on space stations, mining asteroids, and exploring other planets." A Cathera professor fainted and had to be carried out by 2 assistants. "Moving to the next scenario," Merltek announced weakly. "Temperature emergency simulation." The chamber's environmental controls activated, and the temperature began to drop. The alien students immediately started putting on thermal protection, suits that made them look like walking sleeping bags. "The temperature will drop to 287 Kelvin, Merltek warned. "This represents a life-threatening environmental hazard." The humans looked around waiting for something to happen. "That's like 60 degrees Fahrenheit, Amy calculated quickly. "This is actually warmer than it was this morning." 60 degrees. "Is warm?" asked a shivering Zentari student whose thermal suit was already activated to maximum heat. "It's perfect weather for a picnic," Lisa Brown said. "Back home, we'd probably open the windows on a day like this." "I've got a jacket that's warmer than this room usually is," added Beth Adams. The alien students began whispering to each other in dozens of languages. The universal translators picked up fragments of their conversations, and none of it was reassuring to the human observers. Impossible thermal regulation. How do their bodies maintain temperature? Death World environmental adaptation. Next simulation, Merltek continued desperately. Atmospheric contamination emergency. The chamber sealed itself, and new, Air began pumping in through filtered vents. The alien students immediately activated breathing apparatus that covered their entire heads. The atmospheric composition now contains elevated carbon dioxide levels, Merltech announced. Concentration has reached 0.5%. Exposure for more than 60 seconds may cause severe respiratory distress. The humans breathed normally, looking around at the aliens in their bulky breathing gear. "This air actually smells pretty good," Rick said, taking a deep breath. "Way better than the subway back home." "The carbon dioxide level would be considered dangerous?" Paul asked, genuinely curious. "Extremely dangerous," Merltech confirmed. "Most species cannot survive such high concentrations. The air in my dorm room is probably worse than this after my roommate pulls an all-nighter playing video games," Paul laughed. By now, several alien students were hyperventilating inside their breathing apparatus. The irony was not lost on the human observers. "Perhaps we should try the radiation exposure simulation," Merltech suggested, though his armor was now making continuous clicking sounds that indicated extreme stress. "Actually," Jake Morrison called from the observation deck, "maybe we should take a break," but it was too late. Merltech had already activated the final simulation. "Stellar radiation exposure," he announced. "Students will be exposed to filtered starlight equivalent to 0.1% of standard stellar output. Maximum safe exposure time is 30 seconds. The alien students huddled behind radiation shields that rose from the floor. Emergency lights flashed and warning alarms began sounding throughout the chamber. A small amount of filtered light entered the room through a special port in the ceiling. It was roughly equivalent to the light from a dim flashlight. The humans looked up at the light source with interest. "What kind of star are we talking about?" Dan asked. "Our sun back home is a G-type star, and humans spend hours outside under direct sunlight." The alarms stopped. The emergency lights stopped flashing. The entire chamber fell silent. "You expose yourselves to direct stellar radiation?" Merltech asked in a voice barely above a whisper. "All the time," Kate said. "Some people try to get tanned by it. We go to beaches and lay in the sun for fun." "You deliberately seek out stellar radiation for recreational purposes?" a granite professor called from the observation deck. "Sure," Beth said. "We've got special lotions that let us stay in the sun even longer. Some people spend entire days at the beach." That's when the emergency evacuation alarm started going off. Not the simulation alarm, the real one. Apparently, a Zentari researcher in the observation deck had suffered what his species called reality displacement shock after hearing that humans voluntarily exposed themselves to stellar radiation for pleasure. His mental breakdown had triggered automatic safety protocols throughout the entire section of the station. As alien students and faculty rushed toward the emergency exits, the 12 human students stood calmly in the center of the chamber, looking confused about why everyone was panicking. "Did we say something wrong?" Lisa asked. Jake Morrison made his way down from the observation deck, stepping carefully around several aliens who had fainted in the corridors. "I think," he said to his students, "we might need to have a talk with the Academy administration about adjusting the training program." Behind them, Merltech sat heavily on the floor, his armor making defeated clicking sounds. In his 300 years as a safety officer, he had never encountered anything like this. These humans spoke casually about surviving conditions that would kill most galactic species instantly, and they seemed to think it was all perfectly normal. The worst part was that they were right. For humans, it was normal. That was what made it so terrifying to everyone else. The emergency assembly hall of Zentari Academy had never seen anything like this. Representatives from every major species in the galaxy filled the massive chamber, while countless others attended through holographic projection. The greatest minds in galactic science, education, and government had gathered to address what was being called the human crisis. Director General Korthul stood at the center podium, his ancient form commanding respect from the assembled crowd. As one of the oldest and wisest beings in the galaxy, his words carried enormous weight. Behind him, massive screens displayed data that had been collected over the past 3 weeks of human observation. Jake Morrison sat in the front row with his 12 students, who still looked confused about why their simple safety training had caused such a fuss. They whispered quietly among themselves, pointing at the various alien dignitaries and trying to identify different species they had read about. "Honored representatives," Korthul began, his voice echoing through the chamber. "We have gathered to discuss a discovery that challenges everything we thought we knew about life in the galaxy." The screens behind him lit up with images of Earth, showing swirling hurricanes, erupting volcanoes, and vast oceans teeming with predators. 3 weeks ago, 12 students arrived from the world designated as Earth, classified as a Class 12 death world. What we have learned since then has forced us to reconsider our understanding of biological limits. Admiral Chen stood up from his seat in the diplomatic section. "Director General, I have reviewed all the data collected during the safety training sessions. The implications are staggering. Please share your findings with the Assembly," Korthul requested. Admiral Chen activated his own data display. Charts and graphs filled the screens, showing comparisons between human capabilities and galactic norms. These beings routinely survive exposure to biological agents that would kill most species within hours. They consume substances that we classify as dangerous chemicals. They repair from physical trauma that we consider fatal. And they do all of this while treating it as normal daily life. A murmur ran through the assembly. Many of the delegates had heard rumors, but seeing the compiled data made it undeniable. Dr. Kyrex, the Death World specialist, requested permission to speak. "My colleagues and I have studied dangerous worlds throughout the galaxy for centuries. We thought we understood the limits of biological adaptation. We were wrong." He gestured toward the human students. "These individuals represent something we have never encountered before. They are not just survivors of a death world. They are the successful products of millions of years of death world evolution." Lisa Brown raised her hand tentatively. "Excuse me, sir. Could you explain what you mean by that?" Dr. Kyrex turned to face her, his expression mixing fascination with something that might have been fear. "Young human, your species has been shaped by constant exposure to mortal danger. Every generation that survived passed on better adaptations to the next. What we see today is the result of that process. But we're not special," Paul Johnson protested. "We're just normal people." "That is exactly what makes you remarkable," Korthul said gently. "To you, surviving deadly challenges is normal. To the rest of the galaxy, it is miraculous." A Zentari delegate in the middle section stood up. "Director General, what does this mean for galactic society? How do we integrate beings who consider our most deadly threats to be minor inconveniences?" Before Korthul could answer, Veltar entered the chamber. The safety coordinator looked like he had been through a war. His crystal body was dim and cracked, and he moved slowly toward the central microphone. "If I may," Veltar said, his voice weak but determined. "I have spent 3 weeks trying to teach these humans about safety. I have failed completely." The chamber fell silent, waiting for his explanation. "I failed because they already know everything about safety. They have learned safety from the greatest teacher in the galaxy. They learned it from their own world." Veltar turned to face the human students. "Every day on Earth is safety training. Every breath, every step, every moment of your lives, you are practicing survival skills that most species could never master." Amy Carter looked puzzled. "But we don't think about it like that. We just live our lives." "Exactly," Veltar said, his lights flickering weakly. "You have internalized survival so completely that you do not even recognize it as survival. You think it is just living." A Cathara representative called out from the upper gallery. "What you are describing sounds like a species that has weaponized evolution itself." "We didn't weaponize anything," Rick Davis said, sounding defensive. "We just adapted to our environment like any species would." "No," Dr. Kyrex corrected gently. "Most species adapt to safe environments and avoid dangerous ones. Your species adapted to danger itself. You made friends with predators, turned toxins into medicines, used radiation for energy, and built tools from the very forces that threaten life." Kate Wilson frowned. "When you put it like that, it sounds kind of scary." "It is scary, Admiral," Chen admitted. But it is also wonderful. Your species represents hope. Hope? Dan Clark asked. Korthul stepped forward. The galaxy faces many challenges: climate disasters, dangerous worlds that could be colonized, hostile environments that need to be explored. We have always seen these as obstacles to be avoided. He gestured toward the humans. But you see them as problems to be solved. Where we see death, you see life, waiting to happen. That's just how humans think, Beth Adams said with a shrug. If something's broken, you fix it. If something's dangerous, you make it safe. If something's impossible, you figure out how to make it possible. And that, Korthul said with something that might have been a smile, is why the galaxy needs humans. A granite delegate raised a rocky appendage. What happens now? How do we proceed with this new understanding? Admiral Chen consulted his tablet. The Galactic Educational Authority has made several decisions. First, all safety training requirements for Death World species are hereby suspended. A cheer went up from the human students, who were tired of sitting through lectures about dangers that didn't seem dangerous to them. Second, Admiral Chen continued, we are implementing a new course at all galactic educational institutions. It will be called Advanced Survival Techniques for Standard Environment Species. Who will teach this course? Asked a mollusk representative. Admiral A. Chen gestured toward the 12 humans. Death World inhabitants will serve as instructors. They will teach other species the survival skills that humans consider basic knowledge. The human students looked at each other with excitement. Teaching other species about Earth survival techniques sounded much more interesting than learning how to handle weak acids. Finally, Korthul announced, we are updating our classification system. Earth is no longer designated as a Class 12 Death World. The chamber erupted in surprised chatter. Representatives began talking among themselves, wondering what the new classification would be. Earth's new designation, Korthul continued, is Class 1 Life World, not because it is safe, but because it produces life so robust that it makes other worlds safer by comparison. Jake Morrison felt a surge of pride as he looked at his students. They had come to learn about galactic civilization, but instead they had taught the galaxy about the strength of the human spirit. There is one more thing, Korthul added. The humans have taught us that safety is not about avoiding danger. Safety is about being prepared for danger, adapting to it, and overcoming it. He looked directly at the human students. You have shown us that the greatest safety training in the galaxy is simply being human, and for that lesson, the galaxy thanks you. The assembly erupted in applause from hundreds of different species, each showing appreciation in their own way. Lights flashed, voices cheered, and appendages clapped in a symphony of galactic gratitude. The 12 human students sat in their seats, overwhelmed by the response. They had just wanted to go to school and learn about alien science. Instead, they had accidentally taught the entire galaxy that humans were not just survivors of a death world. They were the species that made death worlds into homes. By the third week of safety training, the entire academy had transformed. What started as routine orientation for new students had become the most documented event in galactic educational history. Research teams from across the galaxy were sending requests for access to the human student data. 3 different news networks had set up permanent stations outside the academy. The safety training classroom now resembled a scientific conference more than a school. Representatives from dozens of species filled every available seat, while others watched through live video feeds broadcast across the galaxy. Security guards had been posted outside to control the crowds of curious aliens trying to get a glimpse of the Death World inhabitants. Veltar stood at the front of the room, his crystal body flickering with nervous energy. As the chief safety coordinator, he had been forced to take over the training program after both Ziplo and Merltech had requested medical leave for stress-related conditions. The human students sat in their usual seats, completely unaware that they had become the most famous beings in galactic space. They chatted quietly among themselves, occasionally looking around at the growing crowd of observers with mild confusion. Today we will cover advanced survival scenarios, Veltar announced, his translation device crackling with static from his nervous energy. These are situations that no student should ever encounter, but we must prepare for the impossible. Jake Morrison watched from the back of the room, now accompanied by Admiral Chen of the Galactic Educational Authority and Dr. Kyrex, the galaxy's leading expert on Death World ecology. Both had arrived that morning specifically to observe the human students. First scenario, Veltar continued, pulling up a holographic display. Exposure to aggressive biological agents. The display showed various microscopic organisms that looked like tiny monsters under magnification. Each one was labeled with danger ratings and detailed warnings about their lethal effects. These organisms represent the most dangerous biological threats known to galactic science, Veltar explained. Contact with any of these agents requires immediate quarantine and emergency medical intervention. Amy Carter raised her hand. What do these things actually do? This first organism causes mild digestive upset in most species, Veltar said, pointing to what looked like a spiky ball under the microscope. Exposure can be fatal within hours. It looks like E. coli, Paul Johnson observed, squinting at the display. You recognize this organism? Dr. Kyrex called out from the observation area. Well, not that specific one, but it looks similar to bacteria we deal with on Earth, Paul said. We've got stuff like that in our food and water sometimes. Most people just get sick for a few days and then feel better. The room erupted in shocked murmurs. Several alien researchers began frantically updating their notes. You have regular exposure to lethal biological agents? Admiral Chen asked in disbelief. I wouldn't call them lethal, Paul replied. Annoying, maybe. My little brother ate some bad chicken last month and spent 2 days complaining about his stomach, but he was fine. Veltar moved to the next organism on the display. This agent attacks the respiratory system, causing immediate breathing difficulties. That looks like a common cold virus, Rick Davis said, leaning forward to get a better look. You have experience with respiratory pathogens? Dr. Kyrex was now standing up, his excitement obvious. Everyone gets colds, Kate Wilson explained. Usually a few times a year. You feel crummy for a week or so, then you get better. A few times per year? Veltar's lights were flashing so rapidly he looked like a disco ball. You survive multiple exposures to respiratory pathogens annually? Sure, Dan Clark said. I had the flu last winter. It was pretty bad for a few days, but nothing serious. The flu? Admiral Chen was now taking notes on his own tablet. Influenza, Amy explained helpfully. It's a viral infection that spreads really easily. Pretty much everyone gets it sometimes. The alien observers began making distressed noises in their various languages. A Zentari researcher in the front row was rocking back and forth, muttering something about impossible biological resistance. Moving on, Veltar said desperately, though his voice was shaking. Extreme environmental toxin exposure. The next display showed various chemical compounds with warning labels covering half the screen. These substances represent catastrophic environmental contamination, Veltar explained. Contact with any of these requires immediate evacuation and decontamination procedures. Lisa Brown studied the list carefully. Is that carbon monoxide? One of the most deadly atmospheric toxins known, Veltar confirmed. We've got detectors for that in our houses, Lisa said. Car exhaust has carbon monoxide in it. You just don't run your car in a closed garage. You coexist with sources of atmospheric toxins, Dr. Kyrex asked faintly. Well, we try to avoid them, Lisa explained. But they're everywhere. Cars, factories, some types of heating systems, you just learn to be careful. What about this one? Veltar pointed to another compound on the list. Looks like ammonia, Beth Adams said. My mom uses that to clean windows. For cleaning? Admiral Chen looked like he was about to faint. It works really well on glass, Beth said. You just open the window so you don't breathe too much of it. By now, several alien students had given up taking notes and were simply staring at the humans with expressions of complete bewilderment. Perhaps we should discuss physical trauma scenarios, Veltar suggested, though he looked like he was regretting the decision even as he spoke. The display changed to show various types of injuries with detailed medical diagrams. These represent catastrophic physical damage that requires immediate life support intervention, Veltar said. Those are just cuts and bruises, Dan observed. Cuts? Veltar's translation device made a sound like breaking crystal. Yeah, you know when you accidentally hurt yourself, Dan explained. I cut my hand pretty bad on a saw last summer. Needed 12 stitches, but it healed up fine. You survived having your flesh torn open? A Cathara student asked in horror. It wasn't that big a deal, Dan said, rolling up his sleeve to show a thin scar on his forearm. See? Good as new. The alien students recoiled as if Dan had pulled out a weapon. Several more fainted, including one of the granite observers whose rocky body actually cracked from stress. You have multiple scars, Dr. Kyrex noted, staring at Dan's arm. Everyone has scars, Rick said, showing a mark on his knee. This one's from when I crashed my bike when I was 8. I've got one from when I fell out of a tree, Kate added, pointing to a small mark on her chin. Surgery scar, Paul said, lifting his shirt slightly to show a line across his abdomen. Had my appendix out when I was 15. The humans began comparing their various scars and injuries like they were trading baseball cards. To them, it was normal conversation about normal childhood experiences. To the aliens, it was a catalog of survival against impossible odds. Your species routinely survives physical trauma that would be fatal to most galactic civilizations, Admiral Chen said slowly as if he couldn't believe his own words. I guess we healed pretty well, Amy said with a shrug. That's when Veltar finally broke. His crystal body began flashing every color in the spectrum as he made sounds like a wind chime being hit by a hurricane. This is impossible, he shouted, his translation device struggling to keep up with his rapid speech. Your species should not exist. Your world produces beings that casually survive biological agents, chemical toxins, physical trauma, radiation, exposure, gravitational variations, and atmospheric contamination. How are you not extinct? How is anything on your planet still alive? The humans looked at each other, then back at the panicking safety coordinator. We're really not that tough, Lisa said gently, trying to calm him down. We just learned to deal with stuff over time. Deal with stuff? Veltar repeated weakly. Evolution adaptation technology, Amy explained. When something tries to kill you, you either figure out how to survive it or you don't. The ones who survive get to have kids and pass on what they learned. Natural selection, Paul added. It's been going on for millions of years. The room fell completely silent. Every alien in the chamber was staring at the humans with a mixture of awe, terror, and respect. Finally, Admiral Chen spoke. You're saying that your entire species is the result of millions of years of surviving increasingly deadly challenges? Pretty much, Kate said. Earth throws a lot of stuff at you. Diseases, predators, natural disasters, climate changes. But life finds a way to keep going, and humans found a way to keep going better than most, Rick added. In the observation area, researchers were frantically sending messages across the galaxy. The implications of what they were hearing would reshape galactic understanding of life itself. These humans weren't just survivors of a death world. They were the ultimate products of death world evolution, so adapted to danger that they considered mortal threats to be minor inconveniences. And they had no idea how remarkable that made them. The lights of Nexus Station never went out. Day and night meant nothing in the cold space between stars, so the massive metal structure stayed bright all the time. Ships came and went every few minutes, bringing aliens from dozens of different worlds to trade, talk, and make deals. Zira walked through the main corridor, keeping her head down and her steps quick. Her pale blue skin made her easy to spot among the crowd, but that was not why people stared. Other Catherians had the same blue skin, the same large eyes that seemed to glow in the station's lights. What made Zira different was what she could not do. Every Catherian could speak without words, sending thoughts from one mind to another. It was as natural as breathing for her people. But Zira was born broken. Her mind was silent. She could not hear the thoughts of others, and they could not hear hers. A group of tall, gray-skinned Valorians blocked her path. Their leader, a young, Male with sharp teeth and red eyes smiled in a way that made Zira's stomach tight with fear. "Look what we have here," the Valorian said in the common trade language. His voice was loud enough for others to hear. "The broken bird thinks she can fly with the rest of us," the other Valorians laughed. One of them, a female with scars on her arms, stepped closer to Zira. "Tell us, little freak, what is it like to be so alone in your own head? Do you hear anything at all up there, or is it just empty space?" Zira tried to walk around them, but they moved to block her again. Her heart beat fast and her hands shook. This happened almost every day, but it never got easier. "Maybe we should help her," said another Valorian. "Maybe if we hit her head hard enough, we can fix what is broken." More aliens gathered around, to watch, but none of them moved to help. A group of Trellians, short and fat with too many arms, pointed at Zira and whispered to each other. Some of them took pictures with their devices. Two Catherians, members of her own species, saw what was happening and quickly walked away. They did not want to be seen near the defective one. "Please," Zira said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I just want to go to work." "Work?" The lead Valorian laughed harder. "Who would hire something like you? You cannot even do the one thing your species is good for." Zira felt tears start to form in her large eyes. She had heard these words so many times before. On her homeworld, other Catherians called her worthless. Here on the station, every species had their own cruel names for her. The Valorians called her mind dead. The Trellians called her the empty one. Even the peaceful Centaurians, who claimed to love all living things, would not look at her directly. The Valorian reached out to grab her arm, but a new voice cut through the noise. "Hey!" Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. A human male stood a few feet away, wearing the brown work clothes of the station's maintenance crew. He was not very tall, not very big, and not very scary looking. His brown hair was messy and his green eyes looked tired. But something in his voice made the Valorians stop what they were doing. "Is there a problem here?" the human asked. His voice was calm, like he was asking about the weather. The lead Valorian looked confused. Humans were still new to the galactic community. Most aliens saw them as weak and primitive. "This is not your business, human. Go back to fixing pipes." The human took a step closer. His name tag said Jake Morrison in simple letters. "Actually, this is exactly my business. This is a public space and you are blocking traffic. We are having a conversation with this defective," the scarred female Valorian said. "Nothing more." Jake looked at Zira, then back at the Valorians. Funny kind of conversation where only one side gets to talk. The Valorians looked at each other. They were not used to being challenged, especially not by a human. In their culture, strength was everything and humans were seen as weak. But something about this human was different. He did not seem afraid. He did not seem angry either. He just stood there calm and steady like a rock in a river. "You should leave now, human," the leader said, trying to sound threatening, "before you get hurt." Jake smiled. It was not a mean smile or a scared smile. It was the kind of smile someone gives when they hear a joke that is not very funny. "I think you are the ones who should leave. This young lady was trying to get somewhere, and you are in her way." The word lady made Zira look up in surprise. No one had ever called her that before. Most beings did not even think of her as a real person. The Valorians were getting angry now. Their red eyes glowed brighter, and their sharp teeth showed more clearly. "You do not understand what she is," the leader said. "She is broken, worthless, a mistake." Jake stepped between Zira and the Valorians. He was not as tall as they were, but he stood straight and did not back down. "Where I come from," he said, "we have a saying. The only mistake is judging someone before you know them." The crowd around them was growing larger. Other aliens stopped to watch this strange scene. A human was standing up to Valorians, and he was doing it for a defective Catherian. It was something no one had ever seen before. The lead Valorian stepped forward. His hands curled into fists. "You want to protect the freak? Then you can share her fate." But Jake did not move. He kept smiling that same calm smile. "I think you are confused about what is happening here. I am not protecting anyone. I'm just asking you to move along and let people go about their day. Something in his voice made the Valorians pause. They were used to fear and anger and hatred, but this human showed none of those things. He was not challenging them to a fight. He was not running away either. He was just there, solid and unmovable and completely unafraid. The silence stretched on for long seconds. Finally, the lead Valorian spit on the ground near Jake's feet. "This is not over, human. You have made a mistake." "Maybe," Jake said, "but it is my mistake to make." The Valorians pushed through the crowd and disappeared into the busy corridor. The other aliens slowly went back to their business, though many still stared and whispered. Jake turned to look at Zira, who was still standing frozen in place. "You okay?" he asked. Zira stared at the human who had stepped in to help her. No one had ever done that before. Not once in her 23 years of life had anyone stood between her and those who wanted to hurt her. She did not know what to say. "I asked if you were okay," Jake said again. His voice was kind, the way someone might talk to a friend. Zira had never had a friend. "Yes," she whispered, then cleared her throat and spoke louder. "Yes, I am fine. Thank you." Jake nodded. "Good. Those guys seemed like real jerks." He paused and looked around at the aliens who were still watching them. "Does this happen a lot?" Zira felt her face grow warm with shame. "Every day," she admitted. "Sometimes more than once. That sucks." Jake said the words like they were simple facts, not like he was sorry for her or disgusted by her. "I am Jake, by the way, Jake Morrison." "Zira," she said. "Just Zira." "Nice to meet you, Zira." Jake smiled, and it was a real smile, not the fake ones she sometimes got from aliens who were trying to be polite. "I am pretty new here. Only been on the station for 2 weeks, still learning how things work." They stood there for a moment, not sure what to say next. Other aliens walked around them, some still staring and whispering. Zira wanted to run away and hide, but something about Jake made her feel safe. "I should go," she said finally. "I will be late for work." "Where do you work?" Jake asked. "The data center, level 15. I organize files and check for errors in the computer systems." Jake's eyebrows went up. "That sounds like important work. I bet not many people could do that job well." Zira looked at him with surprise. "It is not important. They gave it to me because no one else wanted it. It is boring work that keeps me away from other people." "Maybe," Jake said. "Or maybe they gave it to you because you are good at it." The idea had never occurred to Zira before. She had always thought of her job as punishment, a way to keep the defective Catherian out of sight. But Jake spoke like it was a real job that mattered. "I really should go," she said. "Yeah, me too. I have some broken air filters to fix on level 8. Jake started to walk away, then stopped and turned back. "Hey, Zira?" "Yes?" "If those Valorians bother you again, you can call me. My comm number is in the station directory under maintenance crew." Zira nodded, though she could not imagine actually calling him. She watched Jake walk away, his tool bag bouncing against his hip. He walked like someone who belonged wherever he was going. Zira had never felt like she belonged anywhere. The next few days were different. Word had spread quickly through the station that a human had stood up to Valorians to protect the defective Catherian. Some aliens thought it was funny. Others thought it was stupid. A few thought it was interesting. The Valorians who had bothered Zira stayed away from her, but she could feel their angry looks when they passed her in the corridors. They were planning something. She could tell by the way they whispered and pointed when they thought she was not looking. Zira tried to put it out of her mind and focus on her work. The data center was quiet and peaceful. She sat at her desk, checking files and fixing small errors in the station's computer systems. It was detail work that required patience and careful attention. Most aliens found it boring, but Zira liked it. Numbers and codes did not judge her. They did not care that she could not read minds. On her third day after meeting Jake, Zira was walking back from lunch when she heard familiar voices behind her. The Valorians had found her again, and this time they had brought more friends. "There, she is," said the scarred female. The broken bird and her human pet. Zira walked faster, but the Valorians were bigger and had longer legs. They caught up to her easily. "Where is your protector now?" asked the leader. "Off fixing toilets somewhere?" There were 5 of them this time, and they formed a circle around Zira in a wider part of the corridor. Other aliens saw what was happening and quickly walked in different directions. No one wanted to get involved. "We have been thinking about what happened the other day," said one of the new Valorians. "A human embarrassed us in front of everyone. That cannot go unpunished." "But the human is not here," said another, "so you will have to pay for his mistake." Zira's heart pounded in her chest. She looked around for a way to escape, but there was nowhere to go. The Valorians were too close, and they were all bigger and stronger than her. "Please," she said. "I did not ask him to help me. I do not even know him." "Liar," snarled the leader. "We saw you talking to him. You are working together to make us look weak." That was not true, but Zira knew they would not believe her. She closed her eyes and prepared for the pain that was coming. "Hey, guys." Zira opened her eyes and saw Jake walking toward them. He was carrying a large toolbox and had grease stains on his work clothes. He looked tired and a little annoyed, like someone who had been interrupted while doing something important. "We meet again," Jake said to the lead Valorian. "What are the odds?" "This is not your business, human," the Valorian said, but his voice was not as confident as before. "Funny thing," Jake said, setting down his toolbox with a loud thunk. "Every time I see you guys, you are standing around someone who looks like they would rather be somewhere else. Makes a person wonder if you have nothing better to do." "We are having a conversation," said the scarred female. Jake looked around at the circle of Valorians surrounding Zira. 5 against 1? Must be a pretty intense conversation. The Valorians looked uncomfortable. They had expected to find Zira alone, not deal with the strange human again. Jake had a way of making their behavior seem ridiculous without actually insulting them. "You cannot protect her forever," said one of the new Valorians. "I am not protecting anyone," Jake replied. "I am just wondering why 5 grown adults need to gang up on one person to have a conversation. Where I come from, that is what we call bullying." "Bullying?" The leader spat the word like it tasted bad. "We are teaching her about her place in the natural order." Jake nodded like he understood. "Right. And what place is that exactly?" "She is defective, broken. She does not belong with normal beings." "Huh." Jake scratched his chin. "That is interesting. On my world we have people who are different too. Some cannot see, some cannot hear, some cannot walk. But we found out something funny about them." The Valorians waited for him to continue. "We found out that when you treat different people like they matter, they often do things that surprise you. Sometimes they do things better than the normal people can." "That is impossible," said the scarred female. "The weak cannot be strong." Jake shrugged. "Maybe. But I have seen a blind person navigate better than someone with perfect eyes. I have seen a deaf person notice things that others missed because they paid attention to what they could see instead of what they could hear." He looked at Zira. "I bet if you gave her a chance, this young lady might surprise you too." The Valorians looked at each other, unsure how to respond. They had come here to hurt Zira and send a message to the human. But Jake was not fighting them or challenging them. He was just talking, making them think about things they had never considered before. "This is waste of time," the leader said finally. "Come, we have better things to do than listen to human nonsense." The Valorians pushed past Jake and Zira, muttering angry words in their own language. But Zira noticed something different this time. They did not sound as sure of themselves as before. Jake's words had planted seeds of doubt in their minds. When the Valorians were gone, Jake picked up his toolbox and turned to Zira. "You okay?" he asked. It was the same question he had asked before, but this time Zira had a different answer. "Yes," she said, "and thank you. Again." Jake smiled. "No problem. Same time tomorrow?" Despite everything, Zira found herself smiling back. "I hope not." Jake laughed. Yeah, me too. But if it happens, I will be around. As Jake walked away, Zira realized something had changed. For the first time in her life, she did not feel completely alone. 3 weeks passed, and Zira found herself looking forward to something she had never expected. Jake had started eating lunch in the same place she did, a quiet corner of the station's food court where most aliens did not go. At first, she thought, it was an accident, but when it happened 3 days in a row, she realized he was doing it on purpose. Mind if I sit here? Jake asked on the 4th day, holding his tray of food. Zira nodded to the empty chair across from her. She still felt nervous around other beings, but Jake was different. He talked to her like she was a normal person. How was work today? Jake asked as he sat down. Good, Zira said. I found 12 errors in the shipping records that no one else had noticed. The supervisor said it would have cost the station a lot of money if those mistakes had not been fixed. See? I told you that you were good at your job. Jake took a bite of his sandwich. What kind of errors were they? Zira was surprised that he wanted to know more. Most beings only asked about her work to be polite. Wrong numbers mostly. Someone had been entering data too fast and mixing up codes. The computer did not catch it because the codes were real, just wrong for those shipments. How did you spot them when the computer missed them? I noticed patterns, Zira said. The mistakes happened every few entries, always at the same time of day. I think whoever was doing the data entry was getting tired and making the same type of error over and over. Jake nodded. That is really smart thinking. You saw something that others missed because you pay attention to details. Zira felt warm inside when he said that. No one had ever called her smart before. What about you? She asked. What did you fix today? Water recycling system on level 12, Jake said. Nothing too exciting, but I met some interesting people while I was working. Jake often told her about the beings he met during his job. Unlike most aliens, he seemed to like talking to different species and learning about their cultures. He told her about the Centaurian family who had invited him to try their traditional tea, and the group of Trellian merchants who had taught him how to count in their language. Do you miss your home? Zira asked one day. Jake thought about it for a moment. Sometimes, I miss my family and my friends, but I like it out here too. There is so much to see and learn. What is Earth like? Big, Jake said with a smile. Lots of different places and people. Where I grew up, we had mountains and forests and a lake that was so clear you could see the bottom even in deep water. Zira tried to imagine such a place. Her home world was mostly cities and industrial centers. She had never seen a natural lake or a forest. Were there many different types of humans? She asked. Oh yeah. Humans come in all shapes and sizes and colors. We speak hundreds of different languages and have thousands of different cultures. Sometimes we do not get along very well, but we are learning. And they let different ones live together? Jake looked puzzled. Of course. Why would we not? On my world, Catherians who cannot use telepathy are sent away from the main cities. We live in separate places so we do not bother the normal ones. Jake frowned. That seems like a waste. I bet you could contribute a lot to your society if they gave you the chance. How? Well, you told me that you can spot patterns and details that others miss. That is because you have to pay attention to things differently than telepaths do. You use your eyes and ears and brain in ways they do not need to. That makes you good at different things. Zira had never thought about it that way. She had always seen her lack of telepathy as a disability, something that made her less than other Catherians. But Jake made it sound like it could be useful. On Earth, Jake continued, we learned that our differences make us stronger as a group. Someone who is good at math might be terrible at art. Someone who is great at building things might be bad at growing food. We need all kinds of people to make everything work. But what if someone cannot do anything useful? Everyone can do something useful, Jake said firmly. Sometimes it just takes time to figure out what that something is. Their daily lunch meetings became the best part of Zira's day. Jake told her stories about human history, about people who had overcome great challenges and made the world better. He told her about scientists and artists and leaders who had been considered strange or different by their own people. There was this human named Helen Keller, Jake said one day. She could not see or hear, but she learned to communicate and became a famous writer and teacher. People said it was impossible, but she proved them wrong. How? She had teachers who believed in her and did not give up, and she worked harder than anyone thought possible. Zira listened to these stories and felt something growing inside her that she had never felt before. Hope. But their friendship did not go unnoticed by others on the station. Commander Thex, the Valorian who ran the station, called Jake to his office one morning. "Morrison," the commander said in his deep, harsh voice. "Sit down." Jake sat in the chair across from the commander's large desk. The office was decorated with weapons and trophies from Thex's military service. "I have been hearing interesting reports about you," Thex said. "You have been spending time with the defective Catherian." "Her name is Zira," Jake said calmly. "I do not care what her name is. I care about your behavior. You are representing humanity on this station. Your species is new to the galactic community. You cannot afford to associate with outcasts and rejects." Jake felt anger rising in his chest, but he kept his voice steady. "With respect, Commander, I will choose my own friends." Thex's red eyes glowed brighter. "You do not understand the situation. That creature is worthless. Her own people do not want her. No species respects her. If you continue this association, other beings will think humans are weak and foolish." "Maybe," Jake said. "Or maybe they will think humans are decent." "Decent?" Thex laughed, but it was not a pleasant sound. "In space, being decent gets you killed. Being strong keeps you alive. Where I come from, being decent is what makes you strong." Thex leaned forward across his desk. "Let me make this clear, human. You will stop spending time with the defective one. You will focus on your job and your duties to your own species. If you do not, I will find reasons to send you back to Earth." Jake stood up slowly. "Is that all, Commander?" "That is all. But remember what I said." Jake left the office feeling angry and frustrated. He understood what Thex was trying to do. The commander wanted to isolate Zira again, to put her back in the box where society said she belonged. That afternoon, Jake found Zira in their usual spot in the food court. She looked upset about something. "Bad day?" he asked as he sat down. "My supervisor told me that some important people have been asking questions about me," Zira said quietly. "He said I should be more careful about who I talk to." Jake sighed. "Yeah, I got a similar message." They sat in silence for a while, both understanding what was happening. The station's power structure was pushing back against their friendship. "Maybe they are right," Zira said finally. "Maybe you should not be seen with me. I do not want to cause problems for you." Jake looked at her for a long moment. "Zira, can I tell you something about humans?" She nodded. "We have a saying on Earth. The only thing necessary for evil to win is for good people to do nothing." Jake paused. "I think what they are doing to you is wrong, and I am not going to do nothing about it. But your career, your future here, will be fine," Jake said firmly. "I did not come out here to space to make friends with bullies and cowards. I came here to explore and learn and maybe make things a little bit better if I could." Zira felt tears forming in her eyes, but for the first time in her life they were not tears of sadness. "Besides," Jake added with a grin, "where would I be without my lunch partner? You are the only person on this station who actually listens when I talk about broken air filters." Despite everything, Zira laughed. It was a sound she rarely made, but around Jake it was becoming more common. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For being my friend." Jake smiled. "Thank you for being mine." The crisis began at 3 in the morning when the station's main power grid started failing. Emergency lights flickered on throughout Nexus Station as the primary systems shut down one by one. Within minutes, Commander Thex was calling all department heads to the control center. Jake was pulled from his sleep by the emergency alarm. He grabbed his tools and ran to the engineering section, where Chief Engineer Malkin, a 4-armed Trellian, was shouting orders at a crowd of confused technicians. "The fusion reactor is stable.
Mulkin said, his voice high with stress. But something is wrong with the power distribution network. We are losing systems faster than we can identify the problem. Jake looked at the main display screen. Red warning. Lights blinked across a map of the station. Life support was holding, but only barely. The artificial gravity was fluctuating, making everyone feel sick. Most importantly, the navigation systems that kept the station in its safe orbit were failing. "How long do we have?" asked Dr. Vental, the Centaurian head of medical. 6 hours, Mulkin replied. "Maybe 8 if we are lucky. After that, the station will drift into the asteroid field and we will all be dead." A team of Valorian military engineers arrived and took control of the situation. Their leader, Colonel Drax, pushed the other species aside and began barking orders. "This requires telepathic coordination," Drax announced. "All non-telepathic species will stand back and let the real engineers work." For the next 2 hours, the telepathic species worked together in silent communication. Valorians, Catherians, and Xanthari engineers shared thoughts instantly, coordinating repairs across the massive station. But despite their combined mental powers, they could not find the source of the problem. "The power failures are random," reported a Catherian engineer. "There is no pattern we can detect." "Have you checked the backup systems?" asked a Xanthari technician. "Everything tests normal. The problem is not in the hardware." Jake watched from the back of the room, feeling useless. The telepathic species barely acknowledged that non-telepaths existed. To them, beings like humans were too slow and primitive to help with serious problems. But as Jake listened to their reports, something bothered him. The failures were not completely random. There was something familiar about the timing, something that reminded him of a problem he had seen before. Meanwhile, Zira was in the data center, trying to keep the computer systems running as power fluctuated throughout the station. She had been working for hours, watching patterns in the data streams that others could not see. As she studied the failure reports, Zira noticed something strange. The power grid was not failing randomly like everyone thought. The failures were happening in a specific sequence, but the sequence was hidden across different time periods and different sections of the station. She tried to contact the engineering team, but her communications were blocked. As a defective Catherian, she was not allowed to participate in emergency operations. The telepathic engineers did not want input from someone who could not share thoughts. The hours passed, and the situation grew worse. More systems failed, and the station's orbit began to decay. People started to panic as they realized the telepathic experts could not solve the problem. Jake had an idea, but he knew no one would listen to him. Instead, he made his way to the data center to find Zira. He found her hunched over her computer, surrounded by screens full of numbers and graphs. "Zira," he said, "are you seeing what I think you are seeing?" She looked up at him with tired eyes. "You noticed it too?" "The pattern. It is not random, is it?" "No," Zira said, turning back to her screens. "Look at this. The failures are happening in a cycle, but the cycle is spread out over time. Each failure happens exactly 47 minutes after a specific combination of other failures." Jake studied her data. "That looks like a software bug. Something in the automation system is creating a feedback loop." "Exactly. But it is not a normal bug. Someone programmed this on purpose. It was designed to look random so no one would notice the pattern." "Sabotage?" "Yes. But very clever sabotage. The person who did this knew that telepathic engineers would try to solve it by sharing thoughts and looking for obvious connections. They would never think to look at this kind of time-based pattern." Jake felt a chill run down his spine. "Can you fix it?" "I think so. But I need access to the main control systems, and I need to do it in the next hour before the cascade becomes unstoppable. Then we need to get to the control center." They ran through the corridors of the failing station. Emergency lights cast strange shadows, and the artificial gravity made their steps feel heavy and wrong. When they reached the control center, they found chaos. Colonel Drax was shouting at his telepathic team, while Commander Thex paced back and forth like a caged animal. The other species stood around looking helpless and scared. "We need to speak to the engineering team,"
Jake announced as he and Zira entered the room. Get out, Drax snarled. This is no place for primitives and defectives. We found the problem, Jake said loudly enough for everyone to hear. The room went quiet. All eyes turned to Jake and Zira. Impossible, said Commander Thex. The best minds in the galaxy are working on this crisis. A human and a broken Catherian could not possibly understand something that they cannot. Maybe that is exactly why we can understand it, Jake replied. He gestured to Zira. Show them. Zira stepped forward, her hands shaking with nerves. She had never spoken to so many important people at once. The power failures are not random, she said in a quiet voice. Speak up, Commander Thex demanded. Zira took a deep breath and raised her voice. The failures follow a pattern, but the pattern is designed to be invisible to telepathic analysis. Someone who understands how telepaths think created this sabotage specifically to fool you. She moved to the main display and began calling up her data. Each failure triggers the next one after exactly 47 minutes, but only if 3 specific conditions are met. The saboteur knew that telepathic minds would look for immediate cause and effect, not delayed patterns. The telepathic engineers looked at her data with growing amazement. The pattern was clearly visible once she pointed it out, but it was completely hidden from their normal way of thinking. This is impossible, muttered a Catherian engineer. How did we not see this? Because you were looking with your minds linked together, Jake said. You were all thinking the same way, so you all missed the same things. Sometimes you need someone who thinks differently. Colonel Drax stepped forward, his face red with anger. Even if this freak is right about the pattern, she cannot possibly fix it. She does not have the clearance or the ability to access our systems. Then give her the clearance, Jake said simply. Never. I will not trust the safety of this station to a defective. Then you will let everyone die because of your pride? Jake asked. The room erupted in arguments. Some aliens agreed with Drax, while others wanted to give Zira a chance. Time was running out, and they were wasting precious minutes arguing about prejudice and protocol. Finally, Jake had enough. He stepped into the center of the room and raised his voice above the noise. Listen to me, he shouted. All of you. The room fell silent again. You want to know what I think is broken here? It is not Zira. It is this whole system that throws away people because they are different. You have been so busy deciding who is worthy and who is not, that you missed the real threat to your lives. Jake pointed at the display screen where Zira's data was still showing. That woman figured out in 4 hours what your best telepathic minds could not solve in 8. And you want to let everyone die rather than admit that maybe, just maybe, someone you look down on might be smarter than you. He looked around the room at all the different species. Where I come from, we learned something important. The people you ignore and dismiss are often the ones who see things that you cannot. They think differently because they have to. And sometimes that different thinking is exactly what you need. Jake turned to Commander Thex. You have 2 choices. You can let Zira try to save this station, or you can explain to the families of everyone here why you chose prejudice over survival. The silence stretched on for long seconds. Finally, Chief Engineer Mulkin spoke up. Give her access, he said, quietly. If she is wrong, we die anyway. If she is right, we live. Commander Thex looked like he wanted to argue, but the logic was undeniable. He nodded to the control technician. Do it, he said through gritted teeth. Zira moved to the main control panel, her fingers flying over the alien interface. Jake stood beside her, ready to help however he could. Around them, the telepathic engineers watched in amazement as the defective Catherian worked to save them all. There, Zira said after 20 minutes of intense work. The cascade is stopped. Power should start coming back online in a few minutes. As if responding to her words, the emergency lights began turning off as the main power systems came back online. The artificial gravity stabilized and the navigation system started working again. The room filled with relieved voices as aliens celebrated their survival. But Jake was watching the faces of the telepathic engineers. For the first time, they were looking at Zira with something other than disgust or pity. They were looking at her with respect. The morning after the crisis, Zira woke up to something she had never experienced before. Her door chime was ringing. Someone wanted to see her. She opened the door to find Chief Engineer Mulkin standing in the hallway, holding a data pad and looking nervous. "May I come in?" he asked politely. Zira nodded and stepped aside. Her quarters were small and plain, nothing like the decorated rooms that important beings lived in. But Mulkin did not seem to notice. "I wanted to talk to you about yesterday," he said, sitting down when she gestured to a chair. "What you did was remarkable. I have been an engineer for 30 years, and I have never seen pattern analysis like that." Zira did not know what to say. No one had ever complimented her work before. "I have a proposal," Mulkin continued. "The station needs a new position in the engineering department. Someone who can look at problems differently. Someone who can see things that telepathic minds might miss. I would like to offer that job to you." "But I am not an engineer," Zira said quietly. "I just organize data. You saved this station by seeing patterns that trained engineers could not find. That makes you exactly the kind of engineer we need." Zira stared at him. "You really want me to work in engineering?" "I really do. The pay is 3 times what you make now, and you would have your own office and a team of assistants. What do you say?" For a moment, Zira could not speak. Then she nodded. "Yes, I would like that very much." After Mulkin left, Zira sat in her chair for a long time, trying to understand how much her life had changed in just one day. She was still thinking about it when her door chimed again. This time it was Jake, carrying 2 cups of coffee and grinning widely. "I heard the news," he said as he came in. "Chief Engineer Zira has a nice ring to it." "Assistant Chief Engineer," Zira corrected, but she was smiling too. "For now," Jake said. "Give it a year and they will probably make you the boss of the whole department." They sat together drinking coffee and talking about Zira's new job. Jake was more excited than she was, asking questions about what kind of projects she would work on and what her office would look like. "Are you not worried?" Zira asked finally. "About what?" "About me changing. About me becoming important and not wanting to be friends with a maintenance worker anymore." Jake laughed. "Zira, you just saved everyone on this station, and the first thing you did this morning was worry about hurting my feelings. I think our friendship is pretty safe." Over the next few weeks, word of what happened spread throughout Nexus Station and beyond. The story of the defective Kitherian who saved everyone became famous. But more importantly, it started conversations. Other species began to look at their own outcasts and misfits differently. A Valorian, who had been cast out for being too peaceful, was given a chance to work in diplomacy. A Trellian who was considered too slow was discovered to be incredibly thorough, and became head of quality control. A Xanthari, who could not use their species' natural electromagnetic abilities, turned out to be a brilliant artist. Jake watched these changes with satisfaction, but he was not surprised. He had always known that intelligence and worth came in many different forms. The Valorians who had bullied Zira tried to approach her one day looking uncomfortable and ashamed. "We wanted to apologize," the leader said awkwardly. "We were wrong about you." Zira looked at them for a long moment. "Yes, you were," she said simply. "But I forgive you. Just remember this feeling the next time you meet someone who is different." Commander Thex called Jake to his office again, but this time the meeting was very different. "Sit down, Morrison," Thex said, but his voice was not angry anymore. "I owe you an apology," the commander continued. "I was wrong about the Kitherian. I was wrong about the value of associating with her. And I was wrong about what makes humans weak or strong." Jake nodded but said nothing. "I have been thinking about what you said during the crisis," Thex went on, "about how the people we ignore might be the ones who can save us. It is a dangerous idea." "Dangerous how?" "Dangerous because it means we have to change how we think. About everything. It means we have been wrong about a lot of things." "Yes," Jake said. "It does mean that." Thex was quiet for a moment. "I am recommending you for promotion to senior engineer. And I am sending a report to the Galactic Council about what happened here. They need to know that the human approach to diversity has practical value. Thank you, Commander. Do not thank me yet. This is going to cause a lot of arguments throughout the galaxy. Some species will not want to hear that their way of doing things might be wrong. Change is always hard, Jake agreed, but it is worth it. 6 months later, Jake and Zira stood together on the observation deck, looking out at the stars. Zira now wore the uniform of an assistant chief engineer, and her confidence had grown along with her responsibilities. She had solved 3 more major problems that had stumped the telepathic engineers, and her reputation was spreading throughout the galaxy. I got a message from my homeworld today, Zira said. Good news or bad news? Strange news. They want me to come back and teach other non-telepathic Catherians how to contribute to society. They are starting programs for people like me. Jake smiled. That is wonderful. Are you going to do it? I am thinking about it. But first, I want to finish the project I am working on here. We are developing new ways to identify hidden patterns in complex systems. It could help prevent sabotage like what almost destroyed the station. Sounds important? It is. And Jake? Yeah? I want you to be my partner on the project. I need someone who thinks like a human. What does that mean? Zira turned to look at him. It means I need someone who sees people as individuals instead of categories. Someone who believes that everyone has value, even when they do not fit in. Someone who is brave enough to stand up for what is right, even when it is hard. Jake felt proud but also humble. I am just one person, Zira. I did not change the galaxy. Maybe not the whole galaxy, Zira said. But you changed my galaxy, and that changed me. And now I am changing others. That is how it works, right? One person at a time. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching ships come and go from the station. Aliens of many different species worked together on the docking bays, and Jake noticed something that had not been there before. They were talking to each other more, paying attention to individuals instead of just seeing species. You know what I think? Jake said finally. What? I think this is just the beginning. I think humans are going to teach the galaxy something important about what it means to be truly civilized. What is that? That being civilized does not mean being the same. It means making room for everyone to be their best selves, even if their best self is different from yours. Zira nodded. I like that idea. Me too. As they watched, a ship from Earth docked at the station. More humans were coming to join the galactic community, bringing with them their strange ideas about equality and individual worth. Some aliens would resist these ideas, but others would embrace them. Jake Morrison had started something when he decided to stand up for one lonely alien girl. He had planted a seed that was already growing into something bigger than either of them could have imagined. The galaxy was about to learn that the newest species to join them had something valuable to offer. Not advanced technology or superior weapons, but something more powerful than either of those things. They had learned how to see the worth in everyone, no matter how different they might be. And they were willing to share that knowledge with anyone ready to listen. The human way was spreading, one friendship at a time.